There's been a patch, there's been a hotfix today, so I thought we'd start by going through it. This is just because I logged off last night whilst over encumbered, and still last night I was bewildered about why I was over encumbered. Look at us, we got a freaking load of good stuff. Chat, yesterday we got a Bec de Corbin. Sorry if you speak French or if you're Canadian. Wait, those can be the same thing. We got this from a box yesterday, and the Bec de Corbin is now an agility weapon, which means I can sunder people and do damage to people. I'm going to need to carry that with me because that makes me happy. Although, do I want to put a mod on it? I'm going to save it because I can put a master weapon fitting on that. I'm only going to get it once, right? I might get it again from a box because we'll farm bosses and stuff. But once it's damaged, I won't be able to mod it. So I'm going to save it and then I can use it. And all my agility points will work towards that. Plus, we got an Eye of the Khan, which is a bow. Big shock. Oh God, what is? I'm very tired today. Had a terrible night's sleep. That's a strength weapon. So if you're running strength, you can get an Eye of the Khan from a box, from a loot, a legendary chest, and it's a strength weapon, and it has power draw as a what is it called? A perk. And the one I've been using doesn't have that. So I don't know. I assume it has a lot of a boost to it. Plus it also has some armor pen. So there you go. Some kind of exciting things about the legendaries. Kind of exciting. Oh, yes. Space is a problem for me, chat, honestly. Storage and whatnot. Let's do a bit of shenanigans. Let's put the cat in the box where it belongs. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, it's starting the stream trying to tidy. Ugh. Yes, we did get a bunch of demon blood yesterday. Yeah, I want to go through the patch notes and then I'm just going to put you in there, sir, because I don't have the energy. There we go, perfect. So let's see if I can do this properly. Let's make sure that is there. Let's go through the patch notes. Display capture, and then this guy. Yes, and you should see that, shouldn't you? Then think about my OBS. Actually, let me move my OBS over so I can check that you can see it. There we go. Look at this, like a pro streamer. It's a strength bow, Gregorius. Yeah, I'm assuming it isn't like a mistake, and that is factual. But it says strength, yes. I think that is wonderful, honestly. I think that's a great change. Funcom changed the Scorpion Ward shield from +3 heat to cold protection. Scorpions are in the deserts and I did see that. Yeah, we're going to go through it. Road trip to make lunch. Nice, Stefano. Everyone knows the cat belongs in the hat, not in the box. Hello Apocalypse. There. Welcome. Are you going to go out, collect roadkill? Oh my God, it's awful. That sounds so bad. I always used to... Yeah, well, normally I do strength builds. So the good thing is, because I've been really, really enjoying the bow, if I decide to switch my agility points into strength but keep the same build, then I can still use a bow. I'm very excited about that. That's brilliant. More of that, please, you know. So we have a hotfix. I'm going to be turning to the right, so hopefully you can still hear me properly. It's on my second monitor. Oh, you can see my cursor. Hello, everybody. I'm not a child, I promise. So yeah, we've got a hotfix. Let's just go through the patch notes. Okay, so performance and stability. I'm just going to race through these and we'll talk about anything kind of particularly notable, right? They fixed a crash relating to editing a clan emblem. I hadn't seen that personally. Logging for DW log string is now available in shipping config build. Okay, I have no idea what that means. Doesn't really bother or affect most of us. Added an optimization for dedicated servers. Okay, cool. Added a memory optimization for Xbox to reduce out-of-memory crashes. That will be big and important for anyone using an Xbox to play the game. Fix an exploit in regards to resources. They obviously won't tell us what that is, but well done, brilliant. Exploit fix is always welcome, right? Especially in PvP. Building and placeable fixes. Okay, Golden Decetto Cat Heroic Treasure now looks the correct size at all levels of detail. So I'm assuming this is because when we actually placed this in our house, the cat looked smaller, if you noticed. Hello, Kirsten, nice to see you. Hello, Kevin. I'm so stupid. The Gilded Harp and Gilded Jade Warhorn treasure can now be stolen. Interesting. I don't know how they couldn't be stolen before. I guess they just couldn't be interacted with or something by somebody else if they're placed. All coin piles can now be stolen. This is, I guess this is just PvP related. Coin piles now require a flat surface and thus can no longer be stacked on top of each other. That's kind of like, so you won't be able to make yourself a big old stack of like a pool of coins to dive into now, I suppose. But I don't know. I guess that's good. I guess it means it'll be less spammy, maybe? I don't know. Terranian and Aesir half stairs have been updated to connect correctly with other building pieces. Okay, we can try that out a bit at some point. Terranian, Aesir and Stormglass half stairs have their icons corrected for left and right variants. Sorcerer skulls can now be placed. Okay, so I guess you can just pop them down because we didn't have a use for them. So now we can use them to decorate, which will be kind of cool. And at least there's a use for them, right? So you could kind of decorate your like thaumaturgy sorcery section if you wanted to. Followers no longer suddenly decay or disappear upon updating the game, save game to Age of War. So I do know that some people had some people disappear, some of the thralls. I don't know about them returning, but at least hopefully no more should leave, I guess. I didn't have any problems on single player. I don't know how much of this was, let me know chat, did you have this in single player? Did you have it on a server? Did it affect you? How many of you was it? Grey rhinos now have increased health. Okay, cool. And the baseline health modifier for pets in general was raised from 1.2 to 1.6. This is giving all pets a slight increase in health. This is fantastic because the pets are pretty weak compared to when we were doing the pets only challenge on the Age of Sorcery. The pets were pretty decent, especially with well-trained. And we have some panthers outside this very house here on this Age of War, and they get killed by basic panthers. Like we'll have 4 panthers outside our house, and they'll like 2 of them will die to a couple of them, so they're kind of weak, like unleveled. So we'll pop outside and see what health they've got. Heck of a henpecked blacksmith is back where he belongs. I have never heard of this guy. Have you heard of this guy? Anyway, general bug fixes. Claim heroic treasure challenge now completed properly. Also when placed close to the coffers. Maximum radius close to so this is interesting, close to the coffers. Okay, so I guess basically if you were anywhere near the actual maximum radius, the edge of it wasn't placing properly, presumably. Shaman war paint no longer glows in the dark. Okay, someone's going to be disappointed about that. Resetting key binding on a controller no longer works, only once per session. Okay, that will be good for console friendos. The select action prompt on menu screens will no longer change based on an unrelated controller setting. Okay, cool. Rebinding or resetting a controller option will no longer move the field selection afterwards. Fixed an issue causing some text to sometimes flicker on the controller rebinding screen. Toggle emotes menu controller rebind option is now under the menu category. Stygian and veneer shields are now crafted at the armorer's bench like other shields. Okay, cool. I don't know where we were crafting them everywhere else. Maybe in our like inventories or something. Prying kit no longer reduces a weapon's durability when used to remove the effect of a weapon damage kit. Interesting. Okay. Prying kit no longer removes oils. Okay. I mean, oils are just on a timer anyway. Cool. Black Heart Blade and Black Heart Hammer are no longer erroneously marked as legendary. I guess there are unique items in that case. And also now have the correct border. Okay, so I assume they have a yellow border, presumably. Repairing grindstone will no longer reset timers for equipment that have oils applied. Interesting. I'm sad that I missed that exploit, because that's what that sounds like. Heart Piercer bow now correctly works as a demonic bow. Does not run out. It does not run out of arrows, but has a predetermined longevity of an hour. So I'm assuming then the Heart Piercer now is like Minecraft infinity bows, but it only lasts for an hour. That's kind of interesting. So I don't know if maybe we'll have to spawn one in and see how it works. But I'm assuming it means that the bow lasts for an hour, but you have infinite like arrows. Hello people joining us. Hello Clever Calcifer. Hello Roba, how you doing? Hello Indigo. Hi Fighting I am. Stat coins look dumb. They floated, did they? Okay, that's good. Cool. Anything that looks kind of better. Amir's Taj and Scorpion Ward shields now provide cold resistance. Now, I hear what you say, Kevin, but I wonder if they also provide a cold distance as well as heat protection. We'll spawn them in. Fix an issue where katana special attacks would use up too much stamina if performed after the first light or heavy attack. That's going to be big. Tweaked ancient pike to correct values. It is not an epic weapon. Okay, cool. So it's just a regular crafted item. Okay. Blunted javelin now does 1 health damage as intended. Oh, good. Ah, instead of a lot more, let's try blunted javelins. Void Forge arrow no longer has a legendary descriptor. Okay, it doesn't say legendary anymore. Okay, cool. And then UI and text fixes. Updated images for Lost Dungeon building set. I'm going to want to look at that. Abyssal armor and weapons now display durability meter instead of perish timer. Okay. Treasure names are now properly localized in the coffer's treasure value list. Okay. I don't know what this means. Treasure names are now properly localized in the coffer. Okay, so they'll now show up in your treasure list. Okay. Heroic treasure names now properly show. Elixir buffs now show the same icons as the elixir to differentiate between them. Yes, I had noticed actually that when you had the buff showing on the health bar, it wasn't necessarily the correct buff. Did anyone else notice that? Hardened Steel Great Axe now has an icon. There you go. That's the whole hotfix. There is nothing about foundations, Nemedian foundations and stability problems. So I'm assuming they're still working on that, chat. If I hear anything, I will let you know. I'm sure there'll be, I don't see anything here. Building implaceables, no. So what do I want to look at first? I would like to have a look at the Heart Piercer. Anything else here we want to look at, chat? Okay, I also want to look at the dungeon stuff. Right, so let's get rid of this. There we go. Get rid of that. Open up the game. There we go. So let's have a look at the Heart Piercer. I'm not going to keep it. I just want to look at it. I want to understand what it does. Heart Piercer. Heart Piercer. 30 minutes. Ah, so you have it for 30 minutes. You have it for 30 minutes. And I need to unencumber myself. We had some luck with Seth yesterday. We killed Seth twice in a row yesterday. And we got a truncheon both times. I swear to God, I'm not hacking. Swear to God. The previous time it took us like 6 times to get it. Let me just eat a snack. Drink some water. I just want to test this. This is really cool. I mean, it only lasts for 30 seconds. So is it 30 minutes? Yeah. So just like the Oil of Bounty, the different oils, you get 30 minutes on your bow. And I'm corrupted. Ah. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That is very cool, honestly. So if you're doing a corrupted build, what else does it say about it? It weighs 3.5. It's agility weapon, demonic. 26 damage, 9 armor pen. Let's just... Okay. I mean, we're going to get corrupted again, aren't we? Interesting. I'm probably going to die here, chat, but I just want to go shoot something and see. Because I think this is pretty cool. We're not doing a corrupted build here at the moment, so... Right, there's a kitty cat. So you want to, like, put it away between uses. So how much damage is that doing? Like 48 without what's it called? 48 without charging the shot. And with a charge shot, what was it? 100. With no arrows in our inventory. So where do we get this? Is this just from a box? Is this just from legendary boxes? Has anyone ever got it before? Oh my word, Miss Verdams, hello. Thank you so much for the raid, huge raid. Hello everybody, welcome, welcome. We're just getting started here today. How you doing? Hello, hello. Hello, hello, fellow British person. How's it going? We all speak like this, apparently. Hello, raiders. Thank you so much for coming in on the raid. Much appreciated. Were you doing a bit of Conan in today as well? We're on day 7 of the Age of War playthrough here at the moment. We've just been going through some very stereotypically, yeah, Dofsat. Hello, everybody. All right. How's it going? Oh, God. Why am I a stereotype? Why am I becoming a stereotype? Hello, everybody. Mods, have a quick look at that Santiago thing. Was there a link? Could you check what that is? English only chat, please, and no links. Nova Lipso, hello, hello. Kerry, hello. Miss Verdams, Tresany, Davnell, hello. Nightmare, hello. Haddart, Tome, Lego, Doff's hat, yes. Oh, you were arcing today. Miss Verdams is one of the monarchs, a very good arc player, knows so much about the game, which is bewildering to me, honestly. Oh, thank you for the bits, Lego. Goodness me, thank you for the bits. That's very nice of you. And during Age of War update, yeah, lots of fun. Good, good. Animo, thank you for the follow, and thank you for saying hello. Okay, yes, I can word and stuff. Yes, hello everybody. So I'm Anna Briella. I've played a lot of this game. I have over 7,000 hours in it. Ashamed and proud at the same time. Not really sure where I sit on that. Drake Killers, thank you for the follow. And we're doing a playthrough. This is day 7. It's a fresh start. We're all the way over here in the jungle. We got ourselves a little starter shack over here. We've been building up our little workshop in here. We've got some good fighters and things like that. We've got a horse in a Twitch drop. If you haven't got a Twitch drop, by the way, and you do play this game, then this is the comparison that you can make, which is like a horse saddle with like a dust sheet, I've been saying, or it looks a bit like a Pack-a-Mac. The horse is incredibly happy to be in it. It's like, get me out of here. Just hurry up. Come on now. I'm not even in the rain right now. So yes, and what are we doing today? We've just been going through the patch notes because there's been a hotfix today, and we're trying out this heart piercer bow, which apparently has a 30-minute timer and infinite arrows, and it makes you heavily corrupted immediately. So that's kind of cool. Well, I did some French in school. What do people usually say? Mokes or something? Shide, prame, yeah, somewhere between shide and prame, definitely. And the starter shack is better than anything ever built. Bless you, bless you. What did they fix? They fixed a bunch of bits and bobs. Nothing to do with the Nemedian foundations. Unfortunately, but yeah, some bits and bobs. I've instantly forgotten all of them. Yes. That's not that. I did send them. Hopefully these don't fall into foundations anymore. I didn't see anything about those either. So if you've had your sort of statues that you place, I see it isn't. Is it the same size? It isn't, is it? Is it still bigger when I have it in my hands? Yeah, when you place it, it goes smaller, doesn't it? So yesterday, for the very first time, I did actually have these in the foundations, and I took a screenshot. So they're all busy working on it. It must be like whack-a-mole trying to, manage a survival game. There's so many freaking moving parts and things like that. We had a few folks on server lose stuff. Oh no. Oh, so they did also fix when you switch over to Age of War, you shouldn't lose anything. So if you have a world you haven't started yet because you were kind of waiting for things to be fixed, then it shouldn't happen now. Don't sue me if it does. It always fight an eye, behave yourself, okay? Best behaviour, straighten your tie, sit up straight. Come on now. Let's have none of that talk here, please. This is my community. Anyway, so what should we do today? We've been levelling up this Heth's Planewalker. What else did I want to look at, chat? Was there something else on the list? Hold on a second. Let's have a quick look. What was the other thing? Oh, yeah. Updated images for Lost Dungeon Building Set. Okay. Let me get rid of that. So let's have a look at the battle, the bazaar, question mark? Updated the images. Okay. So I guess, yes, they have made it more, they've made it clearer about what you get, haven't they? I guess. I have this because it was given to me by Funcom. Thank you to Funcom, but full disclosure. Okay, I haven't played with this yet. I haven't yet built like a proper base or anything. This is like, I feel like maybe we'll keep this as our like bedroom kind of thing, or like luxury kind of, chill out section or something like that. I don't know, comfort area, and we'll decorate it. I've been thinking about probably in creative mode. Probably I'll do like a build stream at some point. But I was thinking about, I want to really incorporate this ruin into our treasury, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it because I don't know how straight it is, because it looks a bit lopsided, doesn't it? Either that or we'll make it kind of a cool, maybe like a bar or something like that. Maybe we'll do it for sorcery or something, just to kind of give it a bit of character. And I also want to use that tree. Maybe we'll make that into a bar. Maybe we'll just have multiple bars, right? As somebody who doesn't even drink, I want to check it out. Yeah, so that's going to be good for building like a dungeon. That'd be cool. Yes, ma'am. Good, good. Hello, Bulwark. Hello, hello. I lost a lot of my Nemedian base, which is why I changed it to a different set. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's like bad news, bears, honestly. Yes. Saw a video on YouTube, somebody used these to make a prison. Yeah, definitely. Well, we're supposed to be getting shackles, aren't we? I haven't seen those. I'm assuming they're going to turn up in the bazaar. I just drink some coffee. Yes. Okay, so we had a look at that. I think that's probably those bits and bobs. So let's chuck out this heart piercer because I'm not trying to like cheat here and stuff. But the heart piercer is cool. I don't know where to get it from. I'm assuming it's just from legendary chests. If you know, if you've ever gotten one before. So we wanted to, okay, next thing on the list. We went to get some pork yesterday so that we could shade spice some for the saber-tooths, which I think I put in the thrall pot. Yes. So let's make shade spiced fatty meat because that's going to give us the best chance. Do I need to learn it? Where is it, chat? Is it in the, it's not in the fireball cauldron. It is in here, isn't it? Why am I drawing a blank? Here we go. Crafted at the stove. Has it always been? Yeah, it has always been the stove, hasn't it? Okay. Right, let's make ourselves a stove first then, in that case. What do I need? Crafting stations, cooking. Normally I wouldn't bother with the basic stove. I would just go straight for the improved one. But I want to make it now. So we'll just like repurpose it or something. So this guy here, got to learn the bonfire. I'm just going to look up bonfire because clicking through doesn't necessarily work. Ba-bum-bum. Okay, and then stove. And this means we'll be able to make, we can make exotic feasts as well for our followers, which means I'll get 10 heals per second from that, which will be really cool. Okay, so now what do I need for it? Cooking. And I need stone and I need iron reinforcements. If I press caps, yes, I've got this stuff. I've got Unlock Plus, which is basically like craft from containers. Where are we going to put this freaking thing? We never have enough space. We need to expand, don't we? Let's get rid of that. Sorry, animals. This is the front. Okay. So now we can make shade spice of cooked eggs. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Shade spiced fatty meat. Where is it? Here. This one. So we want to make 2 of these. There we go. Craft 2. We're going to need some fuel. We need to cook it. There we go. Perfect. Let's grab our kitty cats and take them to our little conversion camp. Wait, or something. Let's take that because I'm going to forget about it. Coffee. Coffee. Yes, coffee. Yes. Have you guys been on the game yet? Have you been on the game? I don't know if that translates to anyone who isn't British, by the way. Anyone British? Don't know if they say that in the States. Has anyone been here? Has anyone here played since the update and found any improvements? Oh my god. Let's keep moving, shall we? Oh god. It's one of those days. Chat, I had the worst night's sleep ever. I was like up really late trying to do some planning, and then there was some roadworks going on which woke me up, and then my neighbours started doing some like housework and stuff. I think they're like upgrading their bathroom or something. There was like sawing, drilling and hammering. It was a nightmare, honestly. Let's shift across one of these. Give us a greater. No. Okay, we've got one more go. Okay, we can just click across this one. Give us a greater. Yes! Nice! That's so cool. I'll only be on the game if college doesn't work out. I mean, maybe it'll help you pay for college, if I know. I've been playing a few hours with the patch, haven't noticed anything. Yeah, okay, that's good to know. Translates well in English. I could never bring my wife to pay for it. Oh my god. Bad Kevin. Behave yourself, Kevin. Come on. I'm still in the beginning. I started over, but today they released a patch. I had to verify my files though, and it took a while. So if you're only just starting, then hopefully you won't have any of the issues that people have been having. So yeah, what were the... Oh, what level are you? Level 1. I think these guys had like 200 health yesterday. So they have been buffed. Let's compare them to the wild cats. Because they're now, what is it, 1.6 instead of a 1.2 health modifier. Oh, but yeah, every time we brought the cats, we like ran over here to get to safety. These guys just got killed. They were definitely too weak. Yep. Vitality health bonus, no. Okay. Well, that's a hidden modifier anyway, isn't it? Okay. I'm going to place the greater inside because I just want him to be like super safe. Now we're going to need a couple of names, chat. Are you ready? Like Snaggletooth or something. What are we going to go for? Those cats are they're not the... Listen, bulwark. Shh. They're not the fodder. They're just like defense, right? They're just like the infantry, okay? Lost a lot of thralls and pets this morning. They're so fragile. Yeah, they're very, very fragile. I'm glad that they've been buffed. So I don't know. I assume he's also had a buff then, if the modifier has been changed for all of them. That's kind of promising. What level are you? Mac is only level 6. Oh, it's another... Okay. So the greatest... I'm going to have to compare this to the VOD from yesterday to see how different that is. Yeah, but that's definitely a lot better. And then let's see our greatest saber, who we don't have room for really. What does he start with? 1500. Okay. What is his leveling chance? He's got a 70% chance of leveling in strength and vitality. He starts with 10 strength, 2 vitality. How about you? 10 strength, 2 vitality, and 2 grit. Okay. So he starts with a bit more armor. He has a 32 armor bonus. And the same as him as well. Okay. Oh, they both do. They both have grit. Okay. Cool. Interesting. And what about you, my friend? So the basic greater... Oh, my word. That's such a difference. Has just 407. Goodness me. Where are we going to put all these cats, honestly? Footsie. Diego. I love the name Diego. I love that movie, Ice Age. Thundercat. Pantera. I feel like Pantera needs to be a panther though, right? Toast. I got 200 rock-nose eggs to farm gold. So I've ton of extra ones that didn't turn gold. I see. Devents. Name idea for kitty. Devents. Don't know if I get that. Diego and Montoya. Have a minimal distance for my thralls. You don't seem to have that. I mean, no, I haven't set it. I haven't changed it. It's just on default. I like being able to place them right next to each other. If I know. Like deviants. Like, is that what you mean? Squirrel indeed. Yes. Defense. Oh, defense. Oh, okay. Cool. I like Diego because I have an affection for like that movie. What do we do? Let me sip some coffee while we think about it. What's your best name ideas, chap? Do we put the lesser one outside to help the Panthers. What do you think? I'm drinking iced coffee. It's not that icy though. It's kind of like chillish. Right, you can go outside, my dude. Be a defender, friendo. Just learning how to use the points. That's all right, lovely. You're very welcome to use that. That's what it's there for. I don't want you to like get killed immediately. Indeed. I'm assuming we're going to get animal purges up here. My plan is I want us to do the build first, and then we'll do like purges another time. I'd like to kind of do like a proper purge stream where we just do a bunch of purges. So see what we get up here. Indeed. Cozy. Where do we want to put you? What are we going to call him? I'm going to call him Diego, just because I like it. Diego, there you go. So his best food is going to be blood sausage. Honestly, getting enough blood to make a lot of blood sausage, which gives him 10 heals per second, it's a bit tough to get. The conversion is not great. The best thing to do really is to squish human like body parts. Sounds really weird. I mean, obviously, yeah, squish them in the fluid press and then you get like a lot of blood, but we need a lot of those human body parts. You got to carry them. Yes. I mean, really what we could do, we could carry around a fluid press and then we could just squish them as we go around. I do have crafting on like super fast, and then all we'd need to do is carry the blood. Or we could kill bearers, and bearers quite often have supply materials with like 500 blood. You can get them with like 500 blood in them. That could be kind of handy. Hello, Mike. So late to the party. No problem. Welcome in. Put your coat and bag on the side and come settle down, or whatever. Lesser is a bad term. Differently buffed. Differently buffed. I like. Non-combat support. I love that. That's cool. Kind of build am I playing? So I'm basically doing an agility grit build that I kind of worked on the beta that I really liked. We've already spent all our points in grit. The main reason for this is steel thewed. Particularly if you're going to do agility and you're not going to wear like heavy armor, steel thewed is very handy because you bosses will only take a maximum of 25% damage in one hit. It doesn't really work with burst damage. So if it's a dragon breathing fire or a rhino doing like a charged attack, it will not help you. Okay, which is why I have resurgence, receive a one-time healing effect when your health drops below 50%. Yes, what was I going to say? So we've maxed out our grit. Yeah, and we're doing agility weapons. So I'm doing bow, katana, daggers. There's no katana after iron and before star metal. So I've really been leaning into the bow a lot, and I've been really enjoying it. We do a lot of damage. Haven't really used a bow that much in this game apart from healing arrows, poison arrows, and just kiting enemies. So it's been really fun, although I'm burning through arrows a lot. Yes. So we do need to make a bunch more of those, but I don't want to waste my iron yet. Let's see how much I have actually. We have some in there. Yep. We're going to need to armor up these dudes. So today, at some point, I'd like to try and get some more berserkers from Mounds of the Dead. What else do I want to do? I must make sure I remember to take these orbs with me. Shall I cook the pork? I kind of really need to make a fridge, chat. Unfortunately, the thrall pot, if I put raw meat into it, the thralls outside or in the base are going to take raw meat and put it in their inventories. So it's not really working. So I could put it... Is there room in there? No. I could take something out of here. I could put these into the alchemist bench. Yeah, we could do with maybe getting ourselves some black ice today. That would be interesting. Can I make... Now that I've got a stove, can I make spicy food? I don't have a grindstone. Let's make some spice. Is it in general? Do I have any... Yes, I do have some bricks. Well done, me. Oh, yes, let's make some spicy foods and let's try and get ourselves some black ice today without getting killed. There we go. So spice, I want plant fiber in here. Because I have, what is it called? Unlock Plus. It'll show me all the recipes. You wouldn't normally see this in game if you were playing without mods, just so you know. You just have to put stuff in here, grind it, and see what happens. So the reason for this is that I can now look for the thing that I want, which is spice. And I can see all the things that will make spice if I put them in here. Seeds are one thing. Plant fiber is a cheap one. Probably the cheapest. There we go. So let's go with, like... Do I have 1,000 of that? Yep. So let's make some spice. Heading off for dinner. Catch you soon. All right, lovely. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you have a lovely dinner. Welcome in all the people. If you have the Jabal Sacrilege and you can convert 1 demon blood to 5 regular blood. We do actually have that because we did the Midnight Grove the other day. That's a good tip. Crafted the whirlwind blades and having a lot of fun with them, really, are you? Has anybody found a legendary that has like a new ability that you're really, really loving and that we should try out? Do let me know. Because it's going to take a lot of, like... I'm just going to have to, at some point, just spawn them all in and look at them all. Yes, indeed. Okay, so the spice is crafting. Hopefully that's within range. Let's put the poison thingies in here. We'll put them in the alchemist bench, actually, if I want to make some poison orbs. These are from the jungle. The one thing I definitely want to do today is make a map room. So let's try and make 200 corrupted stone. So we killed a bunch of demon creatures yesterday, and the best return we got, certainly with a steel hatchet, was from demon crocodiles. So the sparkly-eyed one-skull crocodiles along Noob River. They gave us about 75 demon blood with just this, which is a steel hatchet with a tool upgrade kit, not an advanced tool upgrade kit. Although I am on double harvesting, bear that in mind. And then what else did we get? The undead, not the undead cappers. They're not undead. They're corrupted cappers. We got about 85 or something from those, but on double harvesting, bear that in mind. Snakes seem to give us 1 demon blood, like the big snakes. The spider, like the boss spider at what's it called, Spinebreaker's Flank, didn't give us very much at all. But yeah, the crocs on Noob River seem to be really, really good. So now can we make 200 corrupted stone? Can I not make 200? I can make 171 apparently. Is it because I need more? I do have demon bloods up, more demon blood somewhere else. We had loads of it. It's probably in a pet or something. Ba-ba-da-bum. What in you? There we go. Loads of goodies. Ba-bum-bum. Do-do-do. Okay, let's cook this thick hide and regular hide. And we'll turn the tar into, at least most of it, into steel fire. Actually, all of that, because we're going to cook a lot more into steel fire. Hello, Corteus. How are you doing today? Like the fact that dragon bone weapons now all cause sunder. That's cool. Plant fiber is usually my go-to for spice. Yeah, because it lets me get seeds as well. Yeah, which I use for oil. 8,000 seeds a stack of oil, so I prefer them to fish. I prefer seeds for that as well. Although my preferred way of getting oil is bark and ichor, generally speaking. You know, you can use a normal one-handed weapon and throwing axe to dual wield. Yeah. Norris, thank you for the follow. The spice must flow. Yes, indeedy. Dark around sinkhole are good for demon blood. That's one thing we didn't do, actually. We didn't try those. What am I looking for? Fireball cauldron. It's so cramped in here, especially with these animals. I got to build something. I don't know when I'm going to do it. Bum-ba-dum-bum-bum. There we go. Okay, I think we'll need some steel fire for the map room, will we? I forget. Okay, here's our demon blood. We ended up with loads of it. Ba-dum-bum-bum. So now we can take a map room with us and we can put it somewhere. I might, if we're going to go somewhere and go back and forth a few times, like say Mans of the Dead or something, then we could put it down there. Yes, we can't, if we put it down there, We should probably have it here at home, shouldn't we? And then we can teleport to the different obelisks, and then we have to ride back. That's probably what we'll do, I guess. But we could do with multiple of them. What else do I need for a map room? Building pieces. Decoration special, that's it. Do I have all the rest of the stuff? Hopefully. No, I don't. What am I missing? It's not showing me. Squirrel? Ba-da-dum-bum. Why isn't it showing me the required stuff anymore? That's a bug, right? Dum da 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 da. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. If you're playing on a server, there will be a decay timer, and placeables like this will need to be placed on foundations. When I do a big build, I'll show you how I usually do like a wheel map combo. Can I move them? Look, it moves them. It like collides with them. You see that? Isn't that funny? Okay, I just noticed that. That's funny. Just gonna plop it down somewhere. But because I'm on single player, there's no decay. Do I even have all the... I don't have all the stuff, and it won't show me what I need. Oh, game, what are you doing? I've got the iron reinforcements. I've got the corrupted stone. Alchemical base. I haven't made any alchemical base. Let's make some. It's weird that it's not showing me. Won't show the maps unless you are where you can place it. Nah, it showed me originally, Kevin. Loki, thank you for follow. Barkanick is always the best because it's 5 per craft. Yeah, seeds are wonderful to... Yeah, definitely. Seeds are wonderful to start with. 100% agree. And you need so much plant fibre as well, so you end up with a bunch of seeds. Right, let's make our chemical base. Let's put this in here for now. Do 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 do. If I put these orbs on my freaking thrall, is he going to throw them? I'm so scared. Is anyone else like terrified of putting any orbs on your thrall because it just used them? Yesterday we were collecting a bunch of valuables. I'm gonna put these in these chests, actually, weapons in here. And he was pulling out the bow trying to shoot things, and I was like, oh god. Right, I'm gonna use those blades. Anything else I can get rid of? And let me just put my backpack on, actually. Where is my little... Oh, I'm wearing it already. Jeez. I'm very over encumbered. I do have a lot of stuff on me. Right, Bearer can carry the arrows. Let's just do this properly. Right, Bearer, you can carry arrows. You can carry that. Oh my god, I can't speak. Let's do that. Have some food, mate. We'll keep that on you. You can keep the twine so that we can make a wheel. Just carry my aloe, maybe. Don't need fangs. I could put them in the grinder now that I have a grinder, though. Put them in the grinder so we get bone meal. I need the crystal. So now I want to make, if I'm going to make alchemical base, I need gold powder, silver powder, and ichor. I have ichor. So I got a bit of these here. I'm going to grind up my valuables here. It's kind of suboptimal, isn't it? We're going to get so much more of this, though. Gold... Okay. More gold required. Da, 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 dum, da, da. Yeah, the best, if you want to get a lot of alchemical base, then if you kill tier 3 bearers around the world, then you've got a good chance of getting like a bunch, like 500 or 750, or maybe sometimes 250 alchemical base. Can I grind, no, not, can I grind coal? I don't know. Sometimes you just like stick stuff in a grinder, like, I wonder if I can grind that up. I could grind the seeds. I don't really want to. I could also squish them. I want to keep them to plant. Do 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 do. Okay. Let's put anything sorcery related in the thaumaturgy bench along with the dump stuff. I've left this in here because we're going to need it for sorcery. We'll put the volatile glands in there. I should put any dragon horns in there as well. Do I have dragon horns? Because I'm going to need those to level sorcery at one point. Well, I remember. There they are. Bum, 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 bum. Let's just double check. Stuff everywhere. Let's maybe grind up these teeth. Do, 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 do. I need more gold. Oh, I'll have a bunch, actually. That'll be fine. Okay. Let's put these... I'm making a chemical base that's in the fireball cauldron. Gold, silver, and ichor. A chemical base. There we go. All right, and how much do I need of it? 75. Yeah, it should show me, even if it's not in a place I can like craft it. So I just need 75 of that. And yeah, we really probably don't have quite enough. What am I going to be short on? Silver dust. Okay, I have more silver. Perfect. I usually only do this like once and then I just go and farm bearers. Like generally on a server, I will never make alchemical base for myself. I'll just always loot it. You want 75? Yes. I think you wanted to say 75 alchemical base. What did I daren't ask what I actually said. Hello, Angie. Hello, hello. You mean gold isn't too hard to get, all things considered? Yeah, definitely. Cambodian shaman spice food gets you ice fairly quickly. You get the ice and now you can mine obsidian in the volcano. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, but I just generally don't bother. So I will get gold and things like that. Generally, I will use gold to make bikinis for my dancers, right? And just hoard it. But normally speaking, I will just... Because I like to get named bearers anyway, and I tend to run the galleon and the den like very frequently on a server. I will just end up with loads of it. You know, it's a nice little like... I prefer to fight than to harvest. Do you know what I mean? Renok Drak, thank you for the follow. After playing thousands of hours, it's easier to know. 200 corrupted stone. Yeah. Alchemical base. How do you know where things are in that mess? Is the real talent here. It's called ADHD, fighting now. Just a lifetime of coping with the chaos. Yeah. Yes. Indeed. Yep. Just gonna like breathe for a minute. Honestly, I've been streaming this game. This is like my 7th day. I didn't stream on Sunday, but there's a lot of talking. It's a lot of talking. Sometimes I need to like breathe. Let's have some coffee. Mods Conan CWK, welcome in. Mods Conan. Thank you, Cal. That's very nice of you. There you go. That's it. My mod's already done it for you. Sort of mess. It's organized chaos. Yes. So yeah, I mean, you guys have watched me play this. A lot of you have watched me play this through before, and you know I'm kind of chaotic. But once I get my base sorted, generally speaking, I will get it kind of tidy. The thing that I have to do, I have to tidy when I'm not streaming. Definitely. Yes. And when I play Valheim and stuff like that as well, the best thing for me is when I just tidy up like after between streams. It's kind of relaxing as well, honestly. But it's hard for me to kind of keep talking and chatting about stuff whilst I'm tidying as well. So because I have to like focus and I need like some kind of other kind of stimulation, like I need to watch a YouTube video or something else to be able to tidy. Otherwise I'm just, anyway. It's an insight for you. Okay, so we should be able to place our map room, finally. Hopefully. Now I need the stone, which I have dumped somewhere. Yep. All right. Finally, we have a map. Excellent. Now, the only thing is... we need 2 maps, chat. we need one here. We need one to travel home, really. We need multiple maps. We need more demon bloods. I'm going to place it, but we're probably going to take it with us. Probably ride out and teleport back or something. I don't know, chat. There it is. Where do we put it down? It's very, very slopey around here. That's the only thing. Look how like slopey it is. So normally I think we'll just build like a platform for it, probably, I think. Ba-da-dum. I just want to plop it down so I can show you guys, but I might have to put... Here we go. This might... Okay. I don't have any arrows. Excuse me, sir. I have just recently gotten rid of my arrows because I've been crafting. What do I use? I can use my knives. Let's see how the animals do. Come on. Da-da-da. Right, so these guys have 295. Okay, so our tier 1 panther, do they all have the same? 295, 359. This is the test, isn't it? Okay, I don't want him to die. They do so much damage, these enemies. Who's a baddie? Diego has, like, come to help. Diego was not supposed to be involved there. Okay. Excellent. Well, these guys will regenerate. Yeah. 359 now. It's better. We lost... Well, this is an enemy one, right? Okay. So, slightly more survivable. At risk, you want to, like, level them up, but not as bad. Did he take any damage? Nah, he's fine. He's good. Nothing organized about it, just chaos, but somehow Anna makes it work. It is infuriating. Kalandros, you know that feeds me. You know that makes me happy, and that just makes me want to be more chaotic. Prefer to fight than harvest. Yeah, I can take the Anna out of Valheim, but you can't take the Viking out of Anna. That's fair. Would be nice for the devs to put a lock checkbox to items and lock what you need in inventory so you can dump everything else. Yes. Do you know what? So, okay, people who play other survival games, does anybody know a mod in this game? So in Valheim, one of my new favorite mods is like, what is it, like special containers or something like that? And I basically put things in one box, and I do have a bearer who does that actually. But I put things in one box and it goes and it just puts things, it distributes it. Is there a mod like that in Conan? Because that's kind of what I need, honestly. Or I just need a vault, and I just need to like put everything in the vault. But the vault only has like, what, 300 inventory slots? Hello, Grail. You can dump everything else, yeah. Yes, so yeah, also I have a mod in that game where I can favorite stuff, and then I can like put stuff away. Yeah. I know what you mean. That seems perfect. It's not a mess if you know where everything is, yeah. If it makes you feel better, I'm usually the one on the servers making a map room for each obelisk. Oh, pretty weak against 2 enemies, yeah. Shame about pets with the update. They were finally in an okay spot and then boom, nerfed again. But they have had a buff today. They've got a 1.6 vitality modifier, health modifier, compared to 1.2 before the hotfix today. So they have been slightly buffed. And these guys, I think, would have been dead. I mean, certainly if there were like one less of them. You don't play with mods? Yeah. I think there's something called mod dedicated storage or something like that. Okay. You can have thralls move resources from one place to another, or telling me with thralls are alive. Aha. Okay. Closest thing is the push-pull function. Unlock plus, yeah. Autonomous, yeah. Unlock plus has the bearer sort option. Yeah, we have to try that. Hello, Beard. Hello, Schizo. There's a mod called Pack Rat, which will sort stuff out for your inventory into chests. Oh, that sounds cool. My horse. Oh, I didn't think about the horse. I didn't think about the horse health. So yesterday he had... holy potatoes! He had 10,000 health yesterday. Like 10,800. Whoa! Steel. Oh my god. That's insane. They're going to nerf that. There's no question. There's no question in my mind. That's going to get nerfed. I mean, for horses, maybe. Goodness me. What do these guys have? So these are unleveled. Oh. Okay, level 6. I was like, did we level Maduro at all? And these guys are unleveled. Yeah. 4,000 out the box. Horses are now the best tanks for the arena champion. Yeah. Horses getting attacked in the Age of War be like, do you mind? Yeah. That's how I like the horses to be, honestly. I don't want to have to worry about my horse at all. What have you been feeding them? Hey, listen, just a bit of growth hormones, all right? Just don't tell anybody. I got it from a guy down the market, all right? Apparently it's completely safe. Freezer, thank you so much for 7 months. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good day today. Thank you, thank you. I should mention, if anyone hasn't joined the Discord and would like to, you don't have to be a subscriber. I'd just like to mention it when someone subs. There's a link in the chat. Okay. Gosh, there's so much happening. Oh, look at him, the berserker. If I put these berserkers outside, the cats would be very safe. Can I help you, sir? I do like to put these thralls like right next to each other. I find it, I guess, kind of prefer it. Oh no, I love it on single player. Sea Dragon Roar, yes. Now I know what that thing looks like, Yellow Oboe. Oh my god. I saw a picture on Twitter or something. Okay, we haven't placed on map. Should we try again? Wait, let me get some arrows so I can actually shoot things. Da-da-da-dum-da-dum. Okay, let me put this freaking... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here all week, apparently. Okay, can I place the freaking map? Just want to put it down so I can show people who haven't made a map before. Struggle. Struggle. Hello, kitty cat. Right, can I shoot you? I've been loving the bow, honestly. Really, really loving it. Do we have... I don't even know if we have a flat section. Maybe here. Let's go kill some creatures. Da, 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 da. Yeah, it's nice and flat here. I might have to hit some rocks, actually. Trees is the word, apparently. Let's get some bark while we're at it. Dum da da dum da da dum. Da, 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 da. Same about sea dragons. Lore-wise, why? What's the lore about sea dragons? Are they not... Oh, you mean in Subnautica? I haven't played Subnautica, by the way. It is on my list of things to play. I do own the game. I will play it at some point. I'm not sure when. Yes. Cimmerian camps scare you? I mean, if they didn't scare you before, I feel like you were maybe fooling yourself, because they've always been dangerous. They're so mean. Yes. I've got to make a clip of that moment when we knocked out Delincia, because she was on a path, and it's almost like her path. She was supposed to be pathing around Mound of the Dead, and we were knocking her out. And periodically, she seemed to be like, "Oh, I'm supposed to have moved on my path now." She would kind of move away, and she would like reset. Basically, there you go. Here's the map. There you go. There is a map, chat. I just wanted to place it. If the only like flat piece of land up here. So yeah, let's see, where have we attuned? We haven't attuned the Frozen Slopes. We have attuned Mounds of the Dead. We have attuned the Unnamed City. I don't remember where that is. This is the Sinkhole. Have I not? Did I not do the one at Brimstone Lake? One of those is Brimstone Lake. This is the Southern Jungle one. This is the Northern Jungle one. We're right by the Southern Jungle one here. This green colour. This is the Northern one. That is the Frozen Bridge, the Bridge of the Betrayer, and that's the volcano. I don't remember which one. Oh, one of these is... Oh, one of these is the obelisk next to the dregs. Did I not attune it? Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. So, Brimstone Lake and the dregs I haven't done, I guess. When I knocked up... Did I say knocked up? Did I say knocked up? What? I definitely didn't say that. I mean, maybe I did, but I didn't mean it like that. I don't have the equipment, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I could handle them. I could handle them better before. That's fair, that's fair. If you thought the Deep Walkers was an Aquabad Subnautica is much worse. I think there's a mod where you can play Subnautica with another person, isn't there? Am I right in thinking that? I don't remember who it was that I saw. Was it the Neebs guys, maybe? Because I would probably be better off playing with another person and I wouldn't feel so scared. I don't think we got the dregs one, yeah. Heard the same, we don't want to say anything. Even better, we knocked up Delincia. Yeah, oh no, that's worse. That's so, we must respect her, she's wonderful. So now we have a map here. Where is going to be the most valuable? I guess here, isn't it? We'll keep it here and we'll just run home instead of like teleporting everywhere. And then I guess we need to just get ourselves more demon blood. Well, this is fine because we want to kill bosses, don't we? So we'll leave it there for now until I build this space up. Again, on a server, make sure you put it on foundations or it's going to despawn. And we'll get those final, like, at least certainly Brimstone Lake. Brimstone Lake and the Dregs obelisks today. Okay, we did the Sabertooths. We've made our map room. What else do we want to do? I want to gather some people for like purges and things like that. I want to continue leveling up Hest here, who's been fantastic. And I want to get black ice. Okay, if we get black ice, then we may as well attune the obelisk at the frozen slopes. Let me just give myself... Actually, while we're in the base, we'll use this. I need to clear my inventory because it's absolutely insane. And you're all like, yes, Anna, yes, get rid of that stuff immediately. Do it. And we need to make a lot of iron arrows. I want to make spicy food. Okay, spicy food first. Spicy food. I don't have any berries. We should get... Right, let me make a shopping list. Hold on a second. It's happening. Shopping list is happening. Getting out the notepad. Notepads. Oh, God. Right. Berries. Check. Berries. Black ice. Hardened steel. And fridge. Anything else? Anyone want any hummus? Anyone need any hummus? Are we going to knock up some... We're going to knock up some people today, Bulwark. Definitely. There's no question. Saber teeth. I watched some of your YouTube videos and they wore. They helped me so much. I'm like, oh, that's so nice of you. Oh, honestly, thank you so much. That makes me like really happy. Timing up and saving. Oh my God. Thank you so much for that feedback. That's so nice of you. I'm just very passionate about this game. What can I say? And so it really makes me happy. Did you get the one above? Yeah, the dregs. So we need to do... Oh, we've got a driver update today, chat. Dregs obelisk. Which one? Brimstone Lake. Brimstone Lake Frozen Slopes we could do as well. Oh, obelisk. Yeah, hardened steel is going to be good because then we can make advanced tool upgrade kits. We can buff our Seth's truncheons, that kind of stuff. We're probably going to hit 60 today, I would say. That's my usual Saturday night. Oh, Cortez, you wish it was, Cortez, honestly. Take a chimkin burger and fries. Oh, wait, I had one already? Oh, that sounds good enough. Look for some bearers, right? Yeah, bearer blood. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go to the galleon. Galleon bearers blood. For sausages. This really is like a shopping list. Oh, chat, what is my life? Oh, God. Chat is basically my notepad. Do you know what I mean? Oh, we want eggs. Eggs. Why was it eggs for exotic feast? Eggs for exotic feast. Let me put that next to the berries. Berries, eggs. It really is a shopping list, isn't it? Don't forget the cat. Oh, chat. You crack me up, honestly. Yeah, we have the recipe for exotic feast already. Glass flasks. Oh, we wanted to buy some flasks. Buy flasks from market. Why we're hysterical. And then we need to make some spicy food for our trip. What are we going to make? What do we want to... Do we have a recipe for anything spicy? Do we need to go and get some recipes? We can make spiced haunch, but we don't have any. We've got pork. We could make this. What else? What's the cheapest? I don't really want to use the pork. There's a load of birds down like on the water. Let's make spiced steaks, shall we? because I mean we've got the sauce there. I just don't want to like waste the pork really. Yes. Okay, let's go kill some boids. Okay, spiced tea. We could make spiced tea, but then I have to make herbal tea first. And herbal tea is like expensive and it uses the flasks that I want to like replenish. So let's take Hest and let's go kill some boids. Right, do you have all the things you need? You got your weapon. I need to make iron arrows, like a buttload of them. Iron arrows. Let's make loads. I burnt through these so much yesterday. Do I not have any more sticks? Okay, generally speaking, I turn sticks into wood. Now I'm going to have to keep them. Well, if we hit up the bearers, if we knock up some bearers, we'll end up with a load of sticks. That's just how it works, chat. I don't make the rules. Let's put the resin in here. Vines we don't really need. We're giving our horse has now Azura's Glory, which it gives 10 heals per second. Let's put those in there. I'm gonna put the random bits of. I should keep these arrows on me. My bearer is just gonna freaking carry arrows for me like a freaking freak. We're gonna use so many. If we just go out for like a full day's like harvesting and stuff, we'll end up with, you know, no arrows. So he's gonna be my arrow friendo. Toon, thank you for the follow. Eggs in this economy. Why are you doing a shopping list? Will you do my shopping list for tomorrow? I never know what I need to buy IRL. Honestly, Kevin, I'm terrible. I'm terrible. I'm usually like, right, what am I going to eat tomorrow and today? And that is about all I can manage. You know what I mean? A full buttload is just about a short buttload. And what size of butt? Oh, no. Just discovered this the other day, but if you get off your horse while you're both swimming, the little thing follows you. Apparently they just forget they can do that when you... Oh, I see. Okay, so if you get off your horse while... We have had a horse swim after us, haven't we? Alrin, thank you for the follow. Right, where is Hess? He's like running after me. He's like, Madam, I'm here. Like, I'm here to carry stuff for you. Will you keep still? Okay, let's fill this dude up. He's like, I beg your pardon. We need a carpenter, don't we? You might be like, oh, you're not going to need all those arrows. Oh, I will. If you go to like tough camps, then we will use those up, definitely. Okay. This is where I'm probably just going to run around with a bearer now, you know? Especially if I reckon he's going to get to 10,000 health, honestly. I'm hoping for that. We'll re-roll his perks because he didn't have the best perks. He's going to be my arrow hoarding friendo. I keep forgetting he's following me. Some of them aren't showing the little symbol. That's from Unlock Plus, isn't it? Look how many arrows I've got. Do you think I've got enough? No, more. You see, I need more. Yes, okay. We ran out yesterday, chat. I didn't like it. Okay, I got to take those off him because he's going to throw them at somebody. Now, if we do take... I feel like the horse can carry the wheel materials. If we find a person, because we will, won't we? Now we need 50 iron, and I've probably used it all up. No, I haven't. Give me 50 iron. 50 iron, and then I need 200 stone, 200 wood for my wheel. Oh, do I have it in here? Yes, I do. Okay. 200 wood, 200 stones. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. 200 of that. And I need a bit more stonage. We can gather that as we go. Now, what the heck can I get out of my inventory? I need more boxes. I need a bigger house. I need so many things. I don't want a repair hammer. I'm just going to put that on the ground. I bet you now we can make the chain bindings, friends. Because we've got a dude. Yes. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Give me the steel, because I don't think it's going to... I don't think the range will stretch that far. Then I can drop the rawhide bindings. And I probably, honestly, generally speaking, I'll carry 2 steel bindings everywhere I go. But really, probably 1 is enough. Wonderlust, thank you for the follow. And El Capone. Was almost 300 hours in until I discovered how good bearers are. Yesterday did an iron run and had to return to my base because my pick broke. Yeah, they're so handy. Yeah, now we've got the recipe. They're so handy, definitely. I really recommend, though, if you're going to go on a harvesting mission, if you're not doing a corrupted build, in which case you probably don't want to respec too frequently because of all the soul orbs that you need. I do recommend that you just respec for Beast of Burden. It's so handy, definitely. Hello, Limuton. How are you doing today? Good to see you. You assume I'm not Buttspot in disguise. Yes, we have been suspecting. Indeedy. Okay, let's make some chain bindings. Let's make 2. And then we'll never need them again. They don't weigh too much. We'll carry 2 with us. Nice. I can make steel truncheons now. I'm not going to because I can just harvest. I can just loot them from Seth's truncheon, which is better. And we're going to get some black ice today, so we can make hardened steel and make advanced blunted weapon fittings, or whatever it's called. I would also like to test the blunted javelin a bit. Should we learn it? Arrakis, welcome back. Thank you for 5 months. Goodness me. Thank you. How you doing? Blunted javelin. I want to try it because now apparently it's supposed to only do 1 damage as it was before. Actually, let's also try out the blunted arrows. Do I make those in my... Let's make 1 of those. Yes, 1 of them. 1 blunted javelin. And I assume the arrows I make in the carpenter's bench. Just for science, I just want to see how they do. Blunted arrows. We'll do 1 and that should give us 10. Yeah. I just kind of want to test them. So the problem I have with the blunted arrows, so you can use these to knock out a thrall. The problem I have with them is if you're using a decent bow, which has naturally just does 31 damage, and you have any points in agility, and I have a bunch and I will be maxing it out, then you'll kill them, generally speaking, won't you? Because you just do so much, like the damage multiplier or whatever. Look, it says 4 damage, you see? So the thing to do is have no points in agility and use a bow that does basically no damage, like the most basic bow, which just doesn't make any sense if you're doing a bow build. So I want to try these. We'll just see how much damage we do. I would like to see them do kind of no damage like a truncheon. That would be perfect. If they do like the teeniest bit, I could live with it, but I don't want to like almost kill my thrall. Yes, that now... Fortunately, it still says only 1, even though I crafted it with a bladesmith. Okay. All right, well, we'll try that. What else do I need to do, friends? Let's get rid of our leather bindings. Okay. Do I want to carry my repair kits? I don't really want to use repair kits because they like remove the durability of stuff. Let's repair our armor. Let's put them in here. I have so much crap on me. I'm going to get rid of Dance's stuff because if I want it, I'll just spawn it in to like transmog and stuff, you know. Don't want rare spice, not going to use that. Want to keep that. I'll put those in there. Put the dragon thingies in here. For the people that want to see me tidy, you're welcome. Rawhide bindings can go. Honestly, we don't even need to carry 2 of these. Because I'm trying to be frugal, I'm just gonna like leave 1 of them, just take 1. Because when we're in tough NPC camps, we'll get bits of steel to repair them anyway. Let's get that in there. Anything special I can get out of my inventory? Brimstone. Haven't used a repair kit yet. I kind of don't want to. Bum, ba-dum, bum. All right, so let's go kill some Boyds and steal some meat. He's going to be fine. Don't... Okay, I want to see if he tries to throw a purple lotus orb at the birds. I want to see. Let's see what happens. Everybody come with me. Let's go kill the birds. Do I have a cleaver? I have a steel cleaver with a mod on it. Let's take that. Okay. Hi, kitty. Let's go kill the Boyds, and then we'll make some spicy foods. I don't know how much it's going to help us, honestly. Make spicy foods, repair our armor before our journey. There we go. I'll drink some coffee for my poor brain. Didn't they make damage 0 for knock weapon? They did for truncheons, but in the mods, in the patch notes, it says the blunted javelin has 1. Yeah, has 1 damage. Yeah, so I don't get it. Get some explosive. That's a really good idea, actually, Solstice. We should make some demon fire orbs because we do have some volatile glands. That's a good point. You're like my memory aids, friendos. Actually, avoid repair kits now. Yeah, why bother taking the risk of losing or durability and go home and fix it? Yeah, or just take a second one. Got you tabbed up. I'm on a PvP server. You're getting raided? Oh my word. Good luck. Fight the power and all that stuff. We are the power. Okay, cool. Right, bird killing time. Bird modification. Do I have some arrows? Yes, but not the good one. Not the ones I want. Should I just use these up, actually? May as well. I'm going to want to get another bow from a box because I'm not going to shoot the bunny. Yes, because I did get a second legendary bow yesterday, but it's a strength bow, chat. It's the Eye of the Khan, which is a strength bow, which is freaking wonderful. For anyone using, like, running a strength build, it's amazing. So good. You found a 2-skull fighting Aya. Where were you? Was it in Mounds and was it at Delencia? Schizoaffective, thank you for the follow. You like the repair kits now. Before the normal ones repaired the weapons, not learned for a small amount. Now I repair the fell cutter with the ones I was given from the journey to almost full. Fair enough. We put the horse on slightly less follow distance because he was literally standing inside the crocodile that we were fighting. It was hilarious and very frustrating. Let's go a bit further along. There should be more birds. The small red bar. I hate the red bar, yeah. Ta-da. So, yeah. So now when in this age, we're going to be like, okay, my bow is like a quarter, has lost like a quarter durability. I need to, okay, I missed. I need to go get another one. Let's go kill some bosses, right? Which I kind of like, chat. I mean, I have been like skeptical about the legendary changes, but one, I kind of like change because I've been playing this game for a long time and I think it's good because it switches up my playstyle a bit. And two, can I harvest you? I just end up with loads of bows usually. I just end up with like loads of bows that I don't use. And it gives me like something to do, you know? Obviously, if you find something really special, you're just going to never want to use it. You know, if I finally get the Festering 1 axe, obviously I'm doing agility this time. Am I doing it because of the lack of because of the lack of axe on the previous playthrough? I don't know. He's already dead. I don't know. Yes, I'm happy about it. There you go. That's the summary. That's all I need to know. Okay, we got a bunch of steaks, actually. That's good. Are there any more boydies? The birds are good for eggs as well, but we're better off going to the nests near the summoning place and hitting the nests with a pick or something. If we're going to go on like a long harvesting, gathering, kind of like killing mission, we should probably do all the harvesting at the end because I'm going to use arrows as I fight and as I do things. I'm going to end up with more space in my bearer's like inventory. That seems kind of smart. I'm glad they repair any tier. I'm just going to be going home when I need something repaired anyway. Yeah, that's fair. That seems reasonable, yeah. I think that's what I've been doing. Corsair Champion Buccaneer. I see. So like, what are they called? Yeah, like, what is it called? Like a Black Corsair in Buccaneer Bay. So you found a 2-skull. Do you get anything good from him when you kill him? Or did you run away? For the beginning of the game is awesome. Yeah. Altexist. Thank you for the follow. Love the Conan videos. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks for coming over to Twitch. Yeah, we got Twitch drops at the moment. I haven't mentioned for a while. We got, what is it called? A rock nose figurine, and there's a caparison for your horse, which is like a saddle with a dust sheet. But you can display your clan emblem on it. So make sure you connect your Conan account with your Twitch. God, speaking is hard. That's this is what it looks like. This is my emblem that I've put on it, which is just a white horse. It's actually on like a checkered background you can't see. Maybe just about make it out. Maybe not on the stream. Gummy nose, yeah, gummy bear. That's it. Learned a few things from them. Thank you so much. That makes me super happy. Thank you. I got loads and loads of content coming, and I'm going to be doing the odd live stream on YouTube as well. Maybe like once a week. We'll see. Maybe more than that. Maybe some more impromptu stuff over there. Just hardened steel, 72 damage, worth it. Okay. Hardened steel axe. So not a special one, fighting iron, but not a special one, but one that I suppose if you manage to kill them, then it's a good drop. Is that it? Was it full health? Was it full durability? What are you going to do now? You've boosted her confidence. We'll never get it down from that height. Oh, bless you. Sometimes people are nice to me, Kalendros. You're just going to have to deal with it, okay? We're all just going to have to deal with it, right? So you can go back to being a troll now. Oh, chat. Anyway, right, let's squish the heads. Put the feathers in the carpenter's bench. When I used to play on servers, I have mentioned this before. When I used to play on servers, people used to say to me, you should make a YouTube channel, because I used to kind of start reeling off information to people about stuff. And I used to guide like new players. You know what it's like? There's loads of you here who do the same thing, like guiding new players. People are like, you should make a YouTube channel. I was always like, yeah, well, you know, it's the wrong time. The game's gone kind of quiet. You know, maybe a few years ago it would have made sense, you know. And now that there's all this new content and stuff, it's like a dream come true, really, you know. Being able to talk about my favourite game. It's good. It's good times. Right, let's make some spicy steaks. Spicy steak. Spicy steak. Okay, where are you, friend? Spiced steak. I'm just going to press 500 so I bring all the spice in, and it'll just craft all of them. Turn it on. There we go. How long have you been streaming? Since October, November 21, I think. I got the partner button in like 6 months. I could apply for partner in 6 months after streaming. Yep. Max durability. That's a good drop then, Fighting Iron. Definitely. Yep. Yeah, and you could, I guess you could shoot them with bows and arrows, that kind of thing. Yeah. Have you been able to try and knock him out, Fighting Iron? Because I know on single player you've been able to do that with 1 skulls. The Beast? Is that the Beast? Thank you for the follow. Not Funcom nerfing animal companions into the ground, accepting horses, then buffing their health, including horses, meaning now we have 20,000 HP. Shh, don't tell them. Shh, keep it quiet. Keep them tanky. Just like, we just have to find a way to like write over it. We'll put some like white, what is it called? What is it called, chat? Where you like Tipex? That's it. Tipex it. 60. Give Captain Landsman, you wash your mouth out. Anna has been streaming since she was 18. Now she's 60. Corner Calendros. Corner. Is this Sipter? No, this is Exiled Lands. Altexist. Yeah, Exiled Lands. This is just the jungle. What did you feed that horse? Yesterday, I promise you, yesterday he had 10,800 health. They had so on the hotfix today, animals got a health modifier of 1.6 instead of 1.2. So now my horse is like uber horse. Put a tarp over the horse before they notice. I know, yeah, cover him up. That's what I tried to do. I tried to put a tarp over him. That's what that is right there. It just wouldn't cover his health bar, unfortunately. It's official. I don't even think I tried. Yeah, I did the slices. Okay. Never had a horse die on me pre-chapter 3 when the horses were very low HP. Yes, I did. We did have horses die on Sipta, didn't we, chat? Was that pre 3.0? Maybe, probably. Yeah, probably ate one of the other horses. Listen, he's just carrying a bit of extra weight, right? He's shedding his winter weight at the moment. He's working on it, right? So don't look at me. I'm very uncomfortable over here. Right, we've probably got enough spicy stuff here to last us. Let's cook a bit more steakies, even though we probably won't eat it all. Okay. Oh my. Okay, that just insta-crafted. I love that bug. He's not going to use that much food. Honestly, I feel like 2 of these is enough, but we'll give him some more, and then if we have to, we'll just take it out of his inventory. There we go. Let's just give him a quick porking, as you know, keep him happy. Got to keep the staff happy. Right, we've got plenty of spiced steak. The horse should have mats for a wheel. We just need a bit more stone. That'll be fine. And now, yes, let's make some explosive orbs so that we can demon fire orbs, so that we can harvest some star metal if we see a star metal, like a meteor shower. I do have volatile glands. I suck at PvP, but Spot. Is it on either map? You need people to play with. You can play on our community server. Are you playing on PC, Alexis? Altexist? I'm sorry, I struggle sometimes. It's a PvE map, though. Our community server, yeah. PC. Yeah, join our community server if you want to. It's modded the same as my game, except there's also Pippi on there as well. PvE, just don't build anywhere near anyone else. If you think you're am I too close? You're too close. Just keep away from other people. That's my only request. I know everybody's like, oh, I'm going to build next to Sepamru, or I'm going to build next to Azagoth. It's fine if I'm this close. Just assume someone is going to expand their base. Because we've all been like unintentionally griefed and sometimes intentionally griefed on servers, and I just don't want any of that. I don't want people feeling that they have to spam foundations in the area, that kind of thing. You know, we've put up with it on official servers, not on my server personally. Pippi, even for single player, yeah. Pippi is a godsend. I wish I'd installed it before I started, like, unleashed the map, the server on other people. Gapaleon, thank you for the follow. Shame on PS5, I would have joined the Discord. You can join the Discord anyway, Al Capone. Yeah, you can join the Discord. It's just the server is PC because there's no crossplay. Absolutely join the Discord. Yep, we have console friendos in the community. Definitely. I'm actually planning on doing a PlayStation 5 Conan playthrough at some point. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. No, I just meant if you're on PC, like, then you'd be able to join the server. That's it. Thought Pippi had gone kaput. Why did you think that? Based on what? Always welcome on Discord too, of course. And we love screenshots of... Yes, absolutely. 100%. Everyone is welcome. And I'll have no, like, console PC war talk in my chat Discord either. Or, you know, I'll come down on you... what does it come down on you like a ton of bricks? I hate it. Right, Demon Fire Orbs. I've got 5. I mean, that will get us a bit of star metal. Can I make some more? Can I make more of these? Do I have any more flasks? We are going to buy flasks. Oh, we have them. Okay, in that case, can I pull those into here to make these? Yep. Let's do that. Hello, Sisyphus. How are you doing? Just joined Discord. Nice. Look at the pinned messages in the Conan channel. Do you have a sandstorm mask? I don't, Bulwark. No. We weren't planning on going to the Brimstone Lake, though, because there's only so much we can actually get today and carry back. And I can heal through sandstorms with my wraps, you know. Yep. Right, let's make that. I don't have any more of those though. Okay. Well, we'll get some of those crafting for later. I think we'll be okay with 5 of these, and they weigh a lot anyway. They weigh 20 for like 5. So now I just need to repair my armor, and then I guess we'll be off. God, look at the weight. Maybe I just need to run around with this bearer pack on, honestly. I could put more points into expertise, but I just really don't want to. I just don't want to. So I need iron and leather. In the meantime, while I'm in the base, I could wear the bearer pack, or I don't want to wear it in battle and that kind of thing. Dum 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 da da dum. This has been a problem yesterday as well, isn't it? Sometimes that button disappears. I don't know if I've done anything weird. Do 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 do. Ta-dum. I'm glad that these are not losing durability when I repair them. That would have been infuriating. If I had to, if things lost durability when I like repaired them naturally, you know, like things, it just doesn't make, first of all, it doesn't make any sense. And it feels like it would feel overly punishing, you know. And it's just like a basic item as well. I'm not sure about the katana and this short sword. Is that still going to keep its red bar? No. They haven't fixed it. So yesterday I crafted one of these, right? And I hadn't used it at all. And then I put a, what is it called? A weapon mod on it. I put a damage modifier on it, so it increased the damage. And then when I used it, I got the red bar. I hadn't repaired it yet. So technically speaking, it shouldn't have lost durability, right? Technically speaking. And I suspect it's because I used a weapon mod on it. Do we science it? Do we science it? Maybe. Steel short sword. So let's not put a modifier on it, like as in like a damage kit. And let's hit something and see if it instantly gets a red bar. Because this was a bug on the beta. Let's just go hit a cat. Ba-dum. Do 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 do. Because no longer are weapon or tool mods or whatever supposed to affect your ability. Have I made them despawn? No. There you go. Hey, kitty cats. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to see it yet anyway, but I just suspect we'll use it. We'll take it with us. We'll just use it. We'll have it as like a spare, and I'll just drop it if I have to. It's only steel. Wasn't the weapon mod durability loss supposedly fixed? Exactly, Keeper, which is what I'm kind of interested in to see. Because it was definitely an issue on the beta, and it was fixed. It was fixed, or I thought it was, and it was, and they it was in the patch notes. I have to say, my favourite thing to do in Conan is when the interact with button shows and you don't know why, so you spend 20 minutes looking for it. Relatable, yes. Do you know what? Where that's really happened a lot to me is like you know, in Dagon dungeon, and you kind of go past the Lemurian axe by the Watcher above. Is it the Watcher above? Yes. And I'm like, where do I click? I don't know where to click. And actually you have to click on the axe, don't you? And I'm like, where am I? And you're like clicking everywhere. Side note, one of my thralls in community service having lizard noises bug again. Oh my word. They made Pictish medium and agility set. Yes, preparing in the blacksmith or inventory, you won't lose durability. So I hadn't even repaired it yet, Bulwark. It just had a red bar when it was when it took damage. Anna, you still have a slave girl dancing for you in your house? What do you mean, slave girl? This is a professional dancer. What are you talking about? Slave girl. Outrageous. She's a volunteer. She's paid in very high fiber foods. I mean, she hasn't eaten yet, but we will feed her. We'll get to it. Do you know what I mean? But used a repair kit. No, I hadn't done anything to it. This is the crazy thing. All I did was put a damage kit on it. What about the other one? Are you talking about Stephanie? Stephanie is here to teach us about insurance. She wants to talk to us about our extended warranty. Okay, that is all Stephanie does. She is not working for us. She's just here. Honestly, we can't get rid of her. If you got, do you know someone who would like to take her? You know what I mean? She's the jazzercise instructor. Stephanie's a very serious professional. You know what I mean? Been using the spectral axe to save on repairs till higher tiers. The spectral axe. Do you mean the gas axe? Oh, spectral. I think does it look the same? Spectral axe. Did you get it from the unnamed city? Because you don't like because it's rubbish. Because it doesn't do much. I think has it been buffed? Certainly the gas axe was terrible. Oh, the gas axe has been buffed, chat, but it's corrupted. Am I going to get corrupted when I use it? That has been buffed. That was always terrible. I used to transmog it, which is silly because it looks super cool because it's all glowy and stuff. If I swing it, will I get corrupted? Not yet. It's glow in the dark, which is cool. It doesn't give you a light aura. So if I hit someone else, maybe it corrupts them. Oh, I do love my axes, honestly. It doesn't seem to corrupt me. The spectral. It's like the hardened steel tier and has no durability. Oh, I see. It has no durability. That's very cool. It doesn't just apply corruption to the people. I guess it does, yeah. Yeah, I guess it does. Some of them, though, I'm sure it says corrupted and it actually corrupts you. But yeah, the gas ducts from the unnamed city, you get that from like the skeleton bosses. It weighs nothing, which is pretty cool. Cool. That's very good. It was less than 50. It was super bad. I just used to like use it for... Let me look at the spectral one again that I just dropped on the floor. Just was so wasteful. Spectral axe. And where did you get the spectral one? No durability. Ah. Yeah, I mean 48 damage is like the old weapons. Doesn't weigh too much. Wow. That's very cool. But it is also corrupted. I guess it also just corrupts enemies and not us. It's gonna like swing it about a bit. Because certain things like the that helm, well, the black feather helm, what does that say? Is it black feather? This guy here. Doesn't it say corrupted? Cursed. Okay, so cursed things. Yeah, cursed things then will give you... Okay, so if it says cursed, it will corrupt you. And if it says corrupted, it'll corrupt others. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, we look gorgeous. Look at her. Oh, she looks like she needs a holiday. Definitely. Okay, interesting. Ba-da-da-dum-ba-dum. Let's go clear our corruption. No kits. Can you put on a kit? You can't put kits on it. Ah, interesting. Played a ton of Valheim. Hello, Kiravac. How you doing? How fun is this game? I have 7,000 hours in it. It's very boring. I hate it. Curious how it stacks up. Corrupted would make it pretty decent for PvP just because it stops people from healing. Yeah. Cursed, yeah. Holiday with a dancer or 3. Hello, Jovial. Have I mentioned how much I love the way Welsh women... do I sound Welsh to you? Honestly speaking. Somebody came in here said I sounded like I was from Leeds. People come in and say I sound like I'm from London. And then people come in and say I sound very Welsh. Then somebody said... Oh, what is his name? Cam said I sound like a Scouser. I think it depends on the day, honestly. Sometimes I do sound very Welsh, definitely. Totally Welsh, really? Goodness me. I have moved about a bunch, like, so I don't know where my accent is from. It's mixed, isn't it, really? Can someone help me? I logged out yesterday in my house with my follower. I just logged back in and my follower is completely gone. It says that he's still tied to me, but he's physically gone. Is there a way to get him back? Have you shut down your game and restarted, Coin? Because there was an issue with thralls disappearing, which apparently they have hotfixed today. Are you? I'm half Italian, Bulwark. Half Italian, half British. But I'm, yes. Especially since the new stamina stuff makes healing easier. You just sound British to me. I am British. Yes. I've never lived in Italy. What's the Midlands? You sound like the Midlands. You don't know what the Midlands is, though, Sisyphus. So to you, is Midlands mean like a not a particular accent? Is that what you think? Because that is not what the Midlands sounds like. Am I right, British people here? Tried that several times. Oh, I'm so sorry, Coin. Are they still showing in your follower list? Are they showing in your follower list? My advice to you would be just give it time and they might just reappear. Okay, you can track them on the map. If you click on that, you can see where they are. This little icon. Because I did have, on the beta, I did have a Delencia that was suddenly, I couldn't find her. And then a couple of days later, she was there. And they've just fixed it. Midlands is no, not generic British, no. There's a very specific Midlands, various Midlands accents, no. It's not just mid. It's not just average. No, it's very specific. Yep, middle yeah. So if you're Welsh, but I'm not British, and my own experience I have with Welsh is from the series Torchwood. I have lived in Wales, so I have like a bit of Welsh in my accent, definitely. Yep. Especially if I hear it as well. If I hear someone like Yuri or something, if I hear someone speak like with a Welsh accent, I will kind of maybe slip into a Welsh accent sometimes. Still on the list. Yeah, just give it a bit of time, Quinn, and keep me posted, will you? I'm interested to know what happens. Same with anyone else. Do any of your thralls reappear? Have you checked if they're on the follower list? Are they still showing? If so, I would maybe have a bit of faith and hope they'll be back. I was wondering if you were butt. Oh god, butt spot is so naughty. Okay, right, what am I missing? I got my demon fire orbs. I got some spicy steaks. Can I carry all these things? Never. Do I need to carry these bits and bobs? Where's the horse? I have so many questions. We're going to go on a big adventure, so there's a lot of prep time for it. My horse's HP. Let's take a bit of steel with us, maybe. I don't know. Am I just hoarding? Yes. Get rid of the iron. Ooh, so the sword I just made was with the bladesmith, wasn't it? 41 damage and 17. We should remake this sword, shouldn't we? Because that's kind of crappy now. Oh god, will I ever get out here? I'm carrying around a carpet. Carrying around feathers I don't give a crap about. I got teeth in my inventory. I'm carrying around these worker bees because I don't know what to do with them. Chat, save me from myself, please. I'm such a hoarder. Silver coins we want for buying flasks. Blunted arrows, we're going to try those out. I'm just going to dump stuff in here. What I need is a vault out the back that was just kind of hidden, and I just dump everything in it. That's what I want. I want a vault that just has infinite storage, so I only ever have to put things in one box. I can search for it. That's everything. Yeah, that's everything I need. You know what I mean? Am I going to remake? I'm going to remake my steel sword because it's kind of poopy pants. And I can mod it then. Make me a steel sword. Game. Steel. Yep. Let's make one of those. Craft it with a bladesmith that we got yesterday. And then I'm going to put a damage kit on it. This guy here. I can't make an advanced damage kit yet. I'm going to drop you because I don't care about you, friend. Let me make a damage kit. So without one, it's 41 and 17. And with it, it's 45 and 17. It's a nice jump up. Yeah. And we'll have hardened steel by the end of the day. Honestly, we're going to be level 60 today. Let's get the frick out of here. Any last suggestions of things I have forgotten, chat? Have I forgotten anything? Let me just check my little shopping list. Okay, I'm going to get berries, eggs for exotic feast, both of those for exotic feast, black ice for hardened steel, and a refrigerator. I'm going to go to the Dregs Obelisk to attune it, Brimstone Lake to attune it, Frozen Slopes Obelisk. We're going to go to try and kill galleon bearers for blood for sausages, and we're going to buy flasks from the market in Sepamaru. I think we should put that over here. Brimstone. So should we go to the Dregs Obelisk first, then to Sep, maybe? This is me trying to use my brain and organize it. Galleon, Dregs. We could go to the Galleon on the way. Da-da-da-dum. And berries and eggs we can get from, like, by the summoning place. Black ice, yes. So maybe we could go Galleon first, and then Dregs, and then Sep, mayhaps. Let's just get out here. Come on. Do we have all the arrows we could possibly carry? Because I don't want to be without any arrows. Just going to make a few more. I'm going to run out of arrows. I want to freaking spam the arrows, my dudes. You didn't do the steelsmith. Do you need to make the better one, the perfected? I didn't know. I didn't. Okay. I just want to use these loads today because they're super fun. And it makes us powerful. So many arrows. So many arrows. So many arrows on my bear. Where are you going to put stuff, Anna, when you gather it? I don't know, chat. We're going to deal with it as it comes. Let's just get the frick out of the house, shall we? Come on, horsey. You're embarrassing me. It's like, would you get me out of this cape? Okay, let's go. Now we have a map. Yay, we have a map. Let's go. So now we can go to the Sinkhole Obelisk. Let me get my bow on my thingy. There we go. Perfect. Pro gamer. I've got to try and get another bow today. There you go. Look at me spamming the arrows. There you go. He's going to get... I want him to get to, like, 10,000 health. I want to see if he throws a purple orb. Because if I can leave them on him, I would love that. So, we're going to go to the Sinkhole. Because we got that opportunity now. Sinkhole, and we'll go Galleon. Let's go. Hello, Anna and assorted chat folks. I love it. Are your pets? They are a little tanky. Yeah, they've got a 1.6 health modifier instead of 1.2. And my horse. Come on, horsey. Let's show him. Show the people your shame. Look at that look at that HP. That is a fully leveled horse. What were his perks? Let's see. HP, and grit. Here you go. Yeah, see how much demon blood? That's a good idea, Bulwark. Good idea. Ooh. No ammo. It's because I was using the other thingies. I don't have any... I didn't bring them on me. Okay, sir. Okay, wait, let's use the one without the mod, because I want to see if it gets a red bar. It's definitely the modifier. Definitely. Let's use the hatchet. Bone. Undead hyena head. Hyena pelt. Feral flesh. No demon blood. These are basically skeletons, aren't they? Brimstone, though. So far, no demon blood, friends. Do. No game audio. Have you got the... Is the game muted for you people? Can you hear the game? For some reason, my stream mix was down to default. No game sound. Can you hear it now? Gosh, it's such a nightmare. You can hear it now, surely. No sound. You can hear me, right? No game sound. What? We have a little look. Conan Exiles game. And that should go in. You can't hear it. Haven't been paying attention. Oh, squirrel. Is it just really quiet? What about now? You hear it? I think it was just quiet. Put your F's down. I think it was just quiet, yeah. I think that's all it was. I think it was, but it also wasn't set correctly. So my software updated. Yeah. Good. Right, let me get some freaking arrows from the studio site. Will you take some of these arrows from me, woman? Like, don't you woman me. Okay, I'm just telling you what I would say if someone said woman to me. Yeah. Did I pick them up? Yes. Okay. Level 60 today, friends. Thank you for letting me know. It's such a big help when you guys tell me when there's something wrong. If I got through the whole stream and you couldn't hear the game, I'd be, like, super annoyed. So yeah, I don't think they dropped Demon Blood because they're bone friendos. Oh, Demon Blood? Okay, yeah. Demon Blood. We got 6. 6 from that guy. Yep, okay. Good. We're just going to save the Demon Blood because we want it for maps, don't we? You hear it? Good. Gosh, all this time you haven't been able to hear the game. It's funny because we checked a bunch of stuff. We checked a bunch of stuff at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, it's just one of those things, I guess. I want to see how viable the bow is, really. I really love it, honestly. When I go back to Valheim, if we do a because we're doing a permadeath run, I'm gonna have to relearn how to use the bow in that game. I'll be like programmed to shoot exactly where I'm aiming. Wait, yes, instead of above it and whatnot. Too bad you can't invest in the perk that has more chance to give rare resources. Yeah, I suppose so. That's fair. This is why I don't like corrupted builds, because if I was on a server now, I would like, if I was harvesting, I would respec, you know, for things and stuff. I probably could do with more encumbrance for like a day like today. Maybe I could do like a bit less agility. I just like doing damage though, what can I say? It's so big armor cannot be repaired. I guess it's showing as unique, right? Yeah. Does anybody really use the Sobek armor? It used to be very well sought after back in the day. We better kill some bosses because we're gonna run out of bow durability. So sad. Where can I find a named alchemist? A bunch of different places. My favourite place to get a named alchemist is from the summoning place, which is right here on the map, not far from us. I can show you inside actually if you want to, because there's a witch doctor that spawns there, and it's a pretty decent spawn rate. Honestly, I have the most luck. That's kind of cool. Otherwise, if you take some of these purple lotus orbs, which you get from the Thrall Taker journey, just complete that. Got to start learning where these things are quickly. There you go. If you complete this Thrall Taker journey, you get these orbs, purple lotus orbs. They're purple lotus, black lotus, and a glass flask, water-filled glass flask. And you take those to Seppa Maru. We're going to be going later if you want to keep watching and find, you know, see. There is a place where there's 3 alchemists like together. They're kind of tough to knock out if you don't have those orbs, because you end up getting pounced on by a bunch of people. But if you take those orbs, then there's 3 of them there that always spawn. And you can just you could just knock them out, drag them away and kill them separately if you wanted to be super cautious. But any NPC camp where there's an alchemist spawn, they have a chance to be a named person. So that's my advice. Okay, we came here. Should we kill the Spooder? For demon. Nah, yeah, but boss fight. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we want to do first? We want to get eggs. We could get eggs. I kind of want to do that later though, because we're going to end up filling up and be very heavy. Summoning place. Yeah. I'll show you. I'll show you. We're very close to it. Sep Cities is a place. Yeah, it's a very good place. Also the volcano, but that's much later. Volcano has a whole, like, Terrace of the Tenders, which is full of alchemists up here on the map. But it's pretty tough and it's very warm in there. Surprisingly, it's a volcano. Sinner's Refuge, spawn alchemist frequently. There you go. Yep. We actually got one of our... We only have one. We got our named alchemist from Sinner's Refuge. Yep. That is down here. It's just generally a very good place for crafters. I suggest really set up, especially because they're very easy to kill, although they hit a little bit harder than they did before. But I would set up a wheel outside Sinner's Refuge and just farm that place, because you'll just get every type of crafter that you need probably from in there. Monolith, thank you for the follow. Got a name one from that spot this very morning. Yeah. Sinner's Refuge is great. Start at the end of Black Ice. I say start at the end, Black Ice, and on the way back take the other things. We were going to go to the Galleon first, weren't we? Let's go to the Galleon. Let's do Galleon. I'll show you summoning place first. It's so chaotic. I'll show you this summoning place. We'll test out. The bow is very fun in this summoning place. There's a white bunny back there. I'm going to leave the horse here. Squirrel! Indeed. Let's make ourselves... don't have any hide. I'm not going to put down a bedroll because I'm a pro... Oh, I could kill this dude. I was going to say I'm a pro gamer. But you know, famous last words, right? I'm not going to put down a bedroll because I'm so good at this game, there's no way I'll ever die. Dies, gets embarrassed, uninstalls game, stops streaming, takes on a different job. Let's make a bedroll. We'll make 2. Put down 1 here. There we go. So if I die, we're okay. This dude is like a badass at this point. He's going to be okay. Come on, friendo. I'm going to be the arrow person. Now, these people should die with 1 hit. The nice thing. So the bow is perfect here. I'll only take iron arrows. I'm a discerning person, you know. I see you there. Aiming for the neck. Okay, I'm not going to shoot the baby. I'm sorry. I love this place. Right at the back where the Yogg pit is. Is where the witch doctor spawns, yeah, the Yogg thing. There's also a chance to get a Yogg priest. Trying to see if I can tell what it is. It looks like a priest to me. I've never used a bow in here, I swear to God. It's a life, like, revelation.
Your heart
This is a legendary though, bear in mind. Iron arrows, and I've got a lot of points in agility. What are you, sir? Yog priest. So that is exactly where you can get a witch doctor. These people have been buffed. They hit harder than before, but they are still kind of little. Like, they're still quite weak HP wise. Ooh, who's that? Cook. She does actually have some other recipes. But I just can't be bothered bringing her back. So yeah, this is the place where the witch doctor spawns. I have so much luck here, generally. But yeah, Sepamaru is a really good place to get an alchemist. It's fun being strong, isn't it? It's a brute. I want him to hit me. Oh, he took like a third of my health, and I have steel theud, chat. I have my steel theud perk, which means that he can only hit me for 25% of my health. Strength weapon damage after I watch a mask. That was quite a hard hit, definitely. Called the witch doctor. Don't you dare, Nefanor. Don't you dare. Anything interesting in here? No. We'll go to the other side. Then we're going to go to the galleon. Get the most luck in the volcano. Yes, the volcano. Side secret keeper. Yep, definitely. But yeah, the volcano is like kind of end game-ish. It's very hot in there, surprisingly. Did I level? I did. Let's get some points. Ooh, what have I got? Quick-footed. Ah, so I've got my quick-footed again. So jogging, sprinting, jumping, swimming, and climbing costs less stamina and are faster, which is really handy with a bow. Just generally speaking, but I'll move quicker when I'm trying to get away from people. Ooh, I got to see some arrows. See arrows, take arrows. Ooh, we got an iron arm. Chat. I hate having to carry stuff. Okay. I'm going to have to use up my arrows because let's open that because it'll weigh less. Okay. Let's go. Adventure time. Don't you, Nefanor, don't make me time you out. Kalendros will hear this and Kalendros will be like, oh, please let me ban him. And I'll be like, you're not banning Nefanor, but you can maybe time him out. Certainly that's where the corner is. The corner is for like minor like infractions. Basically for like bad jokes, you know, if you're new here. Bad jokes, but you know, we do appreciate a bad joke. But you know, you must be punished. You know what I'm saying? this is we live in a society, right? Just delete them. Was it you, Kalendros? Yeah. Oh, you timed him out. I was kidding. I was kidding. It was more of an empty threat. Unlimited, but there you go. You see, you've got to watch out for that, Kalendros. You've made his day now. Make my day, punk. Oh my word. Poor Nefanor. Poor Nefanor. It was only 10 seconds. He saw the opportunity. Is that your first time out, Nev? Can I see that? Does it show? Where does it sit? Yeah, one time out. There you go. That's your first time out, my dude. Yep. Where do pigs like to relax? A hammock. Corner. Definitely a corner. Right. Okay, galleon time, friendos. Corner. Super corner. There you go. That's where you can get a witch doctor anyway. Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. Yes. Yes, indeed. Took an IQ test earlier today. I was relieved when the results came back negative. Yeah, corner, definitely. Free Nefanor. Nefanor was only timed out for 10 seconds. Kel is a benevolent, evil person. I haven't made a golem yet. No, I did in the sorceress thingy. Free Nefanor. Gotta watch out for that Kel. Kel basically is just waiting always for the ban hammer. He's like, please, just let me ban somebody. Someone come in that's mean so I can ban them. You know, everyone has to have a hobby, right? Yeah. So we're not even going that way, are we? Do I go fight the Spooder? What are the pros and cons? We want to get a katana. Let's fight the Spooder. And I want to get another agility bow. Well, yeah. I'm gonna use this bow up today, aren't I, at this rate? Although soon we'll be able to make ourselves a star metal bow. Am I zoomed in? Oh, I feel like I'm zoomed in. Wait, no, I'm not free. Gotta charge people to get Nephenors. Where is this? Where is Sorcerer's Place? What do you mean by that, Rubicon? Do you mean where do you learn sorcery? Shellback Hollow here. Is that what you mean? Sun does not need to go to college. It already has 28 million degrees. Corner. Nephenor, you better hurry up with the cookie baking. Honestly, like, shooting into a group full of enemies is kind of fun. Ooh, did we get a radium head? Nope, what is it? An iron head. Who is it? An iron head. I don't have any room for you, friend. I'm not going to take the head, okay? We want so we've got a bunch of radium heads, like 4 of them already. Now we'll just try and collect crystalline things, I think. Ooh, arrows. Squirrel. I could do with 2 bearers, honestly. One with all my arrows. Nice. Good job, friendo. So this is one of my favourite places to get a bearer, but there's no named one today. Loving the bow. So fun. Okay, we're gonna have to take bearer packs. Sit! Never creep up on a person. It's incredibly rude. Is the sound okay? Is it very loud? Are you alright? Let me just like crank it down for myself a little bit. I think it's good for you guys. Probably. Would you call him Bear? Would I call him Bear? What is that? Medicine Man is sorcerer, not alchemy. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, Medicine Man is yes. Air Bear? Air Bear? Instead of bearer, I'm confused. Fine. There's a Medicine Man that is an alchemist. Yeah, that's true. How do you hack? What? How do you hack? What are you talking about? Find a workaround for there not being an empty background for emblems. There's a colour that blends into the shields. Yes. So I used a for the horse. I used a checkered thingy, and I guess you could just reduce the saturation completely. You get baby pigs in this game now. I find them later. Oh, you've been able to get baby pigs for ages, Fight Naya. Definitely. You just don't see them very frequently. What was the dolphin told when he was seeking? I knew immediately what you were going to say then. When he was seeking a meaning in his life, find your purpose. Okay. Corner, definitely. Single player, you can go into admin mode. Oh yeah, is that what you're asking? If you want to know how to... Hold on. If you want to know how to go into admin mode, go into settings. This is on console as well as PC. Settings, server settings, make me admin. You can do that on single player, okay? If you're on a server and you're not an admin, you can't do it. If you are in a server and you are an admin, you have to put in a password, okay? And then you go into the admin panel, and then here you go. Here's all your like settings and stuff. There you go. So you can like fly and god and cloak and stuff like that. There you go. It's not hacking. It's called cheating or whatever. Admin. Let's take the arrows. Do. Okay, I'm going to kill the Spooder. But I'm not going to use my bow because I need to like somehow kind of like manage it a bit. Cheating! Oh yeah, cheating. She's cheating! That's it. Always a cheater. Airborne bears. Bears for the sky. I'm so confused. Jafari alchemist, usually medicine men. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. It's twice I made that pun and you miss all my hard work for nothing. Did I miss a pun? You know I appreciate your bad jokes. Never abuse your power. No. You can't do that on a server I tried on. It doesn't trust me with that kind of power. Like I would abuse it or something silly. Yeah, I'm the only one with the power. That's it. Oh, that's a lot better, isn't it? With the damage thingy. Right, you can stay here with the horsey. Da -da -da -dum. Doo -doo -doo. Right, let's go fighting with daggers. Let's go get this show on the road. See if we can get ourselves an agility weapon from this box. Can I get rid of some things and stuff? Yes, you can carry those. Those and that. Yes. What else? What is, like, that doesn't weigh very much at all. You can carry some snacks. Horse is like, oh, I don't eat meat, actually. Could I have some seeds? Colin, thank you for the follow. The artist. So, what, right, what did, let's see. Let's all have a look at what Fighting Eye said. You can get baby pigs in this game now. I find them a litre bore. I find them a litre bore. You find them boring? A little boring? Is that what you mean? Find them a little bore? I don't get you. Is that it? Did you typo in your joke? Please explain it to me. Tell the rest of the class. Come on now. Oh, God. Teacher appreciates you, you know. Would be a benevolent God watching all over the ants from above. Oh, my word. Did you know that you get PTSD from crossing a bridge, but you'll get over it? Corner thriller, definitely. A little bit. Yeah, you see? You see, it was a typo. You see, it's not my fault. You know what I'm saying? He tried! Oh, points for trying. Points for trying. Well done, fighting it. Next time I get some V5s and have a good shoot. Alright, lovely. Hands out cookies, yeah. There's a lot of people in the corner today. Make room for each other. Alright, let's kill ourselves a spider. Are we going to kill the little dudes first? We'll kill those with the bow. So, where are your friends? Because yesterday I started fighting you and I got pounced on by about 4 spooders. So don't attack me while I'm killing your friends. It's rude. Anybody else want to get murdified? There you are. I knew there'd be more. Okay, technically I've already hurt him. Right, alright, I'm ready to fight now. Let's do it. There we go. It's a revelation having this much damage with a dagger. And I never normally put points into agility. So fun. I'm enjoying the changes. And I like that his health isn't ridiculous, so I don't have to do this for like 15 minutes. It's nice, because when I'm like backing away and he's attacking, he's taking that tick damage from the bleed. 27 per tick. See, my rolling is faster now because of the agility points. Look at that. Soon we'll be springing up like crazy people. It'd be wonderful. We could fight the arena champion like already now. I mean, we could have done it at the beginning of the game. You just have to like maybe put some points in grit and use stone daggers. There we go. That was incredibly fast, if I say so myself. Do. Let's get some ichor from him. And what little demon blood it gives us. They did change. There was in the patch notes. It did say something about the skeleton keys. They already changed the way they look, though. So I don't know. Has it changed since yesterday? I don't think so. Right, agility weapon, agility weapon, agility weapon. Ideally, a legendary agility bow. Okay, thank you, game, for trolling me. We got one of these yesterday. Forge light. It's actually one of my favourite hammers because it glows on your back. It just glows generally. You see the ambience, the aura, and then on your back it lights up everywhere. Which I absolutely love. And it's like a peachy glow as well. It's lovely. Let's go give it to our friend. What is the other key? We got a key to Razma's quarters here. We haven't used it yet. This gets us into a room in Sepamaru, or like a house in Sepamaru, where Razma is, and she'll talk to us about some lore stuff. Do 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 do. Am I going to take the arms? I'm going to have to be really, like, I don't know, tough about these things, really. I don't know. Do 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 do. Okay, 24 demon blood, better than a kick of the teeth, but still not a lot compared to demon spiders, demon crocs. I wonder if they've nerfed the amount of stuff you get from a spider. It's really weird that that spider only gives me like 24, and you get like 75. Obviously, I'm on double harvesting, bear in mind, and steel hatchet with a tool upgrade kit. Only like so much less from a boss spider than from a one skull. You know what I mean? Yuki is an Age of War change. Ah, yes. I did see it on the beta, actually. I've seen it so many times now, I'd kind of forgotten. Do 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 do. So please don't put me in front of class to make a mockery of me. Ah, oh, fighting taking it like a champ. It's easier to target lock spiders when fighting with. Is it easier to target lock spiders when fighting with a bow? You mean since they made the changes? I don't know. This is too easy now. Yeah. I mean, yes. I guess so. It depends, really, doesn't it? It depends what you use, how many points you put. Spider always reminds me of the movie Arachnophobia. Yeah. English only, please, Matter. Can we delete that? It's just English only chat for moderation purposes. We're very happy to have you here. Have a nice evening to you too. Although Kel apparently speaks German. Before 3.0, you needed to be level 60 to enter Kel's stronghold. Did you? Nah. Did you? What would have held you back though, Bulwark? I never knew that. What was the prevention? You couldn't use a key on the door. Spider always reminds me of my arachnophobia, so the little ones, yeah, they will do. New key, yeah, the new key is definitely new, yeah. I just thought that they changed, okay, in the patch notes today in the hotfix, I think it said something about, wait, I have them open here. It said something about the key. Can I control F on here? Nope, can't control F in coin piles. I swear it says something about the key looking different. Did I imagine it, chat? Do you remember me saying it? Void Forge arrow, blunted javelin, katana, Taj, prying kit, text, rebinding, select, heroic treasure, images. Did I imagine it? Maybe it wasn't in today's thingies. No, maybe it wasn't. Maybe I just thought I was looking at other patches earlier. I guess not. Yeah, fair enough. When you press E on the entrance, it said, oh, it said you need to be level 60. Really? I never noticed. Remember, I wanted to kill the arena champion. I was like level 55. So I guess that is to prevent you from learning like the recipes and stuff. Interesting. They fixed the prying kit thing, yeah. So I'm just going to go to the bathroom and then we're going to go to the galleon. Quick BRB. See you in a sec. Ooh, let's do words on stream again, shall we? Seeing as I have it ready. Words. That's the thing. Click start. Type. Hopefully it works. Do I need to refresh it? Properties. I need to refresh cache. Is it gonna work? Do I need a new? Last time I had to get a new URL. Hold on a second. Copy link. I don't know why I have to get a fresh URL, otherwise it doesn't work. Words. Un momento, per favore. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Type the words that you see while I'm at AFK if you want to participate. It's just words on stream, basically. Type the words in the chat to participate and it'll appear on the screen. There you go. BRB. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. Hello, 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 hello. I have returned. I see it's like running out of time. Shall I let it play out? Let's put my phone on silent. Bum 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 bum. Nearly time. Oh. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Ready? Nearly over. But I see you writing that mutton sourdough. Sinking last hit. There you go. Well done, chat. Willie's mutton sourdough. There you go. There's your... Well done, well done, Thriller. Well done, Yellow. Well done. There you go. Nice. There you go. We'll do that when I'm AFK again, now that we're not on Steam anymore. Actually, let me double check. What does it have on the... Do 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 do. I might. Yeah, I am on Steam actually. It's my my VOD is on Steam currently. Excellent. Anna everywhere. Perfect. All right, friendos. Let's go to the galleon. Ba-da-da-dum. Okay. Adventures. Do you like doing words on Steam? On stream? It's kind of nice, isn't it? Right? Gives you something to do while I'm away. Did I miss any chats? Oh. You can make those, the golem iron stuff. That's true, yeah. We'll just have to get the better ones, won't we? Yeah. You wish you a nice evening. That's lovely. That's very nice. We do, you do understand, though, we have to keep it English only for, like, translation purposes. And sometimes Kilendros isn't here, so... Empress, I need to head to bed. Early start tomorrow, thanks to Tim. Oh, right, lovely. That's a very early start. A very early night. Good luck with your early start. Thank you so much for being here. When pressed E in the entrance. Yes. Glad they fixed the prying kit. After learning golem construction, you have recipes to learn the sorcery tab. You learn stone and iron, brimstone, tar coating. Yep. What are the mods? Yep. Thank you for that, Mutton. They were listed in the chat. Bad word, I can't say I saw that word. I mean, I didn't know. I don't know what the word was, obviously. Saw a word, but I think it would have auto-modded it, yes. I'll have a consonant, please, Anna. Bless you. Hello, Thermal. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Alrighty, friends. Let's go to the galleon. Murdify some bearers. Whenever we pass a boss today, we're just going to murdify them so that we can so that we can stock up on weapons. I really need to get another agility bow. I should be very sad when this one gets guided. Yes, absolutely. I should be a bit more kind of frugal. English only be put extra. Using everything speak American. Listen, I don't speak that freedom language of yours. You know what I'm saying? Speak only like non-freedom language here. Imagine if American English was banned. Basically, there'd be no one in chat. Where am I going? The galleon. I'm going the wrong way, chat. Excuse me. Everything's fine. I am an excellent navigator. Wait. Sorry. Let's go. Yes, this way. Da-da-dum. Day Lordy. I'm Romanian. American is anything but free. Well, you know, it's just because my friends like to say freedom units. And I find it very funny. Can I get more water while I'm here? It's very funny. I like to say for the freedom friend. As an American, it's fine. It's not really a language. That's funny. You mean English or American English? I would just speak with OP. Oi brevs. Oi brevs. Oi. Ooh. The gazelle just literally just fell down. Is there a spooder near you, friend? Did you have an accident? What happened? Oh, it's a crocodile. I see. There's the creepy snake in there. Cruel killer. Right, to the galleon. Scottish living in America. I bet they love you. Everybody loves a Scottish accent, honestly. Am I right, American friendos? I can speak British, just start everything with oi and add use to every word. Okay. Come on now. You have no idea? Yeah, but they love you. Definitely. Such a lovely accent. Tankinovsky, thank you for the follow. I'm sure US English will be very different in 100 years for all the nationalities. That's an interesting question. Yeah, I wonder. Definitely. I mean, there's so many different accents. Are you talking about language rather? I mean, yeah, obviously language is always evolving, isn't it? English is always evolving. Definitely. Just be wary of the voice activated elevated. Oh, so that's the only thing, I suppose, having a Scottish accent, is that the AI things might be like, please could you try again? I have no idea what you just said. For real, upper class Scots accent is like the most trusted there is. Yes. Nothing voice activated works for me. You see, I'm all right, you see, because I kind of like, I was raised by teachers, so I enunciate pretty well, mostly, which works pretty well in this kind of job, I suppose. 11. 11. Any language like 100 years ago, Jim was quite different, but we consider incredibly stuffy today. Yeah, exactly. Language is constantly evolving. Yep. So with our tanky horse, we could pretty much take him anywhere we want to, can't we? Let's get our thingy here. Sir, madam, could you... I swear my horse has irritate. I want to see if I get the bar. Yeah, I'm sure... Look, I'm sure it would be... I'm sure... Ooh, gimme. I'm going to use this because sometimes you can get a decent named person here. There is a chest nearby and there's a spider nearby. Should probably kill the spider. Do I really want to pick up our arrows? Really, we want to use our arrows up at this point because we brought so many with us. Killed by a bleeding landsman. That is one of the main inspirations for our bot's name, by the way. You thought it was just Valheim. There you go. But in the UK there are many nationalities also. You know, there's a lot. It's a very multinational, multilingual, multicultural country, definitely. Absolutely. Thank goodness. Food is great. Let's kill the Spuda because it's quick and there's a box. There's 2 boxes around here. Should I put you on unfollow? He could help me now. Especially because he has so much health. You can stop following. I mean, you could get involved. You're just going to be in the way. He's like, all right then, but I've got my cape on. Let's kill him with the daggers. I don't think we have a second pair of these daggers. I feel that there's a reason and like for me to specifically farm like world bosses a lot more, you know, in a way that there hasn't been for a while, because you just get the thing that you like and then there's no point, is there? How do you guys feel about it? Have you like come around to the legendary thing? And some of you are like always going to be salty, which I get. But I'm alright with it, honestly. But I don't know. I have faith in them, you know. Can you come over here, bud? Everybody, yep. Just have a gentleman's agreement to like walk over here. He will really hurt you, chat. They have made them. They have less health now, but they hit a lot harder, which is why I have the Steel Feud perk. So if you haven't fought any bosses, don't be fooled. If you don't have this Steel Feud, like the Red Mother, the White Mother. I'll just go through all the colours in my head. The Red Mother will like 2-shot you in heavy armor. Like, be aware. Epic, like, amazing stuff. Look at all that good stuff. 23 Ica though. 23 Demon Blood. Here's the box. Right. Agility weapon. I'll take a bow. If not a bow, daggers. If not, a katana. A bow, yes! Oh, wait. Please be agility. Strength! Oh my god. Chat. This is the second strength bow I've had. So Eye of the Khan and Bessie's bow both have power draw and are strength weapons. For frick's sake. What is this shenanigans? Am I going to have to respec to a strength build just because it's what I have? Denied, I know. Okay, so Bessie's bow is 26 and 9. Let's just check out. Let's just compare Eye of the Khan. I'm going to drop it. I'm just going to have a look. Who's cheating? Yes, I'm cheating. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Right, Eye of the Khan has 26 and 9. Bessie's bow is identical. Squeakathon. 3000 durability. Squeaky shush. Squeaky what is it? Hello? Fluffy? What's the matter? Are you having a crisis? What's the matter? Come here. Come. Come and have a scritch. Come here. Come here. Squeaky. She's sitting on the bed, staring at me. Just so you know. Reach of the Red Mother is nerfed. Okay, so let's drop Eye of the Khan. We can double check that it's agility. But it has been nerfed for the first time in, like, forever. Squeaky. Because it doesn't have 30 armor pen anymore. Squeaky, what is wrong with you? Yeah, agility. Still going to be the best, isn't it? 34 and 9. Kari bow. Shenanigans. Yes. Iron Jesus. Yeah. Wonder what kind of bow is the Kari bow. I would prefer if they did the repair changes the other way around. Can't repair stone and bone, iron and steel will eventually use a max durability. Legendary weapons and no durability, because right now it's kind of like those two rocks on a stick last forever, but that magnum opus is the magical master smith of a forgotten race just breaks. Wow, that's very poetic. Yeah, so Reach the Red Mother is agility. Is my game frozen? My game is frozen. Squeaky, did you do that? Why did you break my game, Squeakyfin? She's like, I didn't do anything. Yeah, it's broken. It's not using my CPU at all. Ending task. Maybe we'll get lucky, and when I restart the game, we'll have the key, and we'll get to re-roll on the box about the harpy from the Jill. Are you talking about the hollow bone bow? Cat mandated. Yes. I don't know what's wrong with her. She's got her toy on the bed. Her like stuffy toy. What am I saying? Stuffed toy. She's got a stuffed toy and she's just meowing at me for attention. She's got a bowl full of food. Squeaky, what is wrong with you? Come here, baby. Come here. Come on. Come on, Squeaky. What's the matter? What's the matter? Hey, come here. What's the matter? Are you having a personal crisis while I load up the game? What's wrong with you, Fluffy? Hey, what's the matter? Are you sad? Hmm? What's the matter, Fluffy? She's like, let me hold her. Squeaky-fin. She's looking at the desk. She's like, oh, this is messy. I would never have such a messy desk. Hey? You just want attention. Hmm? Kiki. Hi. What's the matter? Can I put you down now? Yeah? Okay. There you go. Harpy's bow and hollow bone, both agility. Cool, thank you, chat. Yeah, Squeaky. She's so funny. I don't know what's wrong with her. Little fluff. She's like, I picked her up and she's like super chill. She's like, oh, this is nice. Yesterday we did have a full like my whole PC like had the blue screen of death, which is why like the last VOD on the oh my god, oh god, wait, he's respawned. Does that mean, do I still have the key? Do I still have the key? No, I don't have the key. Sod it. Okay. Spooder has respawned. I repeat, Spooder has respawned. Can we all move over here, please? Because I can't see what's happening. Over here, please. That would have been kind of cool. Although I do want the bow, because when we do a strength build, that is going to be really nice. Note to self: if you relock, mind you, we didn't have a choice. How much damage I do? I do have a lot of points in agility. These are legendary daggers, so obviously legendaries have been buffed, right? But they're just not repairable. So they're not just the same as before. I'm doing like 75 with each hit. My Thrall also has a legendary.
My claws are sharp. Are yours?
Here we go. Nice. Kari bow is an agility. I don't want an Anacam, but I want a cat cam. One day we'll have a cat cam. One day we'll have a cat cam, I think. So the box is back. Oh, we got daggers. It better be agility, oh, I swear to God. Gouging. What does gouging do in this game? Oh no, is it frozen again? Okay, it's fine. Well, I got a replacement for my daggers. 44 and 19. 44 and 18. So these are durable. So these have a lot of durability, which is brilliant. These have a lot less durability. Bleed and durable. Bleed and gouging. What does it do? Should only replace it in the west to get feathers. In the center of the map, yes. Which is not what you asked. In the center of the map, by the summoning place, opposite the summoning place, there's loads of egg nests, and you're not far from it if you're in the west. Depends where you are. One of mine likes to be squished. Bear hugs are his favourite form of attention. Oh, Kitty's so sweet, honestly. Yeah, that's my favourite place to get feathers and eggs, really. Yeah. Where else, chat? Can you think of anywhere else with birds? I can't really, off the top of my head. Eagle nests. Eagle nests up high. Yeah. I know of eagle nests, like, around this kind of area, I think. But yeah, these bird nests are so useful. You can hit the eggs with a pick as well, or, like, star metal pickaxe or something like that. Whatever you've got that's best. Okay. Alright, well, we managed to get 2 weapons that are useful. I'm going to get rid of any iron stuff. We're going to have to be, like, tough. I want the Ichor and I want the Demon Blood. And you, sir, are probably only going to have 2 stacks. I'm going to leave 3 on him. He's going to burn through that. Although we could make more. When we have to, we'll get rid of, like, a stack of gruel. Bum, ba-dum, bum. You have to climb. That's true. Yep. Also, the bat. Yes, maybe? The bat in the unnamed city. There's a bat boss at the aviary. Where is it? The aviary here. In there's a bat boss who's a flesh creature, so you could like cheese him with daggers. Roll when he does his like bouncy attack thingy. Bats will work. Yeah, bats. Oh, and there's loads of bats around him actually, like lesser bats all around this kind of curve here. Yeah, I would go there. Yeah, they're not too bad. Maybe try not to get knocked off the edge. Do you know what I'm saying? That might not be ideal. All right. All right, so let's put away the thingies. We're going to make it... We should have enough. Let me just top up this stone while I can. I know I'm not using a pick, and a pick is the optimal thing to use. Just want you to know. I know. And yet, here we are. Do. I'm a stubborn woman. Didn't know bats give feathers. I'm pretty sure they do. Chat. Squirrel. Wonder if obsidian weapons with bladesmith would have more damage than legendaries. So on the beta, I intentionally didn't use legendaries. Because I wanted to because I was like, I feel like people are going to avoid legendaries, you know, or maybe. Depends, right? Depends on how salty you feel about stuff. So we use star metal katana for all the tests, and I just destroyed creatures and things, bosses and whatever. So, you know. Gonna drop you. I'm gonna drop you because I can eat the pork. That only weighs 5. I just like keeping these things all together, honestly. Oh, reach the Red Mother. We spawned in. Bessie's bow we got, and the Heart's Blood, which is great. I'm glad I've got another set of daggers now. We can put those on the horsey. Should have brought a second Seth's truncheon for Heth. Wait. Heth. Okay, cool. Right. So, to the galleon. Let's go position our horse somewhere. Where do I want to go? Yeah, this way. Again, I mentioned this yesterday. This is brimstone. If you live in this kind of area and you want a bit of brimstone, some here. Just we talked about this looking like cinder toffee yesterday. Now I really want cinder toffee / a crunchy. They do. Okay, I thought so. Yeah. Ooh.
You picked the wrong camp, mate.
Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum-dum. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. I'm not going to pick up any more arrows. I'm just not. We brought so many that technically we're relying on using them now. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't think Superarcade looks at the wiki. Doesn't say. Well, are we going to have to kill a bat today and find out? Unless somebody else does. If you go to the Unnamed City today and you happen to be near the bats, let us know if they drop feathers. I feel like they do. It kind of would be weird if they don't. They don't drop it. Bat, demon head, bats. Okay, there you go. Bats don't drop it. Yes. I mean, these ones do, but they're harpies, aren't they? And there's also feathers, nests and stuff like that. And that's also very tough and cold. Okay, so bats don't. Yeah, I stand by this one being my favourite place to get, like, feathers and eggs, though. Also in the jungle, which is completely the opposite of West. There's loads of, like, shoe bells and things like that. Yes. How do you move the mini-map? The mini-map is from Hozav's UI mod. And I think you can adjust the positions here. You see here, you can change these numbers and it'll adjust it. I've moved it there, like, intentionally. Yep. I've got it on custom. There you go. Like saying chicken has milk. What, saying bats have feathers? I suppose so. Wait, the children of Jill do because they are harpies, not... They do, definitely. They definitely do have feathers there, don't they? I'm certain of it. Right? Bum, ba-da-dum. Going up to the ice aviary right now. There you go. I'm pretty sure they do. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. But yeah, verify and let us know. That sounds good. Let's eat some snackies while we're here. Ba-dum. Doo-doo. I feel like this guy could be a... What are you, blacksmith? Yeah. You get named blacksmith here. I have never used a bow in the galleon.
Pokey pokey, mate.
Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. So, I guess we're taking you guys with us because you're both tanky as fudge. Do-do-do-do. But I should put down a bedroll. Bats do not have feathers. Okay. I will go back to school. We were talking about the demon bats. We were talking about the demon bats in the Unnamed City. That's true. I tried just through my first floor, but not my foundation. Are you saying this is progress, Starbird? Also, hello. Did I use a whole stack of arrows? This is good. I'm going to regret that. Got so many. Come on. Do I have to drag them onto every time? Do. I don't know why I killed it. I just felt like it, chat. Sometimes I like to murderify. So we're going to kill bearers, unless we see a named one. Can I shoot you through there? Yeah, apparently so. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. That could easily be like a useful person, but now I've shot him, I can see that it isn't. Do-do-do-do-do. I am going to take the packs because we want blood from these people. I don't actually remember. I don't think tier 1s will ever give you blood. Is it tier 3s, chat? Will give you like 500 blood. I don't know. Use R, maybe bow will reload. Oi, oi, oi. Deadpool, thank you for the follow. Machine bow, Anna, yes. It is better. Oh, that's something. Yeah. I didn't see anything about the Nemedian foundations or stability in the patch notes. In terms of... Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Look at dances with swords. It's like so unusual, isn't it? They've had daggers forever, haven't they? Does anyone remember a time in the past when dancers didn't have daggers? Question mark. My single player spent hours hunting down bearers just so I didn't have to make alchemical base and got nothing. Now I'm not even at the point that I need alchemical. Bearers gave me 1500 already. Yeah. Yeah. So it's just good to kind of like incorporate it into your gameplay, just to kind of run through here and the den. Personally, I think so. Always. If I shoot them with my like uncharged attacks, I can see if they have any gold in their hotbar. Come on, horsey. Do. So when we tested it on the beta, we ran in here and we didn't aggro like everybody. You pushed me out the way, sir. We didn't aggro everybody, and like usual, which is kind of cool. I want to roll backwards, but I will die if I fall. I should keep my arrows on my hotbar so I can keep track of how many I've got.
Soon my teeth will taste your throat.
I can learn this banner, can't I? Yeah. Can I get you over here, my dude? Because you're like... Come on. I want to see if they de-aggro. Like, everybody here would be chasing us right now, wouldn't they? What is that accent? Oh no, this is bad. That's bad. Watch your flanks. Who says flanks? No one says flanks. Okay, I might switch to my weapon, my sword. Only because it's dark. Get off my horse. You're not even gonna chip into him. He's gonna be like 6 years before you kill that horse. And he likes it, honestly. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum. Doo-doo. I feel like the short sword kind of benefits a lot from the lock-on. Screw you. Should be a bearer pack. Where is the bearer? Bearer's up there. I'm not even at the top yet. Horse is like, some people tickled me with their swords and I didn't like it. I don't want people to tickle me anymore. Would you stop the manner? It's a pirate accent. My mistake. You see, I'm just not, I'm not knowledgeable enough. A voice actor who did poor research. Fair. It's a Midland pirate. Yes. Now we've established that people think the Midlands is like just a very average, rather than a very distinct kind of accent. It's hilarious. To anyone British, just would not. I just wouldn't think you wouldn't describe them as that at all. Only from the British Isles. I'm gonna try and take all the breathing potions. They're going to come in handy for Dagon, which is kind of tough to breathe in these days. You mean underwater, Anna? Ooh, a tier 3 bearer. Alan Partridge is here. We tried the wisp yesterday, the one that you can attach to yourself. And I didn't like it, really. It wasn't my favourite. Because it just kind of was a bit distracting. There we go. Actually, I'm an excellent sailor, sir. How dare you assume? The one thing I haven't seen addressed is the fact that the glowing goop torches have the legendary border. It doesn't say legendary, right? No, utility. So why does it have the legendary border? I think that's a mistake and probably needs to be updated. Midland, puts a Midland pirate accent. Sounds more like an educated street urchin from Burgundia. I see. Could have been a German actor because Flunk is the German one, and it's pronounced like Flunker. Handicap Mart HP is bananas. 34,000. Starboard is hacking. 34,000. What did you do? Did you re-roll your perks? I bet you did. Did you elixir rebirth, or did you level really, really well? What did this guy get? We got unflinching fit and primal resistance. We got like if this one, what is it, hallowed or something? Because it's from a recipe. Yeah. I don't know. I still don't think it's right. Do you, Bulwark? 52 bit? Same as before. Why? The Dredger. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I don't think it's right, though. I don't think it's right. I'd be interested... Is there anything else? Like, so when we learn, like, Serpentmen... when we learn Serpentmen daggers and things like that, or the Kinscourge weapons... Hold on a second. Science time. Science. No, that's epic. It should be epic at the most. Tellus Sorrow. What else is there? Serpent Men. What are they called? Serpent something. Serpent Man. They're epic. I think it's a mistake. I think they've been miscategorized. Anything else? Kari. The ones you can make are epic. The ones you loot are legendary. Did I just accidentally give myself one? I didn't. Did I click on you? Nope. Nope. Let's get some more arrows. Drop screenshots in the Discord for proof. Oh, yeah, let's see this crazy horse. There are a few mistakes. The Godbreaker armor is legendary now, except for the chilled that's still epic. That's crazy, isn't it? Oh, yeah. That is weird. Does it say legendary on it? Nope. Heavy armor. Stamina. Oh, see, it does say legendary, yeah. Isn't that weird? Different armor value. Has it always had different armor value? Different durability. Interesting. 30 weight. 34 weight. Chilled weighs more. 5,760 durability. Godbreaker has 7,200 durability. Interesting. Don't cross-check themselves. You'd think the same person would have, like, done it, though. It's Friday, and I just wanted to get through his to-do list. I could relate to that, honestly. They were all doing garbled impersonations of Robert Newton playing Long John Silver in Treasure Island. Yeah. That's it, isn't it? Like, everybody does, like, bases their pirate accents now on those early films, right? Facts. All right. That's like, so now people think that's how just British people sound. Hello, sir. Please, could you not? Could you? I got one of those too, you fudge. That was a cook with a mace. The horse is like, stop hitting my new outfit. I like it. Everybody would be pouncing on us right now. I'm not hitting my friend here. Yeah. Who is orbing? Oh, no, don't use the orbs. Don't use the orbs. Give me the orbs back. I wondered if he'd use them. We wanted to test it. He's unconscious. I was like, who is orbing? Who's... Is anyone else unconscious? No. Stone. We're going to leave stone. We'll take failed sorcerer spell pages. We can now place the sorcerer's heads. We can't believe we wasted them. They also had a durability bar on them when he had them in his inventory. Well, that was a waste. Well, we wanted to test it though, didn't we? We just randomly started using them, which is interesting, isn't it? I've heard the Irish accent in movies considered yourself lucky. Yeah, I know, absolutely, definitely. Italian accents as well. Kind of a victim to that sort of thing, aren't they? I've seen Dolmio adverts. If it's any comfort to my English friendos, listening to Yankee actors doing southern accents here in the US. Oh, in the US is painful. Yeah, I bet. I can imagine, actually. Leo Butcher. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Meat tenderizer. Oh, you sounded like that chimney sweep in Mary Poppins. Of course, definitely. They don't cross-check, so fluid press would be nice right now. For all the heat, yeah, wouldn't it? For all the human flesh. Definitely. I think when they change stuff, they have different pools, it's all lumped together. Lord Falco. Falco? Thank you for follow. It's like Test Anna. I feel like the names have been extra complicated recently. Either that or I'm like... my language skills are like diminishing. Like the last few days. Which maybe means... Are you on attack nothing? Hello? What is wrong with you, sir? Are you having a break? So I'm smoking a cigarette. I nearly said a different word that we would say colloquially in the UK. It's not appropriate for Twitch. Still laughing at who's orbing. Good night, we'll have fun. Alright, lovely. Sleep well, sleep well. Gosh, it's so late, isn't it? I slept so late today, chat. I slept so late. I'm going to be up all night. Has he got 2 bows? Did he have 2 bows on his back? The bow and arrow in this place is wonderful. I am loving it. Look how fast I move because of my perk. Come on, you loser. Look at him. This guy would be attacking us. We'd be like surrounded by all these archers. Been really enjoying the bow, and now I'm going to have to try and get myself another one. What kind of, if you use a bow, what kind of arrows do you use, chat? Do you just make iron ones? Excuse me. Do you have a particular one? Guikvin, what is wrong with you? Why are you so needy? Excuse me. For real, when you were going to drop that word for a smoke, I was shocked when someone asked me for one last time. I was over there. It's what we said in school, honestly. It's just what we. It's just the word for it. It's just the word.
My claws are sharp.
Yeah.
Are yours?
Yeah. Got up early at 6 AM, passed out at 11. My day's confuzzled. My day's so confuzzled, yeah. I just one butt up. As I don't usually use bow, I just spam stone arrows. If I use a bow, it's probably paired with snake arrows, so I'm probably not particular about the bow, yeah. Explosive arrows on everything, really? Highest damage arrows normally, well, highest I can craft. Dragon bone arrows. Dragon bone arrows isn't a bad idea. Given that we'll, like, be killing the dragon a bunch. Look. She's only just aggroing. What a change. My neighbour is doing, like, I think they're having their bathroom redone or something. I feel like I can smell, like, the stuff you use between tiles or something. Maybe the kitty smells it and is, like, perturbed or something. Maybe that's why she's complaining. Did you have the window open? Ooh. Was it the captain? Who is it? Captain Joshua. One piece of blood. I'm not even gonna pick that up. God, I used all my arrows already. I'm using a lot of arrows in these big NPC camps. I'm gonna drag them every time. It's the same type of arrow, you fudge. While we're clearing a space, look how many arrows I brought with me, chat. Do you think it's too many? No, tell me honestly. Did I bring too many arrows? No? Okay, I didn't think so. Come on. Yesterday I thought I brought enough and we ran out so quickly. What I need, I suppose, is ones I can just craft on the go, you know? Right, did we get all the... We did get all the packages. Now where are we going to go? What's next on my list? Bearers. So we could go to the den as well. Someone is attacking somebody. Excuse me, sir or madam, could you... Oh, they're all respawning. Squirrel.
I said, did you see that?
I'm going. I'm leaving. Leaving now. So, see ya. Bye-bye. I don't think we were in there that long. Was it 15 minutes? You never have too many arrows. You definitely have to... Yeah, definitely. So arrows because they're cheap and poisonous. Yeah. Perfect amount, yeah. It's probably the mastic silicate. Yeah, the silicon I can smell. The grout. That's it, the grout. Yeah. Star metal arrows or loot razor arrows when I can. Dragon bone. We need a sorcery spell that chills out. Kudos when we get the materials. Yeah. They're so aggressive. Have you leveled up? Yeah, he's level 14. One of the reasons why I wanted to like level him was because he levels quickly. Okay. I didn't try the blunted arrows, did I? So we need to attune the obelisk at Sep. We need to go to the frozen slopes. We need to go to the market at Sep. I want to go to back to the summoning place, but later. Summoning place. Dreg's obelisk. What should we do next? We did that. Did. Bum ba da dum bum. We could go back to the summoning place. But I kind of want to do that on the way back, because we're going to fill up on berries and things, aren't we? I want to kill bosses. Let's go kill the croc boss, I guess. And maybe the tiger. So we need to get some legendary stuff. I am grout. Yes. Definitely. I don't really want to fight that bug over there. These are like a decent source of ichor. Okay, so... Croc boss. Let's go fight him. We could fight the boss back there, but he's a poison friendo, and I just don't want to mess with that shiznit. You know what I mean? Dum da da dum dum dum. Go on, Hest. I'm very happy these super tanky because Delincia, the relic hunters start with like 1,700 health. Is very low. Delincia, what was she like? 2.5 or something? 2.7? Kind of bad. I want to see how they level, but I wanted to level him first just because he's a quick leveler. And he could be our tank for all the gatheringness and stuff. Right. Kitty cat fighting. Shall we fight Thunderfoot? Are you heading all the way over here? Okay. I don't have any hide. I don't think so. Do 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 do. Kill a gazelle or something. Just want to put down a bedroll like as I move around the map, so it doesn't take me 6 years Nice. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Do 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 do. Hi, kitty cat. Poor horsey.
Have you nothing better, pup?
I'm pretty sure they're going to nerf the horse's HP. Right, let's get some hide. Do we get regular hide? Nope, just feline. Fight Thunderfoot at your own risk. He's invincible on console. Is he? Is it because he's invisible? I can do it because I have Steel Feud, so I only have he can only hit for 25. I can solo him. Should we solo him? Let's do it. That is the plan for this build. I'm gonna solo him with daggers. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum. Elephant hide I definitely want to keep. That weighs 5. Definitely want the elephant hide. We'll drop the regular stuff. Thick hide I also kind of want to keep too. I think I can hear my cat snoring. Just wanted to let you know that. In case you were curious. These weigh a lot, don't they? 14. Okay, we'll make do with this for now. I want to, like, we can get rid of the coins, but when we get rid of the coins, we're going to end up with loads of, like, glass flasks and stuff. Okay, perfect. I'm going to leave these guys over here because I want to fight them by myself. So I'll leave these dudes. I guess we'll do the cat first. So this is a decent place to leave our bed. Nope, I didn't want you to do that, lady. Let's leave you here. And the horsey. Come on, buddy. He's on like a fairly long follow leash so he doesn't stand in my way. Doo-doo, doo-doo. And that's how her solo career began. We fought him yesterday, solo. Ba-dum, ba-dum. But we need to kill, like, farm these world bosses. We didn't have Steel Feud when we fought him last time, I think. Did I level up? Yep. So everything in agility now. Everything else is spent. I'm just trying to get to that final one. Rolling thrust. Tim, thank you for the follow. Hello, sir? Oh, he's in the water. Hi. Go on, attack. There you go. The reason I got Steel Feud is because I want to fight all the bosses and all the dungeons solo on this playthrough. Because I think that's, like, really the nicest thing about the Age of War. The nicest changes is the damage that we do. And I did it with a... What did I do? Like a Star Metal Katana last time? On the Age of... on the beta. It was pretty quick. Let's get our key. And we'll check the box, go back to the thralls, and I'll fight Thunderfoot. It was quick, right? Raid time is over. Did you manage to... How did it go? Did you keep your stuff? Or did you not get raided? You see, I like to play this game. I like to be friendly and peaceful when I play this game. Stream is good. Stream is good. Ooh, we got the love tap, peeps. Interesting. Guess we'll have to try that out. Come on then, sir. The love tap is a concussive mace, I guess. What is it? Yes, a club, basically. So it has the same moveset as a club. I prefer Seth's truncheon. It's better. Let's go give this love tap to our friendo to carry. Love this game just started about 2 weeks ago. I have such great memories of like the first time I played it, so I'm kind of envious of you because it's such a great adventure. 7,000 hours later, I'm still playing, so I hope you enjoy yourself. Victor, thank you for the follow. We stopped a 10-man clan getting in. We do have an unraidable base in North Aqua. Nice, good for you. Well done. Do 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 do. What do we do, friends? What do you weigh? 4.55. Ba-dum. Do-do-do. I feel like, honestly, I could do with more encumbrance. I mean, I could wear the bearer pack. I think I'll put the bearer pack on after the fight. Maybe. We'll see. Let's go fight Thunderfoot. Unraidable base. Famous last words. Yeah. Brothers. Brother Butters. Thank you for follow. Hard when there's only 4 of us online. Just past 800 hours. Starbird. So nice. He's like been stomping around the place here. So this guy is like, he was about 25,000 HP before. And apparently he's invisible on console at the moment, which is somewhat terrifying. You can't be coming out of my animation. I have passive regen. Oops. Woo. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. I need an agility, like, sword. Like katana, ideally. What is it? Masashi's Blackblade, right? Oh, kudo. Well, look at that. He's working with me. Yeah, you fight him. Wish our pets was as big as the wild animals. Yeah, yeah, that's true. When you get like an elephant and it's much smaller. Are they smaller? Was there ever a time when pets were like the meta for PvP? As someone who didn't really do PvP. Was there a time when you used to be like, oh, you've got to go around with like a bunch of white tigers or something? Well, I guess you couldn't go around with a bunch back in the day, could you? I suppose putting them around your base would have been good because they're cheap to get. You didn't have to level them back then. Greater elephant is very small. The mammoth is huge though, right? Oh, I've got to make sure we don't get hit before we... There you go. We have a ceiling base that can't bomb one bubble up. They can't arrow up. Oh, I see. Be very interested to see the new purge stuff in chapter 2 and the siege in chapter 3. With a katana, I think I would have killed him by now. My star metal one. Should we give it? Should we use the sword a bit? I just don't really like the short sword. It's so, like, precise. Could do the bow. But I feel like this guy will be the demise of my legendary bow. So I can now lock onto sections of him. Does that help the bow? So I tried to roll then. I actually pressed my roll button and it wouldn't let me. I don't like to lock on because of dodging generally. Okay, we've okay. I don't want to like fight everybody. Doo-doo. 56. Ooh. Yep. Don't have any points to spend. We'll be level 60 before the end of the day, so we'll get the old star metal going. We're going to go and get some black ice, and we'll probably get some star metal today. And then we'll be ready. Yeah. Oh, the greater rhino is the same size. What do you think the mount is going to be? Someone said yesterday they thought it was going to be the boar. Was it the wolf? The dire wolf? I forget. What did somebody say? Because there is a skin in the battle pass. What are your predictions, chat, for the next mount? And I don't know when we're going to get it either. I don't think they've said, right? So one of the things I like about agility is the speed at which you roll and you recover from a roll. And as we're like leveling, we're putting more and more points into agility. It just speeds things up, which is great for these situations. Otherwise you kind of roll quite slowly in a strength build. It's still fine though, honestly. We did try everything that I'm putting points into here on the beta. I tried using strength instead of agility, and it was totally fine. In light armor, particularly, I used the light Darfari armor, which I crafted with a shield, right? Okay, sir, could you not hit me? So I do have a resurgence perk. Intentionally for like bosses. Could you not hit me while I'm crafting? I'm probably going to be over encumbered in a second. If I'm not careful. Just like the daggers because of the movement. Yep, there's the encumbrance. Oh wait, how can I roll if I'm... Hey, I can't roll if I'm over encumbered, that's the only thing. I can still fight. Just testing it now, really. Sir, could you just give me my key now, please? So it's interesting. It seems like they've decided that not all daggers are going to be... presumably not all daggers will be agility, because not all bows are agility. Some of them are strength now. Unless there's an error. Yeah. I'd be interested to see. I don't think we found any daggers that are strength, have we? Otherwise it kind of... Thank you. Otherwise it kind of doesn't mean too much anymore, right? Guess we'll have to deal with this dude. This is why we have a short sword with us. We can just deal with you. Sir! I'm so glad these guys don't take as long to kill though. Sir! Hurry up! Come on, I've got stuff to do. I have shopping to do. Venom infused war axe. The person respec their character. Oh yeah, absolutely. On if you're on single player, if you click on wait, where is it? Settings, server settings, make me admin. Then you can just click on reset attributes. Otherwise you have to make a potion of bestial memory, which you learn when you make an alchemist bench now. It's just a recipe in the game. And you can craft a potion, that potion to reset your attributes, and then you can just respend them, basically. Hello, Kit. How you doing? Elephant killed her entire family. It deserved what it got. Yes, exactly. Definitely. Thanks for that support. Let's wear our bearer pack to give us a bit of extra encumbrance. Get ourselves a bit of things and stuff. Elephant hide, always very helpful. Skeleton key, which is what we're here for. Seth, thank you for the follow. Hello, Tone. Hello. Poor elephant. Yes. Poor victim. Venom-infused war axe or star metal war axe opinions? Well, you know I like my venom-infused stuff, really. Depends, really. We could craft them with the bladesmith and make it do a side-by-side. I like the venom-infused. I think it just has... I don't know, it's just so much better. Because you get the bleed and you get the poison. Oh, you better run. You better run, friend. Let's go back to our people. On Xbox PvP official server. Thank you for letting me know. You can glamour it to look like a star metal axe and have best of both. That's true. Yeah, if you want the appearance, definitely. Facts. And it's just rolling these bosses like they're dice. That's it. That's right. I'll be putting that in my rap later. You know what I mean? Because I'm like always rapping and stuff. And whatnot. Yeah. No Delencia today. We're leveling Hest Planeswalker, who's got a lot of health. He started with, what was it, chat? Like 400 health. 4,000, sorry, health. And he levels quickly. So I want to level him up. Plus I'm enjoying the bow before I can get my star metal katana, and he's able to carry 1 or 2 sets of arrows for me. You know what I mean? Not many, obviously. I'm not like hoarding them and stuff. Just a couple. Yeah. So we killed the cat. We killed the elephant. We could kill the croc at the end of the thingy. Use that box as well. I'm enjoying I'm enjoying the need, or the kind of the benefit to farming world bosses again, you know? I did kill a cat, Elrum, but it was a mean cat and it did scratch me first. You know what I mean? Yeah. Borax doesn't stack bleed like daggers. I was doing agility build. Well, it doesn't stack as quickly, but it does stack it, doesn't it? Venom-infused daggers were my first choice with one-handed axe. I'm still on the verge. I mean, venom-infused daggers are my favourite for boss fights. But only really if I'm being a support character and I don't have any points in agility. We're killing bosses really well with just regular daggers because of the amount of damage, and the venom-infused base damage is slightly less. So, you know, they're all fine really. This agility build I can use any like legendary dagger and murderify. Killed the scary 3-skull Savannah Kitty. Yes, definitely. Hello Elrum. Hello. Yeah, I always used to farm world bosses in like previous iterations of the game. I would go around in a dancer's outfit because people wore light armor back then. You would roll really, really far because, you know, dodge rolling would just go so far back in the day. Remember? It was so nice. And I would just go around with the Blade of the Adventurer and start the fight, and my thrall would do a lot of the killing, I suppose. And yeah, I would just farm them because I would always be trying to get the love tap, which used to be really good. I'd get more Blade of the Adventurers for my thralls. I would, like, you know, farm stuff from my base, that kind of thing. So I'm kind of really enjoying it, you know. I like that some of the weapons seem to have more interesting perks again. Thank goodness. We've needed that for so long. That's a big help, big change. I want to use my bow, but it's like just above half health in my pessimistic mind, and I don't have a replacement. I have gotten a second bow from a box, but it's a freaking strength bow. In fact, yes, it's the bestie's bow, right? Hang on a second. Was that also strength? So could you attack my thrall for a second? Yeah, strength bow. Eye of Khan and Bessie's bow are strength bows now. They do power draw. So if you're doing a strength build, which is brilliant, but it doesn't really help me. Oh, watch out for the tail. 1, 2, 3. Monsters don't live that long anymore. Yep, bleed and poison, level 16 is valuable, hitting hard and fast. That's my feeling after the first week. Yeah. My star metal katana was like made with a bladesmith with a master weapon fitting on it. Was like, you know, what I used on the beta, and I really enjoyed that. Didn't feel the need to use a legendary. It was great. And we've got a bladesmith on this playthrough already. Doo-doo. Da-da-dum. Right, let's get ourselves a key. Let's see. So it is more exciting finding, getting legendaries now, because I'm like, oh, what does it do? It's cool. Okay, Hanneman's Gadder is the 50 weight weapon. 96 damage now. And 45 armor pen. Holy potatoes. So if you're like one of the Beast of Burden people who always go around with like max encumbrance, then that might be the weapon for you. Or you could put it on your thrall. Should we put it on our friend? What does that weigh? 3.5. There you are, my dude. Bum bum ba-dum. That is crazy damage. It never used to be that high. Perfect weapons to thralls. Yeah, bearers have ridiculous amount of hit points. They start with a lot more than the fighters. He started with 4,000. I'm hoping that we get him to like 10,000 health-ish, you know. Just gave that to a follower. It deletes. Yeah, exciting. And he can sunder as well with it, which is really good for boss fights. Yep. I wanted to level him because he levels really quickly. We've got a Delencia, we've got a couple of Berserkers, we've got a Relic Hunter. I want to see how they level. But I might, like, if I'm going to be running around killing stuff, like, prepared to fight solo. I also don't have any, I only have up to the first perk and authority. If I'm going to be fighting, like, the Red Mother and all the, like, dungeons and things, then if I wanted to use arrows, then I would bring the bearer, probably. Especially with that health that he's got. And I could just kill things really quickly myself. That's how I'd be, like, prepared. But I do want to do all the dungeons at least once by myself, solo, on this playthrough, just to kind of, like, try it out. I did Dagon, and I did the Wine Cellar solo on the beta, and that was great. Really enjoyed it. Hello, Yuri. How are you doing, lovely? How goes it? We were talking about how Welsh my accent might be earlier, and I said every time, I said whenever I hear someone that has a bit of a Welsh accent, but you definitely do in case you weren't certain about it. I don't know if I was going to mention that to you. Then I was like, that's when I sound Welsh. Because apparently the community is split between me sounding from London, Scouse, where else, Welsh, from the Midlands, because apparently the Midlands is just like an average British accent, which it isn't. Definitely not. Same, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Well, see, listen, I only sound Welsh. It's coming out. It's coming out. I only sound Welsh when I hear a Welsh accent or when I think about a Welsh accent, which I am now. I know exactly. Thank you, Fighting Aya. It was an American who said it, though. He might not be listening, so it should be okay to, like, if I whisper. When you're passionate about something, I bet you are. Ooh! Second Hest Planeswalker. Dude. Oh my god. 2! Imagine War Party. 2 Hest Planeswalkers. Oh. Mid is mid noted. The Midlands, if you're from the UK, the Midlands is like a very distinct kind of like accent. And it's not even just one, obviously. It's like a decently big place, right? It's just so funny that you'd be like, God. It's like people's. I have a friend who says that he doesn't have an accent because he's from like Iowa or something. You know? I'm always listening. It wasn't you. It was Cam actually who said I sounded Scouse. That's the one. Don't let the mute icon fool you. 2 oh, all the arrows. What part of England are you from, Annette? Well, if you check the rules, you'll see that I don't answer personal questions, and you're not supposed to be asking me. I don't mind you speculating, that's fine. As long as you don't expect me to answer. Holy potatoes, that's a lot of torpidity. Hess, we're going to be best buddies. I might make one of these a lady, because, do you know what I mean? You know. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't I? Improve quality of life mod. Kind of nice. long as it's not Scots, English can be understood. Oh, honestly, there are so many different accents from the UK. I bet you wouldn't understand. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. There'll be so many people from different parts of this country. Like, I'm thinking about Newcastle. Anybody who's from Newcastle, I bet they really struggle with like Siri and things like that, understanding their voices. I swear, so many different accents. You've got no idea. Yeah. Anyway, right. I'm so excited about that. That's so cool. Let's get ourselves a wheel of friendship. Oh, wait, hold on a second. The 24-hour pop-up gym. That's it. 24-hour pop-up gym. Now, Hess, I know you're like meditating at the moment. He's not unconscious. He's just really deep in thought. I want you to really think about joining the crew and what kind of experience you might have. Okay, he didn't take him any time at all. He's easily persuaded. That's what I have to say. Now we have 2 Hests. That's so cool. No castle, Newcastle. Is what do you dip your McDonald's fries in considered? No, not at all. Not at all. You can ask me questions about like food preferences and stuff like that. Just like don't ask me where I live and like, you know, my address and stuff like that, you know. I can tell you I'm a woman and I live in the UK. That's about all I'm willing to tell you. Otherwise you can ask me questions about like preferences and stuff. Have a ridiculous amount of adulting to do today, but lurking. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you for lurking, Kit, and thanks for popping in. It's good to see you. It was very quick, wasn't it? That's Seth's truncheon for you. Yep. I could have used the orbs, actually, if I wanted to. Well. Yes. Hess, how do you feel about being replaced, sir? He's fine. He's like, I'm bored and I'm tired of rugging around these ridiculous amounts of arrows. That is super cool. Very, very happy about that. Are you following? Follow all. Very dramatic screaming. Should we ride through here? Am I forgetting something? We want to go to the dregs. We're heading to Sepamaru. We want to kill the croc boss on the way. Yes. Walking from Buccaneer Bay to the Tower of Bats with a gold cat. Now, if you were smart, you would have had a teleportatory stone or a map or something. I'm just passing through. I'm just shopping, sir. Da-dum. The werewolf in the middle here is a mini boss. Oh, it can be a mini boss. He's probably not. This is just a regular dude. Yeah, if he had a skull, he'd be a boss. And he can drop the... What is it called? The bloody looking thing. What is it called, friends? The hammer. Oh, God. What is it called? You guys will know. Anyway, somebody in chat will write it and I'll remember. And he also drops the Maw of the Hyena, which is the best cleaver in the game. Both of those are quite... I don't know. They're not too hard to get. He also drops some bestial claws as well, which are like punching daggers in the style of like werewolf claws. Excuse me. If I was smart. What is it called, peeps? I've just put Staying Alive on by the PGs. Oh my word. Yeah. You'll be fine. Stop hitting me. Why wouldn't you tell us your address? Yeah. We had this very fun conversation once when I was playing Raft, and it was basically, what was it, chat? I had like a shoulder issue, and Twitch chat was basically diagnosing me. Was it shoulder issue? And it was the most funny conversation ever. Yeah. And then we were talking about, I don't know, we got into the conversation about sharing personal details and keeping privacy and stuff like that. Love tap. No, we got the love tap. Love tap is from just legendary chests. What is it called? Oh, it's going to bother me now. Oh, hold on a second. It's like blood. It's like a red hammer. I have to see it. What is it called? I mean, we could Google it, which would probably be quicker. You just wait. You just wait. Just wait. Doom hammer. There you go. Thank you, Thriller. It is the Doom hammer. That's it. Doom. Should we see how it is now? I'm going to drop it. Choose cheating. Yes, chat. 66 damage and 49 armor pen. I'm gonna say I think that is higher than Age of Sorcery, but it doesn't look particularly like, it's not like mind-boggling, right? Although you can get it quite early, which is probably why it's not the most ridiculously OP thing. Everyone is a physician when they're friends. Yeah, exactly. It was just really funny. If I was smart, you, of course you're smart. You know, I'm just pulling your leg. Purple Lotus Orbs are best at KOing new friends. Purple Lotus Orbs are so good. I think it's only one orb now, if I remember, for a named person. Yes, Doom. Yeah, Doom and what's the other thing? They're called Bestial Claws. These guys, which are uniques. They do 42 and 9, better than a kick in the teeth, and agility weapon. Not a huge amount of durability. Bestial Claws, and then there's the more of the hyena, which looks like a stone cleaver, but it's a legendary. It's the best. It's the best cleaver in the game because there's no blackbird cleaver. Yep, but obviously it's not repairable. So once it's gone, it's gone. You only get to hit things 900 times before it wears out. There you go. You are welcome. Hammer. Yeah, hammer. Exactly. Doom. It's not cheating. It's known in trade as alternate. Yeah, alternate rules. That's it. So we're going to go to... Are we going to Sep? I guess so. Ba-bum. Oh, I'm agreeing with you. If, as in, I know what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. No shade, my friend. We may as well go through here and go through the gate. In it, though. That was for the Americans. So, like, all British people say in it, though. If you're lucky, I might say bottle of water without pronouncing any consonants. Stay tuned, friends. Stay tuned. It's all happening here today. Oh god. Shall we fight the brute while we're passing through? Just for like shizzles and giggles. I don't have any like things for you, my friend. He's got a hammer now. Ooh, let's see how he does. Oh. So he's got the, what is it called? Was it Hanuman's Gather or Rage Hammer? Hold on a sec. Hanuman's Gather, yeah. It does 96 and 45, and it weighs 50. Do I have anything I want to use? Hopefully he's dead before it... Where's my other sword? There it is.
You will never return to your dead.
Generally speaking, this is the first boss in the Unknown City that I usually fight. Although you could also fight the Bat Boss as well, because he's actually a fresh creature. But this guy doesn't have a huge amount of like burst damage. He's more of like a grind him down kind of dude. And now he has less than 5,000 health in the Age of War. I would just use hammers with these skeletons and stuff. I did fight everybody in here with a katana on the beta, and it was fine. But a hammer, strength build, axes are very good for the skeletons as well, like the skeletons. And then maybe some like daggers, particularly venom-infused daggers for like assisting your thrall kill the Red Mother or any of the flesh creatures is really good. Unless you're doing all the damage yourself, in which case just... I don't know. Pick the highest damage weapon you enjoy. I'm mostly joining in just because I don't want to have to wait for my thrall to heal up. There we go. So, Grandmaster Armor Repair Kits. Fragments of Power. And he's just like a putrid meat kind of dude. And a bone kind of dude. If you want to get those. You have putrid meat as well. Brimstone. Bone and brimstone. Ooh. Gonna drop that. Awesome sauce. Shall I give you a little shoot in the toes, friend? Just to speed things up. Oh, actually, do you have your potions? Let me give you... So because I have Better Thralls mod, on a 5-second cooldown, when he gets below 90% health, he will drink an aloe potion, or whatever healing potion I give him. until he's 100% healed, which just means you'd have to stand there clicking E, and you can like bottle of water. Yeah, there you go. Brute is definitely the safest. Yeah, definitely the safest. Very easy to kill. Very easy to fight. Generally speaking, I would say once you get to steel weapons, you can come to the Unnamed City. You could fight him, and then you could just fight like the little mini skeletons. Did you finish your potions? He's not drinking until he's like... Sir, what are you doing, bud? These are my settings. It should work. I guess he's just like, oh, I just don't feel thirsty. What can I say? I know you want me to drink. Oh, I didn't loot a box. Whose box didn't I loot? Let me give you some more of these. Yeah, dude. Nice music in here as well. This is lovely. Really need that, I think, especially with the latest update. What do you need, lovely? I really like all the updates so far. This one particularly makes the world more dangerous again. Yeah. That inventory, how is he carrying? He's a named bearer, Yuri. So he has all of these slots to carry my arrows. And as long as he doesn't have a bow in his inventory, he won't try and like throw them at people. And he's using this. Yep. Yeah, he's brilliant. So if you see a bearer, like with a bearer with a name on it, freaking get him. They're so good. He also starts with 4,000 health out the box, which is a lot more than other fighters now. Yeah, it's good. I always like the bearers. I love it when the bearers are strong because I'm nostalgic for when they used to have like 9,000 health and they were the hardest hitting in the game. I bang on about that quite a lot. They're bad at combat though. I mean, so I don't need him. I don't need him to do a lot of damage because I'm speccing for a solo kind of like for solo. I only have like the first perk and authority. I could max that out and give him more like strength. I'm here to like kill things myself basically. They're very tanky, yeah, exactly. So as long as he survives well and he can carry a bunch of stuff for me, he's really perfect. And if I'm not on a server where there's loads of like map rooms dotted around the place, I need to carry a lot of stuff because I can't just TP everywhere, you know. Yep. Right, let's attune the obelisk at Sep because now we've got a map room at home. We can come here whenever we feel like it. We do need to get a bunch of more demon blood so we can make more maps. Even if we just put a map at the sinkhole or something, or kind of in the centre of the map, and then we have a map at home, then that will make things kind of much better for ourselves. So if we're like farming a certain area, you know, that'd be kind of handy. Or if we have a base that's kind of isolated or something, then a map room will be really handy. Use bearer for tanking, Zerka for killing works well. Yeah, so do you carry around, do you take two with them? Do you use war party? Let me click on the obelisk. I'm like running past it. Do. War party. Yeah, nice. We just found a second Heth's planeswalker. By the way, if anyone wants to find a named bearer, the best place to look is the galleon. There's 4 spawn points of bearers in there, so you've got a really good chance of one of them being a named person. And then the den has 3 spawn points of bearers. So if you just like run between them, each one should respawn as you go back and forth, and you will get one eventually. Plus you'll end up with a bunch of supply materials when you kill the lower level ones, which kind of works out pretty well. Yeah, like an agility bearer with daggers for bleed. I see. And do you also take another bearer with you, Andy, or do you like, is that your sole kind of follower? Are they the support person now? So, we're level 56. We've attuned the obelisk. Let me mark that because I have a terrible memory. There we go. Summoning place on the way back. We wanted to buy flasks from the market, but are we going to carry them? The only thing is they don't stack very high. We got to do the dregs obelisk as well. Let's go around Sep and see if we can find any crafters. What do we need now? We've got a bladesmith. I need a shield right armourer, and Sep and Marie was a really good place to look for armourers because there's a bunch of spawn points. Let's kill this Kudo because it's fun. We could use the what is it called? The legendary chest near the rhino boss. Because I really need to get a new agility bow. I keep finding strength bows. Found 2 strength bows so far. I mean, this one is an agility bow, which is great. Otherwise, I'm just going to end up using like a star metal one, unless I'm running like strength build, because I could switch my agility points just into strength. The way I'm set up. Okay, everybody on attack nothing. Behavior, engagement, attack nothing. Look cool, people. Look cool. Put your weapons away. Smile and wave. Smile and wave. Horsey's very cool. This is a really... I've farmed this location. I have like AFK'd on servers before, like on that or one of these things, and just waited for this person to respawn over and over and over again. This is how I have 7,000 hours in this game. Because you used to need very specific armorers to make flawless epic versions of each armor. So you needed, and there were people here at Separu that I really needed, but now you don't need specific people. This is always blacksmiths down here. I'll kind of tell you every time I come. You'll be like, oh yeah, we know, Anna, we heard it yesterday, but I will let you know. That's always a dancer. That's always a cook, although if you have better thralls, sometimes it's a lamplighter. The lone fisherman is a cook that spawns over there. Are they not this time though? There's dancers in here if you need to clear your corruption. In Separu, this is Conan, you can chat to him, but he's kind of boring, honestly. It's not the most interesting conversationalist. This is the princess from Metka Moses' place. If you want to talk to her, she'll talk to you about what happened and why she's here. This is always tier 3 dancers if you want a dancer. And with the orbs from the Thrall Taker journey, these things here, if you throw one of them here, they should all pass out, which is kind of fun, and then everybody won't aggro to you. These are random spawns over here, completely random. You can get named people in any of these spots I'm mentioning. You get very, very easily get archpriests or name priests, set priests in these locations. They spawn very regularly. And actually what we haven't done is we didn't collect all of our emotes which are around here on this playthrough. So if you run around here, you see these little notes. Shrug. You click on them. Sometimes the Lube of the Luscious will spawn here, but it's always a dancer. Don't know why they're like staring at a pot. It's not a very bright dude. Do you know what I mean? Just click on all these like dotted around the edges. I will probably miss one. These are always 2 blacksmiths. I think I mentioned that. Just gonna make sure I don't miss any. There's one here somewhere. Most of these notes, there's one. Wait, no, that's just lore. Isn't there another one here? Generally, I don't use most of these emotes, but they're kind of handy for thumbnails. This is a random spawn as well. Is there one here? Yep. Clap. Do. This is just a lore book, right? Yep. Is that all of them? Should I run along? Did that one? I think there's one further on actually. One of the great things about Separu, if you set up here, it is kind of like...
I am ready.
Okay, Razma.
Jakad's people were skeptical when I first stumbled into their city.
I wish there was a way to turn
They
that
knew
off.
his name. And then, Shemites, my countrymen.
Apparently there is. One of the best things about Separu is dotted around on the rooftops are a bunch of legendary chests. I did mention this. I have a full guide to Separu on my YouTube channel, which I'll link in the chat. There you go. All around these rooftops are a bunch of these chests with steel, thick leather. You can get like a hardened steel pick. It'll be damaged, but it's still very, very handy. And obviously you can repair it with legendary Grandmaster repair kits from the Unnamed City. Early game, very good. You can also get some encumbrance armor from these boxes. Is it still encumbrance? Oh, let me double check. It's the basic tier. Let's double check. I don't think all of it is carry capacity anymore. The chest is carry capacity. The legs are. The helmet is agility weapon damage. The shoes are agility weapon damage. And the gloves are agility. So this would have worked for me in my build. Not a lot of armor, right? But better than nothing. And the carry capacity will help you to like carry home all the stuff that you get. If you come here at the very, very beginning of the game, you can just like, you can fill up on this stuff. And you'll have lots of soon you'll have lots of like thick leather to make your first like heavy armor set, which is really good. You can just skip killing elephants like initially. Firespark has a video on YouTube showing all the locations of all these chests, which is great. I suggest you watch it. There you go. Really, really good. Yep. Relic Hunter. Free armor is free armor. Exactly. The carry capacity is so handy early game, definitely. Did you get the snake emote? I didn't get the snake one. The snake one is further on, isn't it? Hello, King. How you doing? He's too short to be Conan. I think he's a cosplayer. That's it. There you go. Look at that. You can really see the difference in the light round here. See how much brighter it is in certain places. Following me around. Let's kill... Should we kill Seth? I feel like we always kill Seth when we come through here. Yeah, this can be a lone fisherman. They spawn quite frequently. We've seen them a bunch of times. And they do actually have special recipes. I never bother with the special recipes, though. These are random spawns. These two locations. Whoop. It can be anything, and they're nice and isolated. Not really. You wouldn't really get anybody else getting involved. Just the two of them. So if you want to get a crafter, you just have to deal with two people, and you can back up here, and you can just like. If say if you have no thrall yet. Look at that torpidity. He's only tier 2. This is a Seth truncheon which you get from over there. We're gonna go. I'll show you where to get it. There you go. So early game, honestly, even this but like very first truncheon now is a lot better than it was, and it won't do any damage to the thralls anymore. It used to hurt them if you didn't have any points in authority, but if you put up to the first perk in authority, you're good, like in terms of torpidity damage. So I'm going to kill Seth, who is in the wine cellar dungeon, who is pretty easy to kill with a set of daggers. If you just careful. God, it's dark in here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the light thing doesn't work in here, does it? Interestingly. So I wonder if there's some places around the map that it doesn't work. Hello, sir. Do you have your weapon on you today? That damage. There's relic hunters through there. I don't want to hurt me. So nothing now. Do we want to do it again? We've got a... should we do it again? Do you want to carry it? Good. How about you? I'm good. Good. Having a good time playing this game. Don't know why, but whenever someone mentions Relic Hunter, I think of a guy with a whip and called Dr. Jones. There's actually Relic Hunter Tomb Raiders in the Ravaged Sparrows up here, where you get the what is it called? Gothrad the Oathbreaker, who's the named guaranteed name spawn of a taskmaster, who will give you the recipe for the chain bindings, although you can get the recipe from tier 3s now too. Okay, let's run around and see if we can find anything. I'm not going to kill Seth again. I got 2 truncheons, like spares already. I should check these spawns again because it's single player, and whenever I run out of render range or spawn in or out of a dungeon, people will respawn. So let's just go check the important spots. I don't know, have they respawned? I don't know, actually. Let's check the armourer because I want a shield right. Hard to say. Still nobody here anyway. Blacksmiths, the carpenters. I could do with a bow guy, so I can make a Kari bow. I don't know if that's how that is now. I'd like to make a Kari bow. We did do it on the beta, but some things will have changed. Light changes don't appear to wink in dungeons. Yeah, I was in the Warmaker and it was so dark. Yes. Yep. Well, I'm convinced the main reason for it is because you're going to be gathering treasure. and they want to make sure that you can see when you, because if you like roll or try to jump, you will drop it, or if you get hit, or you know, that kind of thing. And I'm assuming there's no treasure inside any dungeons. Just enjoying the lighting. Sandborn, thank you for the follow. Carbo's 29, 500 durability. Yeah, that's so low durability, isn't it? Goodness me. Yeah, maybe I would want to make that with... Is there I don't think... The guy with the hammer, the carpenter with the hammer, is he going to give better durability on the bow? This is a place to get dancers, if you're looking for dancers. There's also just them up here in this area. Obviously over there are like fighters, but these two, generally speaking, when that person finished, like that person will patrol all the way around, and when they're not here, you just have to knock out 2 people, you know. And if you have your orbs, if they're like, if you just want dancers for decoration around your base, it doesn't matter. Like, you're just going for aesthetics, right? I mean, personally. So it doesn't really matter if they're tier 3s. If you can find a tier 1 dancer for your base, you know, then these are pretty easy to knock out. I don't need them, I just demonstrating. Bows are really low durability compared to other ones. Yeah, apart from the legendaries, I guess, yeah. Kobe, thank you for the follow. I did find the cat up at the Black Hand ship. Yeah, there is a cat that spawns at the galleon, definitely. Yep. Ooh. Do we have a temperite? We have a bladesmith. What is the other one that we have? It is a temperite, is it? I think it is. There was a temper smith, right? He will not aggro if I do this. I'm not going to hit anybody. Don't get damaged. He's just very aggressive. He's dealing with some problems at the moment. See his torpidity go down. So yesterday when we did this, I think it took 1 orb. I think they've been buffed before all the pink smoke goes. He's so confused. He can't throw his things at us. Yeah, 1 orb now, chat. On a named person. Yep. So the Temperite is the guy who makes the Grandmaster armor repair kits. I think we did get him actually. Or one like that. We'll take him anyway. It's better than a kick in the teeth. He's too valuable. Come with me, sir. So yeah, the orbs are really cool. Oh gosh, Luana, thank you for the follow. Sweet. You want straight durability though? We go builder. Yeah, builder. I feel like if they're already kind of good, you know, then maybe I would go durability, because if you're out and about, I don't know. I mean, I suppose you can repair it with the mats in your inventory, right? If you've crafted it. Oh, not that. I think we have the wheel stuff, right? Yep. Do I have the wood? Yep. This is my favourite music in the game, along with like the river music. So nice. Right, 24-hour pop-up gym. I forgot to talk to him about our like offering. Have a think, sir. You can eat some spicy stuff. There we go. I have Insta-crafting on. But it is so quick now. You could like... I could leave him there, have a quick run around, come back and he'd be like processed already. I just have 0 patience, personally. Alright. Perfect. Nice. Love the music in and around New Azagoth. Do you? Yeah. I like the like ambiance around Azagoth. It's kind of nice. I love some of the lighting is gorgeous as well. Wouldn't you rather than a kick in the teeth? Oh, I have one, but the name is now Master. Yeah. Conan music is so good, isn't it? You have the Thrall taming set. Instant. Yes, I do. Yeah. Absolutely. I always do on stream. Yep. Yep. Have you seen how quick it is now on servers? It's for like so much quicker as well. Right, what were we doing? I got so distracted. Right, let's continue looking around. See if we can find anything. We'll go this way. Go down the market. Da-da. Bum bum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Well, I guess we'll learn the other dance around here. I'm going to ignore the thugs. The thugs you can get steel bindings and like a steel truncheon from, which is, you know, so there is a benefit to killing them. We obviously don't need to because we just killed Seth a bunch of times. Oh, I tamed a named gruel and under 20 gruel. Yeah, very quick. Not sure if there's a reason for a taskmaster. Yeah, so you do need a tier 3 taskmaster or a named one to make the chain bindings. Yep. Music in the Age of Conan MMO is good as well, by the same composer. Yeah, people always mention the Age of Conan music. Did I learn it? Yeah. I hate this dance. It creeps me out. No, anybody else? If your friends, like your male friends, have done that in front of you, it's just like, please don't. Could you stop? Could you? No, but seriously, could you just stop? And then they start laughing and nobody. Okay, it's just me. Oh, there's Razma's quarters. We'll go in there actually. Just gonna check the old specific places. Always a carpenter, always a carpenter. Random spawn here. That's always a fighter standing next to the carpenter. And these are random spawns here. I wonder if when I go in here and come back out. So yesterday we went to the Palace of the Witch Queen, which is the first dungeon that we did. I think it was yesterday. All the days blur into each other. It is over here. It's not on the Dungeon Delver journey. It's here on the map. It's a very early dungeon. You could do it at like level, I don't know, 30 or whatever you feel like. Let me just heal. And when you kill the Witch Queen, you'll get a mask from her, which is important for the lore of the game, to craft a keystone to free yourself from the Exiled Lands. So keep hold of it, put it in a box, or whatever, to live your own life. She'll also give you a key to Razma's quarters. If you come here on the map, right here, okay, in Sepamaru, you click on this door. Make sure you, if you come in here with a friend, make sure the person with the key doesn't leave. Do I have any protection from the Sunstorm in here? Maybe it's just ended. And you can come in here and you can speak to Razma. This lady here. Oh wait, hold on a second. I turned off the voice thingies. Hopefully this isn't really loud.
How is your... All I have are fragments. Her memories evaporate from my mind like mists.
Two
above
rooms,
the
yeah.
oasis. If you have questions, you must ask them quickly. My mind is leaking, purging itself of all traces of that woman. She knew so much about these bracelets we wear, about the giant kings and the ancient war, about the darkness that lurks in the volcano, and... Just ask, friend, before I lose the nerve to speak. The bracelets, she made them together with the giant kings. The bracelets were imbued with the power of 7 artifacts. The Witch Queen's mask, the diadem of the giant kings, the tears of 2 races, the shining trapezahedron, the star of the champion, the heart of the sands,
She seems
and
short.
the black ring of Set. The bracelets were created to translate any language for the wearer, to allow swift movement around the Empire, and to allow communication and recording through the lore stones. It was only later, when the war began, that the Queen suspected that the Giant Kings had included a death weave in the sorcery. Any who tried to flee their control were simply killed by the curse wall.
Mhm. She may say more, but
May Ishtar and Tior bless your path.
thank you. Yeah, she's like in textures a little bit, isn't she? Yeah, you need the key to get back out of here. So yeah, if you come in here with oh god, if you come in here with a friend, it's happened to me, and they leave. Wait, open the door. Am I stuck? There we go. Click on the door. I don't know if they've respawned. No, I don't think so. I think they're the same as before. What is that noise you made, sir? Let me catch up on chat. Still the wonkiest door in the game. Did you start a new character to make it through the upper... I made a new character. This is a fresh playthrough. Yep. In which game can you throw an anchor? None. Well, June isn't out yet, but it's a game in a desert. I assume there's no anchors. Is this game made in Java? It's Unreal. Yeah, the Palace of the Witch Queen is a very quick dungeon, definitely. If you get like to end game, it's super, super quick as well. When does the next drop come out? At 22nd of July, I think. I think they're all on the 22nds. Yep. Yep. Cool. Let's continue. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Ba da. Yeah, I think it says on the thing on my Twitterings, like the image that I shared, and I shared it on YouTube as well. But I think it says 22nd at the beginning for each. There's always a smelter in the corner. What are we looking for? We have 2 name smelters. We really just want a shield, right? Do we want anything else? Maybe another alchemist? We definitely want more. This is always a taskmaster. This is always a dancer over there. So if you want to get Luba the Luscious, all these dancer spawns, they could all be Luba the Luscious, she's not that luscious, honestly. But you know, improved quality of life is handy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but she's a named dancer. I have in the past tried, like, I have actually had like not a full collection, but I did try to get a full collection of all the dancers. Random spawn. Completely random. This is the person that sells mystery meat soup, which you buy for silver coins, which gives you 60 health. And then this is the guy that sells the flasks. 10 flasks. I guess we'll try and buy some. I don't really want to lug them around, that's the only thing. I could do with respecking and gathering stuff. And then this is the spiced fowl dude. Spiced pork. You want some spicy food to get to the cold places. You will just by playing the game, you'll end up with some silver coins, and that'll help you, warm you up. Sanborn, thank you for this sub. Welcome. Thank you so much for that. If anyone here isn't in the Discord and would like to join the Discord, you'd have to be a sub. There's a link in the chat. I just like to mention it when somebody subscribes. There you go. Luba with the... Yes, there is something about the named dancers. It's kind of a bit of a joke, really. Yes, it's unfortunate. But the improved quality of life mod, you can kind of adjust people as you see fit. There's a couple of taskmaster spawns in here. And if you want a female taskmaster, there are 2 female taskmasters as part of this particular faction. The relic hunters or whatever, Stygians or whatever, that can spawn in here. Also, there's a dude taskmaster that spawns in here as well. Also, there's a female taskmaster that spawns in the volcano called Rita something. I always call her Rita Skeeter because I forget her name. Rita Aura. No, that's not it either. Look at the horse, just having a little chat. He's like, what do you think? Honestly, tell me now, what do you think about this cape? I think you look great. Honestly, tell me, do I look stupid? No, you look fine. Have you seen any other horses wearing this? Technically not. You think I look weird, don't you? Yes. Okay. Random spawn. This is also a random spawn. Guards. Here you go. Rita Meter. What is her name? Rita Rita something anyway. She's pretty cool. Yep. She's quite easy to, she spawns quite frequently in the volcano, honestly. Rita, I can't think what her surname is. Well, her full title is or whatever. But yeah, named female Taskmaster. I say that only because I spent a lot of time playing this game being like, why are there no female Taskmasters? All the ones I kept finding were dudes. Ooh. That is the one who crafts the Grandmaster repair kits. That is a good find. That is the blacksmith that crafts Grandmaster repair kits, which is now the highest tier repair kits for weapons. That is quite the find. I would like to find a shield right, please game. Could I manifest that? He didn't find it particularly interesting. He just had to he just thought he'd have a lie down. The fact that it's 1 orb now for a named person is so cool. Today I got stuck between 2 rhinoceroses and again thought about them in your life. Yeah. How many warriors can go with you in fights? So without any special changes to your to your attributes, 1. If you in war party, if you max out your authority perk, authority stats, you can click War Party, which will increase the amount of followers that you have by 1. So you can have 2 people following you. That means a person and an animal, 2 animals, 2 humans, but your horse doesn't count in that number. You can also always have a horse with you. So you'll have 2 people and a horse, 2 animals and a horse, or any combination of those things and a horse. If you use the Better Thralls mod, you can have more followers. And you won't have to use War Party if you don't want to. I am using that mod, but I don't use that feature because I don't want to make it easier for myself in that way. You know, I just want like convenience, as in like thrall taming to be quicker, crafting to be quicker. Apart from that, you know, cool. We got a Temper Smith and a Temper Right today. Such good RNG. Up to 4 zombies. Is it up to 4 zombies, Andy? And like without War Party? I don't really use the zombies. I don't like them. You give me the creeps. 2+. Yep. Da-dum. Right, let's place our wheel. I just want a shield right. Da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-dum. Where do I want to get a shield right from? Where should we go to? We could go to Buccaneer Bay anyway. I'm just trying to think about an NPC camp we could go to. I don't know about getting a shield right from there, though. Probably less likely. Could go back up to Azagarth. Zombies hit hard, yeah. How many of you use the zombies still? I kind of like, honestly, stopped using sorcery a lot. After like chapter 2, I would say. Right. Hello, Scorpion. Let's go use the oh, I'm using my healing arrows. I could have just pressed the button. Get him. Nice. He's level 15 now, so he's probably got a perk. And I think he's probably got health because he just had to use a potion. Squeaky! Born Warrior. I'm going to re-roll him because of that. Squeaky, are you okay? Let me just make sure the cat, like, is okay. Just bear with me. She's, like, complaining again. Hold on. Let me do, let's do words on stream. I'll go grab my stack while we're there as well. Squeakaphone, you poor little fluff. Let's do that. There you go. Type the word that you see. Oh god, he's on attack nothing. Behavior, engagement, tackle enemies. So we can deal with the scorpion friendos. Let me drink some water. Yeah, type the word that you see if you want to participate and it'll work. There you go. And I'll be back. I'll be back very shortly.
My claws are sharp. Are yours?
I'm back. I'm just going to eat my snack, chat. Hello, Vulcan. Hello, hello. How you doing? Difficult. Just refilled Obsidian Forge on the server. Nice. Good, good, good. I have a Ginster's slice again, same as yesterday. Different one though, spicy chicken. I think there's beans in it. Sounds good. We're gonna have to use some obsidian stuff. Hello, Mutton. How you doing? Starving. We're champions. Snack. You you back, Game Conan. What's the question, Khalid? Hello, Tummy. I'm eating a snack, Khalid, which is why you can see words on stream, which is something you need to do while I eat my snack. We're currently playing Conan. Jealous. Oh, right. Yeah. Fair to middling? Huh? Is that like a good fair to middling? Got to eat, peeps. Have you all got your drops ready? We like it. It's pretty cool. I wish we could dye them though, you know? We need to be able to dye them. At least we can personalize them now with the what is it called? Emblems. It's a good place to stop that. Well done, everybody. Well done, Steel and Vulcan. First of all, Starboard, Kyria. Okay, let me get rid of it off the screen. Here you go. Thank you for waiting, everybody. I just drink some of this. Steel a wordsmith. The lion just yeeted off. What happened? Right. Let's play some more. I actually have a Diet Coke here. It's kind of room temperature, but you know when you're just thirsty. I haven't had Cherry Pepsi Max in such a long time, Steel. Not funny. I tend to prefer like Coke Zero now, although this is Diet Coke. I try not to drink it too much though. Love Conan. Yeah, I mean you have to understand that sometimes streamers have to go to the bathroom and like eat a snack over the course of a stream, so thanks for your patience. He attacked but he yeeted off the ledge. Was it the lion at the like Swagger Rock? Coffee time, nice. The one at Swagger Rock? Yeah, in the prairie. I see. Right, well, fortunately nobody like respawned while we're here. Oh, he's up to 8,000 health now. That 10,000 HP like goal isn't too far, is it? So we have a situation where we want to get black ice, but we've got loads of like arrows on us. So we want to go use them, don't we? Should we go to, let's go to Azagarth. Let's fight some people. We'll get our level 60. Should we go to Mounds as well? Yeah. Should we do Mounds, chat? Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, alright. Is he on attack everything? He is on attack everything. Which means he's going to try and kill these people. So he's right through here. Sorry. I apologise. I really wish I could just quickly teleport home. A map would be very handy, because then I could just, like, clear some space. Let's go through Crown Grove, shall we? Dum, ba-da-dum, bum, ba-da-dum. Ooh, yeah, I was definitely hungry. Holy potatoes. How am I doing for aloe? I got enough. There's a bunch of aloe here. Kudo, you are so aggressive. Seriously, dude. I'm gonna shoot you with my bow. So I'm in a situation where I have loads of arrows, but I don't have I don't have another bow. I guess when this gets to be like low, before it breaks, I will give it to like, I'll just put it in a box for a thrall to use or something. And we'll just like start using like a star metal one or something. Let's go. Peanut butter hot chocolate. Ooh, that sounds really good, actually. Is there a skull, a one skull kappa here? I feel like there usually is. Yeah. So if we wanted a demon dude, sorry, let's get some demon blood. Let's try and get a bit of distance. I'll use my bow because I gotta use up my arrows, you know. Tasty. Sounds really good. Use like to play it. I am inclined to assume that 7 hours is what is meant in the game. Where do you get inspiration from? What do you mean? What do you mean? Back to using Rhino mount after the HP changes. So fun stomping around. Nice. I literally haven't used a Rhino mount since Sipta. Since Sipta first came out. Let's harvest this guy. Are you asking me how I've managed to spend 7,000 hours in the game? Is that what you mean? Just played a lot. I shot from the mountain, never hit. Yeah. We got a bunch of demon blood. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, we need 200 demon blood so that we can make a... There he is. He scared me, mate. We can make a... Did I get any from that? I didn't see any in my inventory. I haven't even given him any pork recently. Well, I'll carry that. Do we not have any more demon blood? No. Guess that's what I'm carrying. Alright. Let's ride, friendos. Are you also like a skull dude? No. Not big enough. Right, let's go up through Crown Grove. We can kill the lion up there as well. That'll give us potential demon blood as well, I think. Come on, horsey. He's like, I'm not a miracle worker. What do you think I can just ride up here? I shot from Mount. Are you still interested in the game? I love this game. Yeah, of course I'm interested in it. I'm not streaming a game I hate. I love it. You know? Otherwise I'd play something else. And I do sometimes play something else. Yeah, I love this game. It's fun to yeet around. Yeah, I like building Conan, also very good interface of body options. So, like, bear in mind, the game has changed a bunch of times over the course of the time I've been playing it. And there was a quiet period where there wasn't really any new content. And then with the Age of Sorcery, they kind of started bringing out regular, big, like, large content updates. And so, yeah, it's brilliant. I'm, like, super happy that I get to continue to play my favourite game, you know? Just by your ability to do these 8-hour streams, most people I've watched top out at 4. Thank you very much. I mean, if I'm enjoying myself, I will keep streaming. Definitely. Glad I joined after build. Oh yeah, the building is so nice with the build hammer, definitely. Yep. And the fact that you get your mats back, like, from building, definitely. Ba-da-dum, bum, ba-da-dum. I mean, if I wasn't streaming, I would still be playing this game, you know? And I would play for 8 hours. In fact, maybe more than that. I would definitely when I was playing on PlayStation, I definitely like gave myself wrist problems, harvesting rocks for like, you know, and just playing for really long periods of time. Yeah. I just really love it. You ever found a game that you just absolutely obsessed with? I mean, some of you, this game will be that, but yeah, this is like a long-term obsession of mine. All I do now is I stream and talk about it, instead of, you know, trying to tell noobs how to play the game on servers. Now I do it on Twitch. You know, happily. There's the lion, I think. Remember the pain of making all the pieces first. Yeah, playing as I watch. Yeah, exactly. It's so nice to be able to play like the game you really want to play, you know, and have people watch it. It's really lovely. It's nice. Sir, could you not attack my friend here? I can't cripple him, I don't think. I can shoot him in the leg. Don't you de-aggro, sir! That is not fair. There you go. We may as well get the hardened... What is it called? The thick hide. Oi, noobs. Here's how you play the game, alright? Exactly. It's like you can hear the voice in my head. Definitely, Sisyphus. That's exactly how it sounds. Oi. Oh, God. Yeah, having to make the pieces, but you know, some people were like, "Oh, I don't like this," because usually I make because people would basically make building pieces as they walked around. He's not a one skull. What? Doesn't have a skull.
Have you nothing better, pup?
Interesting. Where's your skull, brother? So, excuse me, I feel very self-conscious about you asking about my skull. Interesting. Glowing essence. He's still a one skull. He still has interesting drops. We didn't get any demon blood from him, though. I've got fur already. I'm going to drop that. Interesting. I don't know where his skull has gone to. Apparently neither does he. I thought Anna sounds like an orc there. Thanks for that, Mutton. Appreciate you. Thanks very much. There is a boss down one of these like alleyways, which is freaking terrifying. There's like a bunch of tigers. Is it this one here? It's either this one or one further up. And you get down there and it's like, oh, it's a white tiger boss. Is it? It's not this one, is it? This is the one I like walk up. Or ride up, is it? Maybe the next one. It's so scary. Bear in mind I used to run around in like dancer's armour. We didn't have steel thewed back then. So if I suddenly like ran into the white tiger boss, I was freaking terrified. I'd be like, oh! And we didn't have horses either. Bear that in mind. Back in the day, or in my day, we didn't have horses to escape. This is it. Tiger Alley. Should we go fight him? It's actually a couple. There's another like white tiger further down the slope as well. Loading arrows counts as crafted and exposing the challenge. Thank fudge. Yes, I've definitely done that before. Didn't play for a couple of years. Building is definitely so much nicer. It's so nice in creative mode, like flying around in creative with the build hammer. It's really nice. Excuse me, sir, that was rude, wasn't it?
Soon my teeth will taste your throat.
Don't mess with Hest, will you? Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum. Kitty, I'm not gonna hurt you. The cat was fine, by the way. I checked her food bowl. Her food bowl is full. I don't know, she just wanted attention. Sometimes she's like, I think she feels sad that I'm like in the chair for a long time. And she wants scritches, you know. I think that's what, here he is. Hi, sir. You can't cripple him, I assume. He is derped out. Sir, I don't have any... Can I have my arrows? He's very confused. I mean, if I was stuck with that many arrows, I think I'd be a bit confused too. Come on. Attack. Why is everybody... Did I have him in attack nobody? It's like a cat pincushion. Why are you dirt, sir? This is where all the stamina comes in handy, doesn't it? You just like pepper him. What are you doing? Don't you want to fight me? He's so confused. And why is he just kicked him in the butt? What is happening here? Look at all that damage from that Hanuman's Gather. It's good to have a really high damage weapon. And the Sunder is good too. Is he even sundering him though? I don't see a Sunder debuff. This is the weirdest fight I've ever had with the cat. It's weird. He's just derped out. Anyway, there's a skeleton key. I don't know if there's a box around here. Does anybody know? Hi, Kitty. This is a spawn. This is a really good place to get tiger cubs if you want to fight a boss. Otherwise, just go to the savannah. And like, there's, what is that, Swagger Rock here? Just like here, there's like a bunch of kitties, little tigers. Animals are strange, you can't understand them. NPC AI is indeed impressive. It was very confusing. We fought one earlier and it was fine. Fight? No, I shall dip in the corner. Yes. He has 3 skulls, he is strong. He is very strong, definitely. Don't know where to get... Oh, the kitty. I don't know where to get a saddle with tusks. A saddle with tusks. Is it something you've seen, or is this just a random, like, you know... I don't know where to get a saddle with tusks. Do you mean one of these? You mean the Rhino War Saddle? Something? Do you have the DLC? Are you trolling, QWERTY, or whatever your name is? There's no box close to... A bit further east there's a box without a boss mob. Legend Chest is southeast near the edge of the cliff. Another tiger boss. By the tiger boss. Eve, that was such a funny sentence. You sound like Yoda. Near another tiger boss is. Yes. Let's go to the other tiger boss. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Do, 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 do. Let me get the horse. It's going to be easier to spot. Come on, people. Everybody just derped out there. Hess derped out. The boss derped out. That was so weird. Do, 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 do. Bum, bum, ba, bum. He's kind of lurking in the bushes, the tiger boss. Which is kind of creepy. I think it's there. Yes, there he is. Yeah, and there's the chest behind him. Exceed. One has a chest while the one you killed with the baby tigers doesn't. Yeah, that's good. I've had some mobs just down there too. Not sure why. Yeah. Here he is. He's so creepy. Look at him. He's just hiding in the bushes. Oh, wait. He's there. He's there. Let's see if he derps out. I assume he won't. He's actually being sundered now. I didn't see the sunder with the previous dude. It's a good way to clear our arrows anyway.
You will never return to your dead.
Yeah, there's like at least 4 of these white tiger bosses. There's one like near, like closer to Sobek. Can I just take some arrows from my dude? I don't like the fact that I have to keep clicking on each stack. I guess it's because I have multiples, but I think the game should remember that I'm using these arrows. No? What about the Tiger King? He's lurking in federal prison now. Yeah. That was a good documentary. Did Hess just ask if Tiger's claws were sharp? I think you're right, yeah. My claws are sharp. Pup. Yeah, dogs versus cats. Oh, we got to level 57. We can put more points into agility. Nice. Soon we'll be up here. Kitty, are you okay? Hi, Fluff. Are you alright? She's fine. She's not complaining now, at least. Oh, I don't want to use that. Alright, let's get our key. And we'll check in the box. Yeah, Hess is nice and tanky. He's doing great. I'll probably take him to do dungeons if I take people to do dungeons. Wait, where's my box? Squirrel. I saw it from a distance. There it is. It's easier to see from a distance. We got a pike. Agility weapon. Okay. Well, at least it's an agility weapon, people. Yes. 65 and 7. 65 damage, 7 armor pen. Reach and bleed. Yep. I don't really like using pikes. I find them boring in PvP. I mean, I'm sure... I know they had their day in PvP and they were, like, super important or whatever. But I just find them really dull. When I first started the game, I did use a pike for quite a long time because I felt safe, like, at the distance away from the enemy. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of dull. Conan Exiles. Hello, Clyde. Indeedy. Absolutely. Tried pike isn't for me. Yeah, it's kind of boring. I mean, it's good that it bleeds, and it's good that it gives you a bit of distance, and it's very annoying to fight against because it's so... it stuns you and it's pokey and stuff like that. Spear weapons used to be like... Yeah, for a long time, weren't they? Very popular. Pokey, mate. Yeah, exactly. Definitely. I quite like putting them on a thrall. Because they kind of keep the enemy like at arm's reach because they have a bit of distance on them. Only the last hit of the combo bleeds. Yes, that's true. Facts. But at least it's an agility weapon. Squeaky. All right. What is wrong with you? Come here. Come here. What's the matter? What's the matter? Hey, are you having a personal crisis? Do you need some attention? Do you want any advice from chat? Do you want some help? What are your life problems? Tell chat, they really want to help you. Honestly. You could just walk around my legs, that's fine. I like it, it's kind of nice. I should have a big cat sanctuary on the area that's merging with Carol Baskins. Really? Crikey. She's still like... She's still running the place. Horse just broke 10,000 HP. What level, teacher? Oh, Squeakyfin. She's so funny today. She's been very good, hasn't she? Do you remember? She always used to, like, complain when I was streaming. Yeah. She's been really good recently. Head pat to the squeaky. Yeah. Bum. Okay. We've got a load of arrows. We're wearing medium armor, which is very, you know, not great for, like, these enemies. But we do have steel thewed now, so at least we're not, like, a 2-shot. We're just a 4-shot. And I do have Resurgence, and he is very tanky. I need as much, like, as many arrows as I can get. And I should probably put my... I don't need feline pelt. I want you to have heals, my friend. I should probably give him like 2 stacks. Let's make some aloe. I could also make a box actually, couldn't I? I'll put it here. Oh, I don't want to spawn it in. What am I doing? Because we've been like checking stuff a bunch. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't want to spawn it in, I want to craft it. My apologies. What's the horse situation? What we could probably do is place the wheel actually. I tell you what we should do as well is we should try to put a wheel down at every like NPC camp, and then we don't need to like worry about carrying it around everywhere, you know. Or we could just teleport more. Those are the choices, I suppose. Let me put down a bedroll because this place is very dangerous. The game knows that this is too... It's just too wet for it. I have build everywhere on, otherwise you need to build slightly further out. You wouldn't be able to build exactly here on this dude's little camp. Let's take everything and just sort things by weight. Okay. I feel like I don't want to put a bow on him. That weighs... How... Sometimes the game is trolling, isn't it? And I have to retoggle the heaviest. That's just not right, is it? Have you noticed that? There we go. I want to keep like... I mean, I could always get some more while I'm fighting. I'd keep like 200 on me. I might keep the healing arrows on me. And then maybe... I don't want to put... I don't mind him having the forge light. I wonder if he'll end up switching to the love tap. That kind of works, doesn't it? Right, he's got 2 sets of heals. Does he have any food? He's got his gruel and he's got his heals. I've got Seth's truncheon. I've also got 6 purple lotus orbs, although this is not a passive place, so that's not going to help too much. I've got those. Let's put heals in 2 places in our hotbar. What has a horse got? Horsey? It's like lurking in the shadows. You can hold on to my spiced steak. Horse can stay here. Shall I make a box? Oh, I can leave things in this, can't I? Of course I can. Bessie's bow can stay. Dueling blade of the hawk. My tools. Do I want anything from these people? We are going to come... I guess we'll go through mounds. We'll come back, get the horse. And then we'll go look for star metal. Leave our spare stuff. I guess I will leave the daggers, the silver coins. Take the chain bindings. Sorry if you can hear the road. Okay, that's a bit better. I got a bunch of arrows. Probably not going to use poison arrows. Maybe we'll try the blunted ones though. Okay, cool. We're ready. I could do with a bit more aloe. I am going to get myself a berserker first. So you stay here for now. Let me go grab a berserker. I don't want him to get killed. Should have brought another truncheon, really. Right, there's the circle of death, as I affectionately call it. Lotus, thank you for the follow. Shaman, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you're scared of Squeaky. Poor Squeaky. Jack of all trades perk. I will build a base here in this location. Ran over a baby deer, game crashed. Is this some kind of sign? I mean, if you think it is yellow, maybe it is. Try to ride along around a horse. Cool. Right, so let's see if we can see the Zerka. Let me fill my waters. Da, da, da. Sometimes it is nice to be in the mountains where it's all rainy and broody and stuff like that, but I kind of get bored of it quite quickly. I want to go back to the desert. So I like to visit here, particularly, and then I like to go home to the sunshine. That's like my preferred situation. There's the berserker. Oh, it's a lady. Let me just mark her, because I never quite remember. There she is. Right, don't kill me, madam. So I should take 4 hits to kill now, because I've got my maximum stamina, my maximum grit, steel feud. So you see, she doesn't take half my health anymore. Plus it'll give me more armour as well, won't it, the grit? Let's watch out for that. Swipe. This is Seth's truncheon with no mod on it. That swipe down will do a lot of damage to you. I'm doing heavy attacks because they do more torpidity damage. Wait for her to attack. Wait for my turn. Get a few hits in. Let her do another attack. She'll wait for me. She's very accommodating that way. One more hit. There we go. Textbook. Kinda. You took 100 out of 400 HP, so stealthy still works. Why the wink? Isn't that what I said? I've been on a raid journey. Time to see where this takes me. Cool. I see. Good to have you here. Da-da-da-da-dum. Found another forge light. I think we've got 2 as well. Do-do-do-do-do. They must be mad I'm taking 2 thralls home at once. Lucas, thank you for the follow. British woman does not like gloom and rain, prefers sun. Consider me flabbergasted. I mean, I feel like a lot of people in the UK would say the same thing, Sisyphus. Don't people always like think the grass is always greener? People here are always like, oh, I wish it was like drier and sunnier. I mean, not everybody. Some people will, you know, we're all individuals. Some people are like, actually, I like it here. Right. We got a berserker. That was quick. I feel like leaving this here, honestly. I might leave it here until we've gotten our stuff and we'll come back through here. You know what I mean? Let's give them... Let's get all the spare stuff out here because we want the space, don't we? For black ice. We'll come back this way. And we can always like teleport back here to gather stuff that we've left behind. I want the pick, definitely. I don't really care about the poison arrows. I'll take my skinning knife. I don't really care about the purple lotus orb here, but we'll come back. I definitely want my bearer pack. Okay. Alright, alright. Everybody follow me. So I'm going to take the bedroll with me, I think, because I either want it right next to where I'm going, or I want to like be at home. And we've got a map room now at home, so we can TP like here if we need to. So let's go up to Stargazer's Crest. Stargazer's, yes, and see if there's a Delencia or a Leonil up there. Yep. Go on, sir. He's got his weapon on him. Now I've got to find it in the dark. I haven't been there yet on this playthrough. One downside is sometimes you randomly one-shot a name's roll. Have you ever seen it? Yeah. So I tried to do like the left click with not a non-charged attack with the bow, if that's what you mean. I like the rain people's run out of it, but I just put my head back. I like the rain, definitely. I love the rain too. What I don't like is that it's like overcast a lot, and I don't like the long like winters and short days and stuff like that. But I don't mind rain. Rain is good for your complexion, and it's like I find it kind of soothing. Indeed. Fortunately. There's stargazers up there. Just got to get the path. We could go up here, which goes right up behind them, or we could go up the long path. Let's do that, it's a bit safer. We'll look for some star metal up there. Now, because I'm in single player, quite often there won't be a meteor shower. But I think, did we have to manually trigger one last time? Because we went up to the frozen slopes, we went around here, there was no star metal. It is harder to see at night time. While we're up here, let's just use our... I left this freaking staff behind. No, I didn't. It's here. So now I should be able to cast that detect resources thing, right? Is it free? Which one is it, friends? Is it purple? No. Have I not learnt it? I don't think I've learnt it. Ghosts in the big deserty corrupted area sometimes drop star metal. We picked up like a couple of little bits of star metal, or you can get it from enemies at Mounds of the Dead. Don't have a reliable... I don't have a mod for it, Yellow, no. Somebody did say that there was... Yeah, somebody said that, mentioned that last time. Rain is where I go and cry when no one can see. Colteus, you poor thing. Yeah, I don't think we've learnt the detect resources thing yet. We only did the first level in sorcery so far. You're looking for like a steaming pile of poop, essentially. You're looking for a rock that's smoking, although I think the smokingness has been inactive for a little while. I don't know if that's like a bug or if it's intended. Mean you have admin capabilities, you could always gift yourself. Yeah, I don't want to gift myself a few. Of course I could gift them. I mean, what I might do is do the like... I think there is a trigger meteor shower thingy, which I will do if we have to. Just because it should... Like, if I was on a server, there would either always be star metal, or there wouldn't be because somebody had just harvested it. But on single player, it just doesn't happen. So, maybe someone will remember what it's called. How do I do it? I think it's like trigger, start, meteor, I don't know. There's a mod that adds it back. Yeah, I need to get that, don't I? Definitely. Because I just want like the normal like server experience really in single player. Haven't seen one smoking since the very first one I saw. Yeah, I think since maybe chapter 3 they haven't been smoking. Maybe chapter 2, maybe chapter 1 actually, maybe sorcery altogether. But yeah, there would normally be some here. If I lived here and I hung out here long enough, then I would expect to see a meteor shower. Right, let's go check this camp. If you have it, just time meteor in Pippi chat. I don't have Pippi active on this game, on this playthrough. I have it on our server. I don't have it on here because I don't want to see the admin stuff when I like go into it. It's funny, I still cripple him, but I don't hit through his shield because I guess it knows realistically.
My claws are sharp. Are yours?
Oh, the giggling. Yeah. Did you drop anything? Ooh, I shall take the Grey Lotus, mister. Cimmerian fur gauntlets. I don't want them. We just want, like, Cimmerian steel, if nothing else. If anything. Here we go. Now we found it. Decent box, isn't it? I'm not going to pick up the Lotus seeds. So, isn't there, like... I'm still in admin, right? What is it? Start. Somebody remember. Start fire. Meteor. What is it called? Meteor spawn is a base game version. DC Meteor spawn. DC Space Meteor. Like that. With the spaces. Watched the Meteor Shower wreck a base once, it was interesting. Oh, there they are. Nope. No, that's not it. Oh yeah, it is it. They don't usually come from that way. Squirrel. Chat. They don't usually... Do they usually come from that way?
Run away!
Let me write that down, that command, because that was brilliant. Thank you very much. DC Meteor Spawn. To trigger Meteor Shower. Thank you for that. That was a big help. Yes, they do. Okay. You know what? On Sipter, I got killed by a meteor. And it's going to be spamming that offline. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Just type slash meteor. Okay, thank you. Greedy animal, thank you for the follow. Just deletes pudding pieces. Yeah, chew right through tier 3, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I do have a place in the snow where I can build, where I know that they don't fall. So now at least we know there's, here they go. There's one here. Nope, that's a rock. Thank you, lighting. So you can get them like all along this ridge here. And this is my favourite place, like the first place to come for star metal. Along here. And I don't know how it's going to work if I don't have the... if I can't see the steam. If I go up there, it'll be cold. I won't be able to climb. Tell me I did bring my orbs. Are they on the horse? Thank goodness, yeah. There we go. You gotta crack the meteor when you find it. We'll look here and then we'll go up the frozen slopes, but at least we know there's been a shower, so we're gonna be okay. But this is such a good spot for them. This is all iron, which is another fantastic reason to build up here. I had a base up here. I know you're hugely shocked by that. So yeah, you can do cull resources as spell in sorcery if you want to find it. There's also a detect resources spell that'll show you where things are in different colours, like through the terrain, so you can see it really easily. I think they probably just want you to use that. We are going to go to the frozen slopes. I don't think in this armour with my spicy food, I don't think it's going to help me. You can get black ice up here, but I like to attune the obelisk early on in the game by the frozen slope. So my preferred place to get black ice, like the first black ice, is from the frozen slopes by the Temple of Frost. That's a personal preference. Yeah. So let me eat some spicy stuff. Very cold. Yeah, it takes me to very cold. I did have a friend in the coldest place on the map die, even though they had spicy food. Just bear that in mind. Did I not bring this? It's on the horse, isn't it? You got the spicy snacks. Horse is like, I got the snacks. That's it. Nice. Alright. Shall we go over here and see if we can survive? I'm kind of intrigued. There is there should be a blood crystal golem, or at least rock noses, and there is black ice up here. There isn't star metal along here, as far as I know. Gotta be careful because these guys will shoot out their like, what are they called? Like pokey bits. There we go. There's the golem. He only has 630 health. He's not very weak to arrows, is he? Because he's an armoured dude, just like a rock nose. Are you throwing stuff at us? Right, fortunately my follower does... He is, like, doing an animation of throwing stuff, but I don't see anything. Is he just trying to move people? Let me eat one of these steaks. There we go. They do give you loads of XP. Let's harvest him and get some blood crystals. What do we get? And gold as well. Cool. 20 crystals with the steel. This should give me black ice. Yeah, and ice. Nice. And these are a black ice here, this one. That is ice. This is black ice. Internet pooped the bed. I'm on mobile. Oh dear. Sorry to hear that. It's never fun. Best way to get black ice, the first stairs in the Frost Giant dungeon you can just run in. Yeah. My favourite place to get is on this by the obelisk outside the Temple of Frost. There's like 2 patches with black ice, which I tend to like. I'll run up there with a horse, which is what we're going to do. Ride up there with a horse. harvest that, attune the obelisk, and on a server, you know, you could just teleport there, teleport back. Usually somebody will have like a, quite often somebody will have a map there. Yep. And then once I'm kind of later in the game, generally I will run in, slide down the wall, and get the stuff underneath the stairs, and then leave. But I will tend to like spec for Beast of Burden, spec to move at full speed whenever encumbered, so I can just do the harvesting. I'll let my thrall do the fighting. I won't get hit, that kind of thing. Look down south face for star battle. This animation is broken. Yeah. Time looking for on that ridge where you are, not super common though. Yeah. I think there's a pretty good chance we'll find it on the frozen slopes. The fact that we know that there's been a shower. I'm just going to get one stack of ice for now. I'm glad we were able to survive the cold up here. With the spicy stacks. Yeah, I don't really want to like spend too much time looking at the sides. Alright. Shall I ride the horse down? Probably gonna have to slide down the hill. You can continue all the way across that way to like the volcano. I'm gonna go... I want to show you the way that I would usually go, basically. So let's eat the food, so now we're very cold. Bear in mind that the spicy food will make you thirsty. And water will cool you down. Purified water will particularly cool you down. Ice will very much cool you down. Like, very, very much. It's good for the volcano. If you bring iced... what is it called? Not iced. Poor Hess. Did you take damage from that? No. If you bring berry pulp, if you squish berries in a fluid press, they won't affect your temperature at all. So that's kind of a good thing to bring with you if you go somewhere cold. Or just make sure you've drunk enough before you go, because it will make you thirsty. Who have we got? Smelter tier 1, fighter tier 3, with a great axe. Yeah.
Try the joy of slaying. Soon my teeth will taste your throat.
She's got a sword. She hits very hard. Shooting her in the legs. Slow her down. Okay. Don't know where the dude is. Ooh, advanced tool upgrade kit. We could put that on our pick if we wanted to, or like... Yes, it's very good. It's like the best upgrade apart from the Oil of Bounty, but the Oil of Bounty gives you 8.5 minutes on a black blood pick, and then it will almost break your pick, so it's barely, like, you've barely got any kind of use left on it, and you can't repair the picks anymore. So advanced tool upgrade kits are good. And every other type of pick doesn't give you, with the Oil of Bounty, you won't get very long at all on the time. It'll be like 2.5 minutes. You can watch my repairs video about that. There's a link in the chat to the YouTube channel if you haven't checked it out. There's loads of guides. Alright, let's go up to the frozen slopes. Well, thanks for the stream. Alright, teacher, thanks for hanging out. Mobile pity. Right, let's go. This is my preferred route to the frozen slopes. Past the saber-tooths. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. So as long as you're on a horse, you can make this trip without any like warming foods if you're on a horse. Lots of very, very dangerous creatures are going to attack you. If you ride across the lake that we're about to see, it's very, very, very cold, so you could avoid being on top of the lake itself. There's saber-tooths, there's white wolves. So white wolves are one skull wolves, which hit very, very hard. Mammoths, a bunch of creatures. Elk king, who will sunder you but isn't too scary. But it's freaking beautiful up here. Absolutely gorgeous. It's one of my favourite places on the map. And this ridge here, you can build on there and you will not get hit by a meteor shower. This bit here. including up along there and down to like over here. You will not get hit by a meteor shower because it will come down from over that ridge. It'll come down over your base and it will not hit your base. If you have a very, very tall tower, maybe test it out, see if it hits your base. Maybe it will. But I built there like and was there for like 2 different playthroughs, maybe 2 or 3 different playthroughs, and never had a problem. So if you build on the other side, you will get hit by meteors and your base will be demolished, at least in patches. Yeah. So there you go. Saber-tooths hit very hard and they're very tanky. They're not the same as in the Midnight Grove. They have a lot of health. There's a rabbit I just killed. Lovely. You can get saber babies along here. Particularly I've gotten one in those little ruins before. But it's very dangerous to be walking around looking for them. There's a white wolf. So you just want to ride past all this stuff. Through these. Bear in mind that star metal can fall down here as well. In that forest. It can fall over there as well. We're going to go up this slope. I'm extremely cold. I'm not eating a spicy food. There you go. Past the extremely cold section. So you should be able to make it without any spicy food. Bring spicy food by all means. Bring warm gear. But if you can come up here like whenever really. As long as you have some explosive orbs or explosive arrows, explosive jars, although I don't know why you would particularly choose those. Demon fire orbs are easy enough to craft in your alchemist bench. And you'll pick up volatile glands from salamanders or from the red mother dragon later in the game if you know, she'll give you a lot more of them. And here's the obelisk. And that's the Temple of Frost over there. Which is very, very, very cold. Don't go in there without, like, very good gear. There you go. Attune the obelisk first. And now we can teleport here. And this is the first patch of black ice that I usually harvest. The first place I usually harvest. Here and then down there. And I don't go in the temple until later on. I just want to get enough black ice to start making a bit of hardened steel in this, like, in-between stage of the game before I get, like, the super, super good stuff. There we go. I'm going to drop that. I'm just going to keep 100 ice. I want to make sure I have enough ice to use on my in my fridges. You only need like 1 piece of ice in a fridge and a preservation box to keep things cool or stop the decay time altogether. So that's the first patch. There's also a patch of black ice over here too. And then I won't go into the Temple of Frost. Later on I will run in, I will slide down. You can see me do it on... I have a full video about this place on YouTube. I like the exploding arrows are definitely preferable, absolutely. Especially because you don't have to kind of climb. You can just shoot them directly at a meteor. It's perfect, definitely. They're kind of expensive to craft. You have to make dragon powder, which is expensive. And that's usually the amount that I would collect from here. We can test to see temperatures, if I can cope with warming foods while we're here. I'll show you where I usually go. I would usually run past these guys. When they hit you, they will make you very cold. You can't climb. Let me eat food. Extremely cold. Warming up. Extremely cold. No, it's not making any difference. There you go. Yeah. There's a lore stone here you can click on. Oh wait, this is recipes, isn't it? It's not lore stone. And then you can also click on this totem over here to learn how to make these decorative totems. There you go. There you go. We'll do that all together, like when we're ready. Anna does that's bad enough. Pricey to craft, but I always have a bow. Yeah, and you don't need very many of them, that's the thing. And you can carry them, they're light. 100% agree with you. I think they're the best. Alright people, are you still following us? These guys will drop... we can let our thrall fight him. He's probably going to de-aggro and run back. Hopefully he doesn't suddenly, like, decide he's too far from home. But he'll drop spicy food. And, elephant hide, I think, in his inventory. Was it elephant hide or rhino hide? I think it was elephant hide. sometimes. Rhino head soup is an encumbrance food. 45 carry capacity. Really good. Yeah, no elephant hide here, but they'll drop the like spicy foods, which is brilliant. Can I eat one of those? Because I need my carry capacity. Cool. So we have enough. We have enough to like, let's put that in there. Well, we're going to look for star metal. We have enough to make ourselves. He'll also give you thick leather, actually. Thick hide. Let's skin him. Yeah, it is. There's a couple of places on the map that are the absolute coldest in the whole game. One of them is on the Bridge of the Betrayer in a patch. Another is like the hills behind us, and then another is in there. It's like absolutely the coldest. Who has the thick leather? Have you got thick leather? You can take some though. There you go. Cool. No start mode, Anna, the Star of the North is there. Oh, that's very sweet. Oh, we'll want like a bunch more ice once we go to the volcano. But when we go to the where's the little gap? But when we go to the volcano, we can grab some ice just on like the approach, which is what I usually do because it does weigh a bit. And I'll show you where I usually check for star metal. I don't know if there's going to be any around here. Certain servers are essentially total conversions, but they're largely RP. Notoriously tight-lipped about releasing those changes outside their server. Oh, a Game of Thrones one? Mm-hmm. Somebody contacted me about a World of Warcraft mod, which I feel like you have to be a World of Warcraft person to like really appreciate. I know Kaya did a video about it, but I might check it out at some point, some like time in the future. So I don't see any up here. There's another little like there's a bunch of these little NPC camps for these frost giants up here, which is kind of cool. There is a section along here that you can build on which won't get hit by meteors as well, and I can't remember exactly where it is. It's either right here or on this path. I can't remember. If you're going to do it, just build a sandstone house first. Are you a one skull? No. The one skulls are these you've got to freaking watch out for. They are so scary. You can get star metal meteors anywhere around here, including on that statue, on the sides of cliffs. You just got to keep your eyes open. I don't see any actually. Bum ba-dum bum bum bum. We'll ride along here, then we'll go down this path. Some of the lumps are actually saber-tooths, so be careful. You're like, oh, there's one over there. Nope. Yeah, I had a friend who built here. There's also black ice there. I had a friend who built up here and also had meteors hit her. Bum, ba da da dum. We do need berries. Guess we could get some from here. Highland berries. Did I not bring the sickle? Who has the sickle? Oh, did I leave it in the freaking... I left it in the thing. Okay, that's fine. It's because we didn't come for, like... I didn't think we would need any plants, honestly. Socialise. Just level 8 thralls in 30 minutes. Farming black ice in the original server. I never knew it gave that XP. Smashing. Yeah, harvesting does give a bunch of XP. Alright. Well, I haven't seen any bloody black star metal, friends. I keep getting black metal and star metal, like, and black ice muddled up because of Valheim. So, along these walls, you can get it stuck to it. I don't know, chat. Do we need to trigger another meteor shower? There should be some here. Like, where is it? It's kind of weird. It can spawn over here, but it does get extremely cold on this side over here. And there's also a lot of sabers and things. Yeah, see it. It's freaking immediately. I just don't want to, like, even fight there, really. Yeah, maybe we need to trigger another meteor shower. When one triggers, will it delete all the others, chat? Do you know? Eat some spicy foods. Inside the temple below the main staircase. Wait, don't you need a hardened steel? Yes! Yes, you do now. Thank you for reminding me. God, thank you for reminding me. Inside the temple below the main staircase. What about it, Skull? Oh, we just leveled 8 levels in 30 minutes, yeah. Below the staircase, on the like as you first go in, is definitely the best, like, for me. I mean, when I do the whole temple or whatever, or later on, I'll go in and I'll just clear out the whole place. But earlier on, like, when I first get to the stage where I've got, like, the dragon scale helm or some really warming clothing, I will, and I've got, like, a blackbird pick and a bounty, and I really want to min-max because I want to make myself a, like, a black ice base. Then, yeah, I'll clear out the whole place. Otherwise, I just get the stuff under the stairs. Loads of black ice there. There is loads of black ice there, definitely. Yep. Well, let's... Yeah, good point. Somebody mentioned to take... Is that one? That is one. That is one. We can't get it anyway. But that's what they look like. See it? Anyway, let's go. We don't have a hardened steel pick, unfortunately. So you can get hardened steel picks from the frost giants in the Temple of Frost. There's one there. There's one there. Yeah, because they drop things because you can craft black ice sort of tools and I don't know how to say it. You can craft a black ice pick from in there and like weapons and stuff. Yeah, we'll have to come back with a hardened steel stuff. Well, now we've got the black ice, we can craft hardened steel in the smelter. I only understand the language of 70% of you. Cool. It was more realistic because it would have shattered. Yeah, it would have been more realistic if it had shattered it. Yeah, fair. There's a big hole in there, definitely, and left craters. Yeah, there's a lot of like around like the Bridge of the Betrayer. There is there's a bunch of ice that you actually can like harvest in the pond kind of bit. Stuff that looks cracked, you can harvest it. And you can swim through it as well. Kind of creepy. Right. Let's go. Right, what did we want to get next? We've got our black ice. Oh. We definitely want to get eggs from outside the summoning place. When I say we've got to go get some eggs, I just feel like such a meme. Frozen slopes. Done. Galleon bearers, dregs obelisk. Flasks for the market. We didn't get flasks. Summoning place, berries and eggs. Flasks from Sepamaru. Yeah, we could go to Sepamaru, buy some glass flasks, and then go to the summoning place, get the eggs. Where are we going to get the berries from? We can get the berries from along the river on the way home. Bada bing, bada boom. Sounds good. These torches used to make you cold. I don't believe they do anymore. Regular torches used to warm you up. I don't believe they do anymore. Can I just check? I just want to like see because they were not updated on the last. I'm just going to drop it, but torch. See what it says. It does say warming when I equip it. What does it say? It doesn't say warming. So I don't think they do warm you anymore if I equip that. Yep. So when I'm... is it agility weapon? No. When you equip them... So I think there's just basically two different text screens. One when it's equipped. There's a white bunny there. One when it's equipped and one when it isn't. I think they just haven't updated it. Because it doesn't warm you up anymore. Or cool you. There you go. Hello, Kvacket. How are you doing? How goes it? Should we learn the Amir religion? While we're here. Excuse me, sir. She's like very calm. It's like when a shark comes right up next to you in Jaws or something. Oh, there's a meteor. Look. I hope they put the smokiness back in. There's another one. Because they're supposed to be... I mean, I feel hopefully it's a bug and it's something they'll fix. Because if you're right up like upon them, you should be able to tell that there's something different. You know? This is where you learn the Amir religion. Best god other than Crum. I chose Crum on this playthrough because I don't know. I never had before the pets only challenge, and I always wanted to. Hello, sir.
Hello there.
By the gods of ice
Hello,
and
Crackets.
snow,
Do you follow us
a
up
new
here?
dream approaches.
Goodness me.
Oh, little dream. You are probably not real. I offer you welcome and polite palaver. You are exiled, as am I. Philosopher giants are told. I have been called soft and fool. I am the outcast. No longer
Is there two of them?
Whimper in terror, fool.
You're no trouble for my friend. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Are we going to ride the horse down? Yeah. Should we? Nah. Are we going to anyway? Yeah. This is the best, most highly trained, incredible horse in the world. He's wearing his stealthy outfit. Only, like, the most incredible horses are allowed to wear these. Zath bags always tempt me towards Zath. Yeah. I really miss the old religion stuff that they did. Like the Ambrosia, purified flesh from Yogg, and I mean, just the way they were so good. Bow is the coolest weapon in the game, so it's fun to shoot. It is fun. Maybe you should tame a rideable goat. They are not rideable, otherwise of course I would. Definitely. There's no question. That was another meteor. We rode past before. Bum. There you go. So we know at least some of them's here. Yes. So... Down to Sepimru, I think. There's no Leonil there. That is a dude, my friends. Hozav's UI mod. We got to get our stuff from the wheel, haven't we? We left some things here. Probably a mod. Stealthy outfit that glows in the dark. Yes, incredibly stealthy. Yep. You have to be like, you have to have special eyes. The only reason you can see it is because you have like, because you can craft the outfit yourself. It's like a special thing. Arcadia, thank you for this. Thank you for the prime. Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome. If anyone here wants to join the Discord, you don't have to be a sub to join the Discord. There's a link in the chat. Just thought I'd mention it. Never really do, you know me. We got a lot of stuff here. I kind of want to leave this here, honestly. We will put maps everywhere, I guess. Right. Cimmerian Berserker. Let's put what we can in here. Let's make sure he doesn't have a bow on him. He's got his weapon. Where's the horsey? Horsey! Look at him. Come on, buddy. He's like, listen, I'm 30 meters away. You told me to stay away from you. I'm going to stay over here. I will not be affected by your commands. Let me just do everything by weight. Just going to like reorder it just in case. could give him his food, but honestly... Right, let's take the horsey stuff. There we go. So he's got his weapon to make sure it's in his hand, so I know it's his. I've still got some arrows on me. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. That mod I just posted about. Oh god. No rideable goats, me, a blackthorn pets and melts connoisseur. Really? Oh my goodness. Can you tell me what name of big boss in basement? Will kill he today, but there is no special drop. Only some receipt of armor. Fag. You're talking about Fag in the wine cellar. Is that what you mean? Over here. I do have a full guide to the wine cellar dungeon, like a full guide about everything, including it shows you the different weapons and armor. Bear in mind the weapon stats and the armor stats may be different now because it was in the Age of Sorcery, but otherwise you can see all the stuff that you can get basically. There's no special drop. Yeah, he drops weapons, he drops recipes for weapons, he drops recipes for armor as well. Yep. But you have to kill him a few times to get the a weapon drop, basically. Indeed, indeed. All right. Da, da, da. They add rideable camels. I will literally shit out of happiness. That sounds funny. Be sure to let us know about that, won't you? I hope they do add rideable camels. That'd be super cool. If you could add any mount in the game, chat, what would you add? I like to ask this question. What would you add? For me, it would be dragons, but I know they won't because of the lore. But I would like that. It'd be kind of cool. Everyone recommends building a base in I8. Do they? Here? Interesting. Why? Because of the galleon, and I've never seen anybody say that before. Komodo dragons just for the meme factor. Yeah. What if you've played Ark? What Ark utility would you add? If you could add one creature from Ark, and don't say T-Rex or I mean you can say whichever one you want, but if you could add one like creature from Ark into this game, what would you add? You'd bears? What, like a bear mount? You want a bear mount? Yeah, that would be reasonable. Rideable dragon. It would be so cool, wouldn't it? Even if they weren't flyable. I would like it if they would fly. But, you know. Jerboa. Yeah. Shoulder pets of some kind, guy. Yeah. I would love a shoulder pet. That'd be super cool. Like a little monkey or something. Thylacoleo. I love the Thylacoleo. So cool. Rideable bats. Yeah. That'd be cool. Actual rideable bats would be cool, actually. Yeah. Definitely. Ferret. Oh, an Argentavis. Oh, I love Argentavises. Argies, yeah. The centipede thing. The centipede thing. Yes. I think I've seen it. Ferox. A trike. Arthroplura. They're so gross. Yeah. I really like Thylacoleos because I want to be able to just climb everything. I also like no fall damage. I want to be able to yeet off the edge of a cliff and not worry about fall damage. Definitely. Also, an Argentavis. I freaking love Argentavis. Like, I personally just love them. They're just so cool. Yeah, or a dragon of some sort. I'm going to check here because this guy is always here. He's a tier 3 armourer. But sometimes he's a named armourer. And we need a shield, right? So we may as well look. If he's got that hairstyle, he's a tier 3 generally. Yeah. Surgeon armor tier 3, yeah. Excuse me. Cute little thing turns into a big ugly thing. Is that kind of includes a lot of things, Steve? No? In Ark? The cute little thing that turns into a big ugly thing. It's a long list. The Ferox. Does it turn into a big ugly thing? Is that... Yes. Is that the thing in the cold caves that I saw? And doesn't it does it start attacking you if you pull out some treats or something? I forget. Doesn't narrow it down. Exactly. The one with 4 arms. Yeah. Yeah. Ferox is a crack addict. What is it that it eats again? I forget what it eats. Ba-dum-bum. How many of you are going to play the upgraded Ark when it comes out in August, question mark, supposedly? Because I am. It is element. Ah, yes. And you have to do bosses and stuff for that. I did play Ark, but I got to a point where I had played for a while. Sorry, apologise. I got to a point where I hadn't really been in the sea properly because I'm terrified of the sea generally, and Ark is really like my worst nightmare. And yes, I don't know. I just got to a point where it was either going to be like there was like a snow cave. This is on Fjordur. There was like a snow cave in the water. People were like, just go in there, and I was like, no, no, I don't want to. Yeah, I feel like I really enjoy just going around collecting all the creatures, you know. Let me put my thrall on attack nothing. Is he still with us? Hess, what are you doing, buddy? He will turn up eventually, but I don't want him to attack anything. Here he is. He's like, I'm on foot, so you're the one galloping along. Behaviour, engagement, attack nothing. Still level 15. Yeah, 10,000 HP I think we're going to get. I'm just going to go out on a limb there. Especially if we use Elixir of Rebirth. Let's go to the market. Get some flasks. Snail games would never do that. Can't pay twice for the same game. That's just absurd. I feel that way about The Last of Us. Part 1. I really want to play The Last of Us, the PS5 version. But it's like full price. I'm like, I really want to play it. But like, how do I do that? Never played it. It's so good. I love it. I played it a bunch, like on PlayStation 4. Say Thrall's being able to ride would be awesome. Yeah, Thrall's followers being able to ride horses would be really cool. I feel like it's one of those things that they would like to probably add, but maybe in the future, you know. You know, it's a lot of complicated moving parts, I suppose. Never used Elixir Rebirth. Do you get to choose? You don't get to choose, but you just get to like roll the dice, and you get 3 at the same time. So you have to, you're like, oh, this one got a really good perk, but then, you know, am I going to get better kind of thing? It's a bit like gambling, really. It's like, do I stick or do I twist kind of thing, you know? The randomize, yeah, you have to roll a few times, and you're like, do I stick with this? I just always check a few, like, spawn points, just to make sure what it is. There's Luba. Not very luscious, but we could take her. We don't have a named person, named dancer. I don't know why this music is playing here. Everybody's just falling down. She's just such a great dancer, what can I say? If they condense the install size. Oh god, yeah. Ark is huge, isn't it? It's so big. Just get ASA because I know. Because I have over 3,000 hours, literally have to cost thousands for you to not. Yeah. Well, I'm going to get it because I've been. One of the main things that puts me off the game is just. Wow. Everybody else has been 1 orb. Interesting. Yeah, the one thing that puts me off Ark is that the graphics need updating, and it just kind of, it's so hard to run nicely, you know. This is the purple lotus orb that you get from completing the Thrall Taker journey. It is very good. On most of the named thralls that we've knocked out so far, it's only been 1 orb. I'm surprised that it's taken 2 for her. I don't know why. But you see everybody else goes like knocked out earlier on. Seriously, come on. There we go. Yeah, it's particularly good. It's this thing here, purple lotus orb. This is the journey thingy, Thrall Taker. This one. So if you do all these different steps, when you finish it, you learn the recipe. It's black lotus flowers, purple lotus flowers, and water-filled glass flasks. Absolutely. She's cozy as fudge right now. Right, we got a bunch of silver. How much space do I have? Let me equip my backpack, my bearer pack, to give myself more encumbrance. It doesn't have a lot of space. Where are my coins? Oh yeah, we did get all this stuff. I had a little panic for a second. Where are my... There they are. I've got them. All right. Yeah, these orbs are particularly good for Sephimaru. Where's my encumbrance on there? 235 I can go up to. Ba-da-dum. This is what I use silver for, really. Also mystery meat soup. Do 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 do. And you can get silver from the what's it called? What is this bugged?
And remember, no refunds.
Sure. Well, we can get loads of
What'll
these.
it be?
Yeah, there's a silver mine nearby, so you can just buy loads of silver. So I'm going to use this for purified water, for like these orbs, for healing arrows, a bunch of stuff. So loads of flasks is kind of handy. And it just saves me going to Harvest Crystal. Hate the UI, that colour is so bright. Which colour? You're talking about the Hosav's UI? Is that what you mean? Or for the Purple Lotus? What's the advantage of a named dancer? HP and damage. If you get Leonil from Mans of the Dead, or even Talltree from Azagarth, they do a lot of damage and they have more health than the other ones. So if you want to run around with a dancer, because they'll clear your corruption if you're not doing a corrupted build. Say if you've got War Party and you're going to do a bearer or a fighter and a dancer, they'll do damage. You can put them in heavy armor, give them a decent weapon, maybe daggers or whatever you want to do. I don't know if I'm going to be able to carry all this.
I'll have more in stock tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm going to have to make a big box.
What'll it be?
Oh, he's out of stock.
Come and see me again.
He's
You
out
get
of
more
stock.
gold to spend.
All right, I get the picture. So maybe, I think what we might do is we might just ride home with her on the rope. Now we've got the steel bindings. Yeah, so yes, Oyvind, Talltree or Leonil from Mans of the Dead. It can take a while to get, but when you do, they have a better survivability, and you can take them to dungeons and all sorts of stuff like that, really. They're kind of helpful. Luba the Luscious, I'm just going to collect her because she's a named dancer. She's like, you know, and I have improved quality of life mod, so I can change her appearance if I wanted to, you know. Should I want to? Luba the Greedy, yeah. Never travel with a dancer, use cleansing breeze. Yeah, I mean, if you go to Unnamed City, I just want to check these spawn points. If you go to Unnamed City a lot, there's a lot of places you can get corrupted. If you're just out and about for a full day, you know, it's kind of nice sometimes to travel around with a dancer. I have at certain times. If you're doing a corrupted build, there's not really any point. They also will increase your healing speed. You know, so that's kind of cool. Turn it into something a bit more... Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Sec emotes optional. Can you tell how to damage slowly like thirst? I eat raw meat, but now I'm corrupted and I receive damage from it. Maybe eat something to get... how to take damage slowly. What is it? What is your desired outcome, Crackit? What are you trying to achieve? You want to take damage. Is it because you want to use the Nemedian helmet to take damage? Is that what you mean? This game allows you to build a base underwater. You can build underwater, but you will not be able to breathe underwater. You won't be able to... It's not like other games where the water will be locked out of it or anything. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. If you've got some experience of this. No, it's not the kind of thing that you can... I have built like a hut underwater before, and it doesn't give you any like protection, stuff like that. Give her a big... I'm going to give her a big personality, definitely. Yep. Just going to train her up. First, go to water and press E. I don't know. Is he asking about how to cure? It sounds like he wants to receive damage slowly. How to damage slowly, like first. I eat raw meat, but now I'm corrupted. I'm not receiving damage from it. It sounds like he wants to receive damage, which makes me wonder if he wants to use karmic repair, like the Nemedian. Want to repair weapon with helmet. There you go. So you can, so full damage. If you want to, if you could change your build so that you're not going to be immune to like poisoned like raw meat and stuff like that. Heat damage is a good one. Crackit. If you stand in front of a smelter inside in a house or a fire. I don't think the fire warms you up anymore. Actually, does it? If you stand in front of a furnace, in like warming gear or whatever, eat spicy foods, that kind of thing. That's a good way to take damage slowly. It used to be that you would just eat. You could also eat 5 like putrid meat, and then just keep an eye on your health and make sure you kind of like heal up and stuff like that in between. But yeah, the heat from the furnace is a good one, or cold damage is a good idea. Make sure you have the means to recover and that you don't let your health get too low down. But yeah, cold or heat damage basically. But yeah, the heat damage from the safety of your base is like a good one, really. Place a bunch of cooling torches. I don't think they cool anymore. Do they still cool, Starboard? The placeable ones. How to make spicy food in your stove. You can make food in a stove. Okay, you have to craft one of these. And then you can make it. Spiced pork. You can buy spicy food from the market we were just at in Seppenru. There's a guy who sells spiced pork in there. Or you can, like you see in my hot bar, you can eat warming food, but I mean, maybe eat warming food and stand in front of a smelter as well and things like that. You need to like, combine it. Depends where you are on the map, that kind of thing. Yeah, cold damage will definitely do it though. But you just have to be careful you don't die. I haven't checked since War of Upkeep, but someone has ever had frost altar, made a frost altar which would freeze you. I don't know why they changed it so that glowing geek torches and regular torches didn't affect your temperature. I don't know how to cook pork skins. You have to make a stove to make that. And bear in mind there are recipes around the map. Sometimes you won't have a recipe. You need to go and learn it. So if you look on the wiki, it'll tell you where to learn the recipe for each of the recipes that you want to make. If I go, you can, oh yeah, underwater is another good one, Kvackit. Just make sure you monitor it. Yeah, underwater is a good one. Yep. But yeah, you just like have to, I mean, we used to do all these things back in the day. Using the Nemedian for those things. Yep. Yeah, there's loads of recipes around the map, basically. Yep. Do. Ah, Noob River. So nice. I'll be interested in this hire mercenary mechanic. Hire a mercenary? Ooh. Are you talking about the future updates? Have you read something? Bum. Future? Where did you see that fight, Naya? Bum ba-da-dum. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Bum ba-da-dum. The nice thing about the steel bindings is we don't have to worry about them at all. You could like ride it all the way across the map. We'll try and get the bindings of the dead from the Library of Esoteric Artifacts. They're my favourite. So the only thing about those, we will have to repair them with the materials we crafted them from. They last a huge amount of time. And I always used to just like, I would just repair them with the legendary repair kit. They're not, then they shouldn't be, I don't know if you, I don't know if they're repairable. Hold on a second. Unique. Even though you can craft them. Hold on a second. What? I'm not full, am I? Did I not click on it? Can't type, apparently. Not enough space. Ah. Okay, well, we'll check again later. But it says they're unique, so I'm assuming then they're not repairable. I mean, they last for a huge amount of time, and you can just craft another pair. You need a heart of a hero. You did use a fragment of power to craft them, but they have removed fragments of power from most recipes, they said. So I don't know if you still need it. You also need a bit of alchemical base and layered silk to craft them. And steel bindings? No, I don't know. But you make them in the torturer's work table. So yeah, we'll have to check that. We'll hopefully get the recipe. They're kind of cool though, because you just don't have to worry about them at all. And I don't mind having to remake them because they last for such a long time. Yeah. Speak coconut palms. Too many flasks. Yeah, we're full. I wonder if that's why he said he was out of stock, because I was like full. You can add the probability of falling out when you kick them. Why are there no coconuts on palm trees? That would be nice, wouldn't it? Definitely. They must not be coconut palms. There you go, as your answer. Don't forget the berries. Yes, we're full though, Solstice, unfortunately. Thank you for the reminder. We need to get the eggs as well. So, it's a good idea to destroy a legendary weapon when it's about to crash and gain some star metal. So, is it a good idea? Yeah, it can be. So, it depends, right? If it's really a good weapon, is it going to be useful on your thrall, your follower? If it's going to be really useful on your follower, don't put it in the dismantling bench. Give it to a follower. If it's such a good weapon, if it's super, super hard to get, then it won't lose durability on your follower. So you'll still get use out of it. But if it's going to break and you've got no more use for it, by all means, you can decide whether you can continue to use it until it completely breaks, or you could dismantle it. Sure, it's up to you. Does it work? It can work, yeah. You can do it, definitely. Save it for thrall. Yeah, it depends on the weapon, really. You know, some of them you'll probably just want to put in the dismantling bench. I haven't played since release. Steam sale is on, and I was looking at DLC. Any recommend over others? Which ones are my favourites? I guess it depends. Are you going to do a lot of building? Are you more interested in nice outfits for your dancers, and which armor do you like the best aesthetically? I really like the Debaucheries of Decketo DLC because there's a bunch of stuff that comes with that. There's like the nice big kind of bed, double bed. There's like, I like the Guardian armor because it's a strength buffing armor. I like there's a couple of like RP style kind of clothing things. Am I gonna run? Stay on the beach. Like things that you can put on your dancer. There's also the gold bikini that my character wears a lot. I also like the Riders of Hyboria DLC because that gives you, you can build stables with it if you want to, if you like building it. And it also gives you, a gate. It's the only like DLC in the game that gives you the ability to place a gate. Like if you have a gap, instead of using a door or something, that's kind of nice. You can still use a crenellated like little fence, like a crenellation instead if you want, so that enemies can't walk over it. But the gate is kind of fun. I like the Argosian DLC because I think the building stuff is beautiful. I like the Savage Frontier DLC because I really like the Pictish War Chief armor, which is big and fluffy and it gives like a strength buff if you like strength. I would maybe think about what kind of build you're going to do in terms of like damage, and think about, you know, which one you like aesthetically. But they are mostly really just aesthetics, optional, and, you know, what do you like the look of. I like building a lot, and I like placeables. The Catan stuff on one of the Eastern style DLCs has some really nice placeables, like the Catan, like footrest and tables and stuff like that. Some nice like Asian style sort of placeables, things like that. Really nice. Oh, I could talk about DLCs all day probably. Legendaries are for the wall. Yeah, you could put them on the wall as well. Level 16, never see star metal, want to craft some new weapons. Just want some star metal, any tips? We have just been up to look for star metal Kvakit. Maybe watch back the VOD if you weren't looking. But I showed you where I would look just now, just before, where to look for star metal. And also you can look at my YouTube video. I'm going to say this a lot, so I apologise if it gets annoying, but there is a YouTube video for me of me looking for and harvesting star metal. Okay, let's go. Come on, Luba. She's meditating in the water right now. The moon is mesmerising. It's beautiful. Oh, I do love Western high fantasy style. The Median looks amazing. Oh yeah, the People of the Dragon DLC is really beautiful. If you want to build castles, yeah, the People of the Dragon. You can have a look at like my previous like builds and stuff and see what you like. But if you go on the DLC page on Steam, it'll show you like a little bit some images, and also there'll be videos on YouTube. Lots of people have done showcasing stuff. Also the we go this way. Also the developer like trailers and stuff for each of them. People of the Dragon is very good for castle builds. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. People are wary. Yeah, be careful using the Nemedian at the moment because there is probably there's an issue with stability in the foundations. So maybe hold off before there's an update. Because we haven't heard today when they did the hotfix if they've done anything to the foundations. I don't know if anyone's like tried anything since. Yep. I actually have that DLC, so I could try it, I suppose, see if I have any problems. Yeah. Facts. But yeah, I mean, so for me, I like to think about which biome I'm going to build in and what kind of what sort of building pieces I want to build, and you know what placeables I like and what placeables go with. Can I drink some water? What placeables go with what looks nice. There you go. Essentially, but you can mix and match stuff. I do. Yep. I think the recommendations will look so different. Can't wait. Yeah, definitely. There's so much to do. There's a lot. You can burn a lot of time in this game. Definitely. Yep. And the DLCs are optional. I mean, I personally think I recommend usually people like just play the game and then think about, oh, I kind of like that armor, or I like that build set. Maybe I want that, and then just work from there. The DLCs quite frequently go on sale, and there's like key sites and stuff like that, as well. So shop around and whatnot. Yes, Sipta, that's true. That's true. If you haven't played the game yet, I would suggest you play Exiled Lands first. And then if you want more game, then I would definitely go for Sipta, because Sipta is a whole new map with different, like, gameplay mechanics. Also, the graphics look brilliant on Sipta, like, much nicer. Different types of dungeons, and, it's really, it is a lot more gameplay. Definitely. Could you attack that bird, please? Engagement. Tackle enemies. Also, bear in mind there's a lot of mods in this game. Get him. Oh god, don't kill. No. Is she hurt? She kind of looks hurt. Can't see a health bar. She's like this poor dead freaking, like, dragged her all the way back and he kills her in one hit. Imagine. If she was in exile, I think he would have killed her. Sipta, or if you're on PC, try a map like Savage Wilds. Yeah, I would say like start with Exiled Lands, then play Sipta, and then maybe think about Savage Wilds. Or Savage Wilds or Sipta, definitely, yeah. Definitely. Yep. And there's also, Sipta gives you a lot of stuff as well. You get like you get the tier 1 building set that I have up here, which is like boat style. And then, what else? There's a tier 3 like build style, the Stormglass set, and there's also what is it called? There's a what do you call it? Like an add-on in the bazaar at the moment for that Stormglass build set. This is the Flotsam set that you get with Sipta, and then there's like some nice armors and things for it as well, like weapon skins, that kind of thing. Yep. Yeah, some rhino mounts. Yeah, that's true. Do we have a wheel? get rid of these freaking orbs. Got so many on me. Let's put them in here. Some of them. This is a problem when you like hoard loads of orbs, but with glass flasks, at least we won't need them for a while. Doo doo. Doo doo. Da 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 dum. Doo doo. Also think about whether you want to do PvP or PvE. I don't touch PvP because I'm not interested in people like messing up my stuff. I just want to like, I think the PvE like official experience for me has always been mostly a positive experience. You know, and but I think single player is a good way to start the game, or co-op with friends, you know, and then when they get bored of the game and you're like obsessed and you still want to play, PvE official can be really good. You know. It's just speaking for myself. Also, you can play on our server if you want to. We have a community server. Like the Poitain Cavalier from... Yeah, that's true. From the Riders of Hyboria DLC. Yep, definitely. That's a lovely armour. I forget about that one, honestly. The new Lost Dungeon Foundations look really nice. Yeah, I haven't tried those yet. It was given to me by Funcom. We'll try and build a dungeon at some point with those. Kicking myself for not getting the gibbet. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that'll be cool. I can't wait to get the shackles thingy. That's going to be super fun. Definitely. Oh, we finally cleared our inventories. Excellent. Right, let's... Didn't buy too many, chat. We needed that many, okay? Do we have any... We've got everything we need. Right, let's go place this wheel. Yeah, Riders of Hyboria DLC also gives you the ability to make black and white horses as well. Black horses and white horses. If you know, so inclined. I mean, you know. It's very personal preference, really. What do you care about? You know. For me, I really like... I'm most interested in the building sets. Certain things I just like... I just couldn't be... I wouldn't want to be without. So, all right, Luba. There we go. She had a very quick think and she's decided to join us. Bum bum bum. Do do do. Do do do. Luba soon to be more luscious with the improved quality of life mod. You know what I'm saying? No. Definitely, it is lovely with other people. Yeah, what I really like is doing dungeons with people, that kind of thing. You know, that kind of thing. Do do do. This is the improved quality of life mod. Let's first of all change your emote behavior. Emote. You could just get it to stand. But generally, I just put them on juggle. Honestly. One of the situations, now I don't have any particular opinion about this, obviously, but the named people of there's just something about them that just feel like it could be changed. You know what I mean? And then they're just better. No, just better. Would not recommend this set. Kicking myself for not getting the gibbet. Would not recommend the set. Oh, you're talking about the dungeon pieces. No, you don't have to be administrator, but you need improved quality of life mod. Yep. Shall I, like... So, given that we have a Kuba's salon as well, we could give her better hair than this, couldn't we? I have seen much prettier versions of Luba, honestly. Do we give her, like, a nicer hairstyle? Not that one. I don't know how many of these are like... Da da da. Do do do. It's like a fine art to thrall changes, I suppose. Dum da 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 da. Do 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 do. Should give it like a cool kind of... And then I just want to like... don't know what it is about her. She's just kind of... There we go. To give her, like... Da da da. Do do do. Should we give her some hips? Do 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 do. Hip depth as well. Otherwise, like, we're like super flat. What is it I usually do? Width of hips. Generally, I could make her a bit taller. I also generally do... I like reduce the like sinewiness, you know. It looks a bit softer. There you go. This looks a bit better now. I don't know how I feel about the hair. Let me change the hair again. Colours it is. Da 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 dum bum. Ba da dum ba dum. There is like a really cool like ponytail thing somewhere. Where is it? Like a big ponytail. Anna goes into full concentration mode. Where are you, friend? Is it one of these? No. That is one of them. That's eyebrows. Wait. Was I going to change the hair colour? That looks kind of cool. What do you think? That one. There we go. We need to get some hair, some clothes. I hate that personal emote. There we go. Cool. Sorry, I just went to like full concentration mode then. Is there a mod to increase the field of view in first person? I don't know, is the answer. I only know of one way of increasing the field of view. Yeah, well, all of them do, basically. So this is one. Go all the way up to 105. Yeah. Maybe there's another one for like a, you know, to do it even further. But I like to, I just do 97. I don't know why. There we go. Hello, Blink. Hello, hello. Yeah, I'm going to end now. It's been a very long stream. Internet straightened out. Nice. Thank you, everybody, so much for hanging